All right, what's up, folks? It's your boy MMG Smurf here, coming to you live. Let's get that me on screen. Boom, boom, boom. All right, so we're gonna be going through, like as usual, for those that are new to this type of stream, a few times a week. I like to create a watch now, watch later. I guess that's what it's called. BitBoy Crypto, whatever. I like to make a watch later video for full of crypto videos and stuff like that. And this is my time to learn about new things coming up in crypto, time where I'm not just out there doing, but I'm out there learning from other people that I consider DeFi degens and somewhat experts in the field. Now, of course, everybody's going to tell you that they're not an expert. It's not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor, and same for them. So take all that with a grain of salt. But when so many people are offering you information, you can either listen and make strategic plans, your own strategic plans about it, or you cannot. And so we're going to be listening to this stuff and making our own strategic plans, thinking about what we want to do and what we don't want to do. While you're watching this, if you're watching this, consider doing something like that yourself. Consider, taking some of that information in and doing what you will with it. You could not even ever buy any crypto or NFTs or anything like that and just utilize it for more of a macro situation. Maybe that helps your life in general. Just knowing the direction that the markets are going, that the overall economy is going, and how that's going to make people feel. That could end up impacting your life if people are going to be stressed this next week because of whatever the fuck that they didn't know about, but you saw it coming. That's a big deal. That's a huge deal. Yeah, a lot of people just let that shit go by the wayside. They don't care to pay attention to the macro, and then they just feel like they feel for whatever reason that week, and they don't know why really. So yeah, it's better to know when things like that are coming, in my opinion. But that said, I'm gonna pop open a little window here so I can see the chat. I cannot see the chat right now, so popping open my little chat window. Cool, and let's jump into it. So I like to make a watch later list. We're gonna start off with this. This is gonna be a pretty long one to start off with. This is, and I might jump all through it, Richard Hart, who is the founder of Hex, or co-founders of Hex. I don't know how he wants to display that. He tries to detach himself as much as possible from it for legal issues and stuff. Oh my God. I'm just trying to wait this out a second. All right, and so let's get into this video. And yeah, that humming noise that you might hear is my computer. I'll be muting myself on and off throughout this so that it has a decent sound quality.
But, if you just kind of use that math for fun, so everyone's going to have enough pulse. For you guys that are just tuning in, world's largest airdrop, yeah, I like to give away free coins. So I gave away this thing called Hex for free to Bitcoin holders, and they were required to stake it, required to hold it, and then that required them to get mad gains. So they all got at least 30% extra, and I think it was much more. Let's call it 50%. So I think if you do the math, people that free claimed their Hex as Bitcoiners got 20% extra Bitcoin value on their net worth. It's pretty amazing, because Bitcoin went up a lot. So Hex just went up so much more. And I'm doing it again. I'm giving away free money again. World's largest airdrop. If you have any ERC20s, any Ethereum coins, you're going to get copies of them for free on the Pulse chain, and you don't have to do anything. You don't have to sign up. You don't have to do anything. As a matter of fact, you could see your tokens right now if you want to on the testnet. Just go to the GitLab, just Google Pulse Chain GitLab, and click the testnet link, and then you'll see the instructions on, you just change one setting, your network setting inside MetaMask, and you can see all of your coins. You have to manually add them, paste the contract address in there. You can see all your coins on the testnet. And then as soon as we're done building a few more things, we'll go to mainnet. All right. So I'm going to slowly increase this from, I think it's normal speed right now, to 2x. He's not talking fast enough for me. Not the first day, but shortly thereafter, you're going to get, markets and then price discovery, and then you get to see how much all your free stuff is worth. And there should be a yield farming program where you can take your ERC20s, bridge them over to the Pulse Chain network, bridge them into the Pulse X exchange, and then pair them with your free PRC20s that you got, and make liquidity fees and an extra incentive token reward for being a liquidity provider there. You make 0.22% on every trade plus the incentive reward, which the numbers for how much incentive reward you'll get haven't been stated yet on which pairs. And it's just awesome. More free money. You know, most of the world, they tell you that there's no such thing as free money. But here in cryptocurrency, there definitely is. There definitely is lots of free money here in cryptocurrency. Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin holders got Bitcoin Cash for free, Hex for free, a lot of other Bitcoin forks. And then now Ethereum holders are getting Pulse Chain for free. But there's a trick here. The ERC20 guys are getting a free ride. No dilution, no inflation. But the Ethereum guys are not getting a free ride. They're getting diluted over 1 million X. And so Vitalik himself has got like 300,000 Ethereum. He's only going to have like $30 worth of Pulse at the day one sack rate, if that were a price, which it's not. But, you know, if you just kind of use that math for fun, you know. So everyone's going to have enough Pulse to transact on the network and swap their ERC20s around stuff. But the Ethereum guys aren't going to be dumping on our heads because they have less than 1 millionth of the supply. Oh, I design good stuff, don't I? Yes, very, very smart. And it's the same with the PulseX Uniswap fork that burns 21% of the fees. It buys up the price and burns 21% of the fees. Absolutely awesome. That doesn't have any inflation. So Pulse Chain doesn't have any inflation. PulseX doesn't have any inflation. Awesome. So good. And PulseX has buy and burn. So Pulse Chain burns 25% of the fees. PulseX burns 21% of the fees, specifically 20.869%. I guess you run 20.87 if you wanted to. And then, yeah, everyone talks about sound money, right? Bitcoin still inflates at 1.7% currently. Ethereum inflates at 1.7% currently after the EIP 1559 coin burning that they did. PulseX will have negative deflation. This supply will only go down. And same for Pulse Chain. So I'm very happy about the designs of these systems. The sacrifice phase should be happening before the end of the year. So that's just days away. And then I think we've got good enough text. Like I uploaded the plan, the kind of textual plan to Twitter. So you should check it out. Twitter.com/RichardHartWin. Love to see on Instagram. I post a lot of fun stories on there in my story section that I don't post anywhere else. You know, short, fun little clips. So you should go to Instagram.com/RichardHartOfficial and go to t.me/PulseXCom. I think there's 20,000 people in there right now. Let's go take a look. So Pulse Chain has 58,400 people in it. Pulse X has 14,876, and Hex has 7,000. So can you believe that Pulse Chain almost has twice as many members as Hex does? And Hex has been around for years. The price went up over 10,000x in 623 days before staking. That's with no staking. If you staked, you could have more than double those gains. Absolutely amazing. Fantastic. Let's take a look at the chat real quick here. Let me pop it out so I can look at the camera while I'm reading it. So it's funny. We always had Merry Hexmas with Hex, and now we've got Merry Pulse Xmas as well. I love it. I absolutely love it. I've been getting hundreds of really heartfelt, awesome, you changed my life. I bought my mother early retirement. You know, just wonderful, amazing messages from so many people. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. The internet's a mean place. So it's nice to see so many people having a wonderful, joyous time, especially this time of the year. Can you explain more how the bot liquidity harvester works? Sure. Are liquidity providers disincentivized for providing liquidity at the snapshot on Uniswap if they want their PRC20s? Yep. Which is probably why you probably don't tell them the exact block, so they don't try and game the system and avoid the harvester. So you say, hey, we're gonna have the fork this week. I'm not gonna tell you when. You might even say week, right? Like you have to, if you don't want people to pull their liquidity to avoid getting harvested by the harvester bot, you kind of want to randomize or make it harder for them to game it, right? Because they pull liquidity for a single block and put it back. That's no fun. So yeah, the LPs are going to lose 99.9% of the liquidity in most Uniswap and SushiSwap pairs, and hopefully 0x. And you know, it takes a bit of development to teach the bot, you know, which pairs to harvest, and then you have to make sure that it doesn't harvest fake ones. So if somebody creates a fake pair with a high value, you do outlier detection. It's like, oh, look, fake, scam, not real. Not going to harvest that. Not going to give you any pulse in exchange for this fake coin. But because even if you tried to do that, I'm not even sure it would work, because the bot is basically buying up 1 million X misprice. Because if you look at market cap, since the sacrificers are getting 1 million times more supply than the original Ethereum holders in the fork, it means that by market cap weighting, the market cap of Pulse is 1 million times higher than all of the other coins. And so there's 1 million X misprice. And so now you have to inflate the prices of everything else by 1 million X. And by price, I mean like ratios in the system. You know, nothing has a price until someone sets one somewhere. But so you'd like a day of trading where everyone can trade their coins back and forth in just the Pulse system, and then open up bridges and maybe centralized exchange listings elsewhere, and then you'll have real price discovery. Can you show GitHub repository? Google it, man. Google Pulse Chain GitLab. Unless you're talking about Pulse X, and that code is just primarily Uniswap v2 code. So you can go read the Uniswap v2 docs, and there you go. We don't have a public repo for that. It's private currently. Sir Richard, you've changed so many of our lives and we're forever grateful. I've been following you since late 2017 and I couldn't have picked a better person to follow. Thank you. Thank you, CryptoWalk. Thank you. Do you think you'd be knighted in England someday? I do. Well, that's very nice. I appreciate that. Will I have to sacrifice over the Pulse Chain testnet or ETH mainnet? Well, a lot of chains and coins are supported. So if you want to see the coins that were supported last time, of which almost all of them will be supported this time, we might even have a new edition. We'll be likely to have some additions. You just go to pulse.info and see the coins that are available there. Gucci shirt, that's great on you. Thanks, man. How much is a necklace? I didn't buy it. It was a gift. I don't know what it cost, but I think it was a lot of money. Like hundreds of thousands is my guess, but maybe you could. Would you be able to link a how-to vid when the sacrifice phase is live first timer and want in? The Hex community has done a lot of those vids. Probably check out Hexologist. I think Hexologist did one of those vids. I could try and make one, sure. It would probably be a good idea. I'll try and remember that. If I don't remember that, remind me. Live again, you're a machine. Thanks, man. Are we going to be able to sacrifice to charity like last time? I don't think so. I don't think so. It would be nice if we could, but it's logistically hard. Because I have to find a charity that's happy to report back and handle customer service, and people make errors when they sacrifice. They forget to include memos. They send directly from Exchange, which is okay if there is a memo, but well, is it okay if there's a memo? Yeah, I guess it is. But if you sacrifice directly from Exchange on like an EVM chain or something, it doesn't work, right? So there's a lot of work that the charity has to do, and then their legal has to be okay with it as well, because they want to make sure that it doesn't appear that they're selling something. So there's a lot of overhead that makes that cumbersome, and I don't like waiting. So I do the chin ups. Nice work, man. Thanks. Yeah, I'm back in it. This is day 4 of bench and chin. As soon as I wake up, occasionally I'll pee before I do it, but usually straight to it. Is it possible to join dev team? Well, so far your questions have been really stupid, but maybe there's just so much lag, or you're watching it so long, like you didn't start when the rest of us did, so your live stream could be like lagged because you like zoomed back or something. You know, send me a resume. I've got openings. Yeah. t.me/Richard Hart. Send me a resume. And that means include work that you've done before. Like I want to see code. So your repo would be fine. Repository. Your next purchase should be a crown, as you're the king of crypto. Thanks, man. What, Chris? Oh, someone gave me a hex earring. It's a little bit small, so I don't know if you guys are going to see it, but this is gold and black diamonds hex earring. Really
let me explain part of this to you guys. So this is what Richard Hart does for his streams. Like, yes, they are informational. He tells you a lot about Hex and Pulse Chain coming out, which is, if you don't know about Pulse Chain, this is a new blockchain that has been announced for like all of 2021. But this blockchain will be coming out. It's, coming from Hex, the Hex community. And it'll basically be like another Binance Smart Chain or Chronos or whatever other blockchain, Poly, whatever you want to compare it to. But it'd be one of these new blockchains. And as we've seen previously with these new blockchains, most likely, yes, the price might go down initially, but it's probably going to go up a few 100x or something. That's what we've seen consistently. So that's what people are expecting over here. And other than that, it just solves some issues. It's another layer solution for Ethereum. And it's a layer solution that also not only is for Ethereum, but that benefits the Hex community, since it'll make it easier for them to utilize their Hex. And a lot of people have become Hex millionaires on ETH, and so they want to be able to move that around though, or sell some of it without taking a huge loss, like losing thousands of dollars just to unstake their Hex, which they might not have. They might have become a millionaire, and they have so much money locked up that they don't necessarily have enough money to move it all. Because to move it all might cost like some greater fees, and maybe they only have like $2,000 or something like that with their fees, and it's like, well, you're trying to move, $500,000. You need $5,000 to move that, and they're like, I don't have it. So these are the type of issues that actually do exist in the world, where you could have made so much freaking money that you can't even get it all. But yeah, my original point with the Richard Hart thing here is that not only is he giving people that type of information, but he also, as you may have noticed, likes to put on a little glitz and glam. So he's got these spinning watches. Those are all expensive Rolex watches. And he's wearing, some Gucci. He's got some Louis Vuitton stuff in the background. He does all that type of stuff just to attract people's eyeballs. That's his marketing. That's his marketing gimmicks. And it's smart marketing because it's, these are assets, honestly. Like, yes, they're clothing and whatever the heck. But he can sell these, turn around and sell these watches. And those watches are probably going up in value because they're Rolexes. Same thing for like this Louis stuff. That like if he keeps good care of the Louis stuff, it's probably going to be worth more. But it is his marketing. So when he does turn to that type of stuff, that's what he does. I'm going to let Tone Vase Destroyed. Oh my goodness. We're going to do Tone Vase Destroyed and then his NFT criticism. Hex holder bagging. Richard Hart knows best. Okay, well, let this next section just go.
See that one.
But I just wanted to explain that so people weren't
What's
like,
total token
why does
supply
he
for
keep
faucets?
talking
It's a
about
function
that?
of how much gets sacrificed. More sacrifice, higher supply. Congrats on all my work. Thanks. Oh, see? Just leave everybody's chats there? Yep. These all spinning? Yeah, spinning away. Is there a limit on pulse X sacrifice? Nope. There's no upper limit, like sacrifice as much as like. How do I buy pulse when it launches? Well, you can bridge into the pulse network and exchange for things there, or you could wait for direct exchange listings. I think bridges are going to be the primary method by which people do these exchanges. Have you talked to Tonevay since you wrecked him? No, he's a coward. Like, he was so harshly destroyed that I doubt he has the courage to face me ever again. Can you go into why you hate NFTs so much? I would love for you to build us an amazing NFT marketplace one day. Yeah, maybe. So, why do I dislike NFTs?
Okay, so he's going to go into the capitalistic side of NFTs right now, which is why Richard Hart doesn't like them, because he sees it as, he sees it as the main complaint of the mass media and of artists, like supposed woke artists that think they understand everything about NFTs. They're like, oh, well, somebody can just right click it or whatever the heck. But like, okay, like I just tweeted about this, and I don't have my tweet up, unfortunately. I didn't tweet about it today. I was like, yesterday or something like that. I just retweeted something. But what was it? OpenSea, the large NFT marketplace, recently did an airdrop of their tokens, and this is back to the NFT thing. This is why right clicking doesn't really matter, and you can say it to people a million times, and they just don't fucking get it. But and they're like, oh, if there's one reason. It's like there's a bunch of other reasons. It's up to anybody's creativity. The number of reasons that it just doesn't make sense, and you look foolish doing it. And eventually, if they actually wanted to pursue you legally, they could. And you just look stupid. But the other day, OpenSea did an airdrop of their new DAO token, and so DAO tokens means decentral autonomous organization. And so OpenSea did this new airdrop of these tokens. People are claiming these tokens. It's like a 6-digit or 5 to 6-digit airdrop that people are getting. And like that's in terms of US dollars. That's how much money they're just giving away to people on Christmas. And guess who was not available for that airdrop? Anybody who went to OpenSea and just right clicked on an image and saved that image. Because what did you do? You actually just saved a fucking image. You actually just saved an image, and you were under the impression that the NFT is actually just the image. The NFT is more than just the image. The image attached to the NFT, because the NFT is the code and the standard of code. But the image attached to the NFT just displays that. It displays some type of imagery for that NFT, for that code, for that purpose, for that smart contract interaction purpose. It's all it is like a placeholder. And like, when you play games, I always tell people, play a video game that uses NFTs, because that'll teach you better. Because when you play these games, you have an NFT or whatever, and then you'll notice like the game has the ability to change the look of your NFT sometimes. Their NFT might change throughout the course of using it. And playing the game and earning more, and you want to, change the look and stuff like that. But how does that work for the right clickers? What are they just? Oh, I'm just going to right click the rare version of your thing, and then what does that do for them? They still can't utilize if somebody were to right click an NFT that is associated with a video game, an online video game, so tons of computer games. That's not going to do anything for you within the computer game. You're not going to be able to play the computer game and have whatever level, your computer's not going to search for that image and be like, you have the right image saved on your computer somewhere. And that matters somehow. That doesn't matter. The code matters. And and so I'm sure that's what the person here is talking about, where they're like, I'd like to see that NFT marketplace, because, if you understand the technology, then you understand that portion of things. Richard likes to be a little bit more cynical or cyclical or whatever the fuck it is. Cynical with things, where he's like, he's going to focus on the fact that, and to his point, yes. Yeah, there's lots of people that are stupid that don't want to, because a lot of people are just going to look at crypto the same way they look at it right now. They're just like, you can just make a bunch of money off of it. And like, true, true. But I appreciate the money making off of it due to the fact that it's newer technology that's solving a lot of the world's issues. It would be like investing in the printing press in the 1800s or whatever, it's like you're investing in something huge early on. Obviously you're going to make a lot of money with it. It doesn't looking back at that, you invested in bread, the first bread factory, seriously, for London or something. Obviously you probably made a whole bunch of money, right? Most likely, because you're the only place serving out sliced bread in London. Like, you probably made a decent chunk of money. But with this type of stuff, or banking, the first banks and stuff like that, if you invested in the first banks, you probably made a whole bunch of money. You're probably still utilizing those previous gains, regardless of what happened to your money. You're probably still utilizing those gains. You made that much money. We have a new turning of that happening, and there's different things associated with that. Yes, you need an art market. You need a documents market and stuff like that. Other than the art side of things, when big countries and companies and businesses make these deals, they need some way to officially, other than a transaction that says, says it in the block, they need some type of like standard for like, same way that people like, oh, well, we could say that out loud and handshake, like people did at one point. Or we could actually make a smart contract for it, an actual contract, or just, sorry, I said smart, but a contract for it that's on a specific type of document, and sign that, both of us, and then that will be our proof of documentation of this legal deal between these two countries or two businesses or whatever have you. And so that's what's happening with NFTs. And people don't get that. But hopefully this OpenSea thing, which they probably still won't get, is an eye-opener to folks where it's like, no, you got the OpenSea airdrop because you had an NFT. Like, and everybody else who right-clicked the NFT, why didn't they get the airdrop? Because they don't have, it's not associated with their, that code is not associated with their wallet because they right-click something. So you can look at it and act like you're somebody else as much as you want and sell somebody else a straight-up image from your computer because they're stupid. And they don't actually want the NFT. They're stupid enough to I just want the image, or I just want the video, or something like that. That makes them dumb. Like, when you don't understand something and you think that's like cute or whatever, or you just like, you really want it that bad. Like, I compared it to like buying knockoffs in New York. And like, if you were to buy knockoffs in New York and you truly thought you like, oh, but I actually played the system. I actually got the best now. No, you bought a knockoff and you're okay with that. Like, you have some type of insecurities to do those type of manners. Like, you have to have insecurities to do that type of stuff. To like not want to like learn more, to not. But we'll let that go. But yeah, Richard's about to go into his side of things. I bet it's gonna be that capitalism. Watch. Listen.
You can buy real art and get the rights to the art, or you can buy fake art, get no rights at all, and have a serial number loosely related. Why not just buy the real rights? Oh, but Richard, some of these things really are the real rights, and they give you the physical one and all that. Okay, well, that's different. But the majority of these NFTs that I see are people just getting scammed.
Boom. Okay, well, that's different. So he said the bullshit part, which I'm like, yes. I knew he was going to say, this is my first time listening to this. But like, yeah, he said the bullshit part where like people get caught up in that stuff, and like where you get all these muggles that are like, and he said it in 3 seconds. Well, I'm speeding it up 2x. But you can just get the bullshit art and this, whatever the fuck, and like, just right click on the serial number. I'm like, well, Richard, some things actually have more use case behind them. Some things are actual tickets. Some things are actual access to video games, etc. He said, well, that's different. But most people are just hype up on the fact that they can buy something and like try to like double the price or whatever based on purely speculation. And it's like, that is different. But that's the difference between being smart enough to buy blue chip versus buying whatever crazy penny stock that they sold you in the Wolf of Wall Street that made them short-term money and then just left you hanging.
So like, I think if there's a bear market, which I think Bitcoin and Ethereum should be having soon, and I mean, look, Bitcoin's down in price for 8.5 months now. So it's currently down about 30% or 25% from 69K. Like, when do you call it a bear market? Like, when you had a full year that you can't make a new all-time high, or, so I think when there's a bear market, NFTs go to zero first, and then dog coins second. So like, it's just trash now.
But I'm gonna stop pausing. I want to agree with him here too. I do think when there's a bear market, all the bullshit NFTs that people have just been buying for straight up hype purposes, they're not attached to any type of game. They're not attached to a DAO. They don't get you access to this event. They don't blah blah blah. They're not attached to this community. They haven't actually worked anything out other than generative art or just their art alone. And they're like, oh, my art is just great enough. Unless you're a Beeple type of art, like your NFT is going to zero. It is, because you didn't get creative enough. And everybody who bought those is they're going to be these muggles that have been, that's the funny thing, is that all the crypto people have had like a year or so of messing with NFTs. And so now they have a portfolio of blue chips and the bullshit ones. And when new muggles come in, they're going to buy up all the bullshit ones and stuff like that because there's money to be made there. Sure. But they're going to buy that up and they're going to think that's all there is to it and stuff like that. And then the bear market comes and their NFTs go to zero. And then they're going to be back on like, they were some code writers anyways. They were hating about it before, and then they just decided to step in and play the game anyways, and then they lost. And it's because they bullshitted for something. They complained for so long without actually doing any real research. that sure, because you get people like this, and if you were to just listen to a clip of Richard Hart or whatever, you could grab 100 clips of Richard Hart saying, yeah, NFTs, blah blah blah, most of them scams, this and that. But then in that very short portion where he wanted to be like, yeah, okay, for the people that invest in blue chip, no, that's a good call. No, that's a good move. No, that's the future. That type of move. But it's not all of them. And like, yeah, that's the disconnect between most people. And like, they don't understand it. They're not around it enough to understand that type of stuff. They don't see all the new innovations. They don't know how far things have come. But they do have an opinion because somebody that they know told them to have that opinion. That's what makes them so smart.
Will there be NFT platforms on Pulse chain? Yes, there will be. Would I make one at some point? If that's what everyone wants, probably, yeah. But would I advise people to buy NFTs instead of sell them? Hey, if you're an NFT seller, congrats. NFT buyer, I don't know about that, man. Let me ask you this. You asked me why I don't like NFTs. Why do you like buying serial numbers loosely related to JPEGs, which may or may not still be hosted on the internet, which are usually procedurally generated pixelated trash art? Why? Here, want to see some art?
Yeah, I don't like buying those. I don't buy any.
This
of that
is
type of
one of
shit.
one actual painting you can hold in the real world. Look at that. See it? Look at it. It's a very beautiful man with a rocket. Look at that. That's art. So why would you overpay for fake art? You can get real art. Just get real art. What if you give bonuses to anyone who sacrificed hacks? More hack sack or move circulation supply. Not a good idea.
Like also, another one that crushes his point because I'm like, he's not going to go into it much because as much as he knows about the things, he's not going to promote it because he doesn't want people to be on it. So like, so he's not going to say anything positive about it. But music is another one of those things that is actually useful with this because like if you go to like a lot of these, like, yes, you could use an NFT platform that doesn't have it, like they're not all locked down and stuff like that, so they don't let you portray it in the way that you want. But if you were to go to like a popular place like OpenSea, when you post your music there as an NFT art, yeah, somebody could right click on your image of that like art or whatever the heck, and lo and behold, oh my goodness, they stole the image. It's like some cover art, which people do for memes and shit like that. All like, oh, that never happens in the real world. But yeah, they stole that cover art image, and they still don't have your full song because your full song is protected behind a wall, and so you actually have to purchase the NFT to get the full song. So they still don't have your song, but they did right click and get like a preview type of like, watermark version of it. And it's like, okay. But yeah, for that reason, what he's talking about right now, like music is going to be huge in 2022. Like when people actually wake up and like, I imagine we have the same issue, like mostly because so many like traditional like hand drawn artists and stuff like that had the opportunity to make money in this first wave and stuff like that. And so, but I don't think musicians are going to mess up as much as the hand drawn. I think they're just going to take like some of them well. But it'll be a much bigger draw and just like impact on things when all these musicians and platforms start being more I don't know want to say cohesive, but they just work better with music type of NFTs and stuff like that, because not everyone has the preview type of thing right now. But once they do have that type of stuff going, yeah, it's gonna be time. It's gonna be that
Okay, man. Let's do a thought experiment right here, okay? What if I didn't accept hacks for the sacrifice phase? I bet people would, like, maybe sell their hacks. They participate. And what is the last sacrifice phase done with hacks? Just sat on it. Didn't sell it. So aren't you very lucky that there appears to be some address which just absorbs hacks and doesn't dump it? No, hey, no crystal ball, right? But the chain analysis shows that the origin address has never sold hacks and that the sacrifice address has never sold hacks. So aren't you really, really, really happy, thank your lucky stars, that there's something out there rewarding you in a way entirely different from everything else that was sacrificed? Because the chain analysis would show that the vast, vast, vast majority of everything else sacrificed was turned into stablecoins. Dumped the price of those other things. Oh, well, golly gee, that's really nice for the Hexkins, isn't it? But then guys like you come along, right? And you say only accept hacks for the sacrifice phase and give Hexkins a bonus. And you know what? Airdrop the PulseX token for free. I have a better idea. Why don't you quit being a beggar and giving me bad ideas? Why don't you quit wasting my time? My ideas are very good. They work very well. Don't need you in here begging, man. So if you have an idea how to make a project work better, please do. But this crap of like, hey, I have some stuff. Can I get a special bonus because I have it? That doesn't really sound that fair, man. Like, how's it fair? You want to on-ramp the rest of the world? You want to on-ramp all these other users? Why on earth would you want to anger all the other people that you hope to be bridging in liquidity, that you hope to be becoming new users, all of the 20,000, 30,000 people that are in the Pulse chain Telegram and not the Hex Telegram? Why would you want to anger all those people and be maybe slightly unfair to them by giving the Hex guys a better deal than they're already getting? All those other coins have been dumped. The Hex didn't get. So like this begging crap, I don't like it. It offends me. You should say thank you, like everyone else in chat, instead of begging for more. And suggesting that I do something which I don't think is the best thing for the project. The best thing for any of the communities that I've created and any of the projects that I've developed is to on-ramp new users and to make. I think another Bitcoin will happen soon, or we hit the bottom. You see what I mean? This question doesn't make any sense. He left out a verb. Do you think another Bitcoin, that's all nouns and objects, will happen soon, or do we hit the bottom? Bitcoin's not a verb, man. You can't happen a Bitcoin. Maybe you left out the word dump. Like, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Bitcoin dumped. I wouldn't be surprised if it hit 11K and did 85% dip like it usually does. No, that wouldn't surprise me at all. If all my hex is staked and I want to sacrifice for pulse hex, I just buy more liquid hex and sacrifice that. You could, or you could use any of the other supported coins, stable coins, other coins and other chains. You got a lot of options there. Go take a look at pulse.info for an idea of what you may see on pulsex.info when it is up, which it currently is not. The fact that you're so extra is why I love your project. Well, thanks, man. Will the pulse hex incentive token have any other use than selling it? I don't think so. Yeah. But then the question is, does Bitcoin have...
I'll also say Richard Hart is an acquired taste, where this man is just like so aggressive. And so, oh, I'm right, I'm more red than you, and this and that. I'm like, bro. It's not that he won't come down off of that. He's just used to talking to so many unintelligent people or people that aren't actually read up on something, but they just have opinions on shit. That, I mean, I understand it. That's why I'm like, I can work with this guy, because I do understand where you come from in that sense. There's so many people that just say stupid shit. And it's like, why don't you read something on that first? Like, I don't want to hear your fucking article title description of something.
Have any other use than selling it? Like, does Dogecoin have any other use than selling it? Apparently, just being a coin with a logo and a ticker is enough for there to be price appreciation. What does a unique token do?
Dogecoin is so trash. So it might get better with this new bridging, new token. It's basically going to become a new token.
I don't take
people don't know about that. But.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the incentive token wanted to. The year isn't over. Correct. Do you come up with the name of the incentive token? No, not yet. Rich, you're right, but please don't say no one got it more right than you. Why? Why not? Who else called the top of the day? Who else called the top of the day? I called the top of the day. They dropped 55% from there. Who else did that? And drew you a nice pretty picture for it. And told you that the last cycle, the Ethereum top was 27 days later, and then this cycle, exactly 27 days later, Ethereum dumped. Who did that? I did that. Go to richardhart.com, see the proof, see the evidence, see the timestamps. Tweets are still up. I did it. I deserve the credit. Why are you guys trying to deprive me of credit? Any chance that pulse stack will start in early January? Well, I'm going to try and make it so that the good rate happens between when it starts in a few days to slightly after January 1st, so that, you know, people are a little bit happier. But wait for the details. A lot of people said, hey man, you know, I got money coming in January, I want to sacrifice. I realize that, I understand it, and I'll see whether it can be accommodated, which I think I can do. Sir Richard, is the price of a token being sacrificed for pulse taken into consideration right when it's sacrificed? Yes, right when it's sacrificed. There's no, it's not like daily or anything, it's the moment of sacrifice. Can we try to contact Mr. D's to do it with Team C's? Yeah, go ahead, do whatever you want, market it. I like talking to people that have lots of followers. Good channel. Do you think, you know, I answered that one. What girls are you most into? Ones that like me. I like it when people like me. If you enter your wallet that's sent from exchange, sometimes it's okay, sometimes it's not. It depends on which chain. I'm tired of hearing the noise here, homies. Why do I have a washing machine? They're mechanical watches, which means that they are energized by movement, and so without movement, they stop telling time. How come the other side isn't spinning? Because I didn't feel like plugging it in and flipping all the switches on. And now none of them are spinning, so we're good to go. What should the memo say? Well, on some chains that use memos, it generates you a unique amount of text to include so that it knows that you were the one that sent. But on EVM chains, it doesn't do that. On chains that don't support memos, it doesn't do that. So for instance, XRP supports memos. TRX supports memos. But there's also ways to sacrifice TRX.
All right. From this portion, I'm going to go on. We're going to go to this from King of FOMO. He's talking strong block and rings. I'm not sure. I feel like these are ZK roll-up type of blockchain projects or whatever. And I've been hearing about that. But I need to do more research on the ZK roll-up type of thing. I know it's an Ethereum transaction helper, I would call it. But where it's like batching transactions, I believe. But yeah, I don't know enough about it. So we are going to watch this video. Maybe King of FOMO will explain that some. I'm not going to go into deep research on ZK rollups or on these specific ones. Maybe on these later on if they're really interested. That's what he says here. And then after that, we're going to have Stansberry research. Ooh, more mainstream shit. It's like mainstream, but it's not really. I mean, it's mainstream for investors.
What's up, everybody? King of FOMO here, coming back to the daily crypto update. In this video, we're going to be talking about Strong Block as well as Ring Financial. These are both tokens that you can own nodes with and earn passive income with. And this is also going to be an exclusive to my patrons. So if you're not a patron, you're watching this video a little bit later than everyone else. So go ahead and get on over there and sign up if you want to access these videos on my Discord. And sorry to those of you who have been trying to get to my Discord. Patreon's made it difficult for me to send out the links efficiently, but I found out a better way to do it. So I'm going to be posting most of my stuff on Patreon with the videos and the links to my Discord in the exact same place. So let's talk about these two coins. Now, generally, I don't like to talk about stuff like this, your own clones and a lot of these high risk stuff, especially on a red market, because it's really, really easy to lose a lot very, very quickly with some of these coins. And even I don't have the discipline to kind of finagle and work the systems to come out and profit a lot of times. So do keep that in mind. Both of these things are still highly experimental and risky, but I have been messing around with them for a couple weeks, and it's been working out pretty nicely, despite the bumps that we've encountered along the way with both of these tokens. So let's take a look at Ring Financial first. So they've had sort of a bumpy ride in terms of getting sort of hacked and having to change their contract around, but it seems like they've come out on top with that without going completely under, which is great. And I actually I'm sort of getting close to profit with Ring Financial, and everything else is going to be pure profits with this. So I jumped in here. Let's see. Let me see if I can zoom out the price. It's kind of off the cuff a little bit here, but it had an all-time high of about $454. I jumped in probably not that much of an all-time high, maybe close to about $300, but the price right now is $215, and this is actually really nice. A lot of times when you have tokens like this that are printing so much of themselves, they dump down to nothing, and they just get completely massacred. But the team is stuck with it, and the team has shown that they can really work with the changes and change the nodes around and the requirements around. That kind of it fits my bill, particularly with how teams operate in terms of just cloning and copying and pasting. These guys are a little bit more competent than that from what it seems. So as you can see right here, I've actually earned a lot of Ring. I was able to sell kind of my profits that I made so far. So my total earnings is more than this, but the reward is 0.556 Ring per day, which at the current price is about $119, $120 a day from every single node that you have. And I think they allow you to do fractional nodes as well, so it doesn't cost you, because normally it takes about 10 of these tokens to create a node, so 10 tokens is $2,000, but you can actually create smaller nodes in Ring, and you'll get a slash in your rewards a little bit from creating a smaller node. So definitely do the bigger one if you can afford it, but nonetheless, these profits are profits, and it seems to be working out nicely for people who have Ring nodes. Take a look at this number. This is a good indicator to see if the project is growing in terms of people jumping on board and making nodes. So currently 59,270 nodes altogether. If that number rises sort of parabolically, then you're in a good trajectory. If it rises very slowly, and the price is dumping, then that's not a good thing, because the price won't be able to keep up with the amount of tokens that are being printed essentially. So Ring working out nicely. Also, another positive, and the reason why I'm talking about this one a little bit more is because it's on BSC. Talked about this in my last video. It's a lot more accessible to people. You don't pay crazy gas fees, and because of those fractional nodes as well, you don't have to have $2,000 to jump in here right away and start trying to earn a node and see what's going on. But follow their Discord community to kind of really know what's going on. I'm not going to get into it that much because this is talking about Strong Block as well, and the video will be too long. I'm going to do both of these things. But let's move on over to Strong Block next. So I actually have to change my my network here to show you guys Strong Blocks. Let me switch on over to the Ethereum mainnet, and we'll go to right here where my nodes are on Strong Block. Now again, this one's been working out extremely nicely too. You have to really just do your sleuthing on how to jump into here and when, and a lot of that comes with the gas fees. If you can jump in at a cheap gas fee time and claim a cheap gas fee times, you're actually going to save a lot of money, which is kind of what I did. Right. So I jumped into here as you can see right here on October 31st. So it's been almost
this dude, okay, he's a little detached with some of his movements that he does on this type of shit. Because I'm like, bro, I mean, some people, it's good because some people still do shit like this type of stuff on Ethereum. But quite honestly, for the average person, like he's saying with like the gas fees and stuff, like you need to be making a ton of money on Ethereum to stay like actually claiming from one daily and like compounding the way that I like to. Because that, on a low ball $50 transaction fee or something like that hurt, a $50 transaction fee, bruh.
2-3 months since I've jumped into this, and I've made, as you can see, about 13.81 Strong Block tokens up here. I was actually able to withdraw that on a cheap day, so that's a pretty good amount. It's been holding at about close to $14, so 13.81 Strong Block tokens is $5,000 in 2 months, not too shabby. Now, bear in mind, I did spend, let me see, I have about 5 nodes, so that's 50 Strong Block tokens, so about 1/4 of the way through getting ROI from Strong Block overall. So 1/4,
and it costs all that money to do it. Like, you have to have money to do that type of shit.
This,
that's why I'm like, he's detached with that idea.
They're sort of launched, but not really kind of half launched.
He's had too much success. He's a little detached.
But I mean, one of the things I'm considering is that we're sort of in a bearish week or month, and the fact that these tokens that a lot of people don't have faith in because they print themselves so much are staying not completely dead is a pretty good testament to see that these things might be able to thrive a lot in a resumed bull run or a normal market. So $450 is a really, really good price, even though it had its all-time high of $1,217, down about 66% from there. Again, this token is printing itself a lot every single day, and we're in a bear market.
I'm going to give my own, like one of those that I think is going to continue to do well.
Looking at this thing.
I'm sure why.
Other things like the charts, 24 hour, down about 5%. So in 2 weeks, that's not too shabby. I mean, you can make a pretty good profit. I mean, you guys saw kind of what I made from being here for about 2 months. Pretty nice profit in a short period of time. Right time, right gas fees, the right things. But another thing to note is, like, don't necessarily FOMO into this. Like, if you decide I'm going to jump into Strong Block and Ring and any other node token that appears on the market, definitely do your planning in terms of jumping in when it's looking grim. That's what I did with Ring. I didn't jump in at the all-time high for Ring. Because you're gonna make a lot more when things are looking grim and the token's down maybe 30%.
Yeah.
And you buy in and it jumps up 20% the next day. That's kind of the way you gotta play it. If you're FOMOing in, like, I don't know when you're watching this video, but if you're FOMOing into these coins when they're up, like Ring is currently up 27%, might not be the best time to jump into Ring if it's up that much in a day. But if these coins are up a lot and then they drop, you're gonna be biting your nails alive for them to recover. And will they recover even because it prints itself so much? That's the next question. But there's a lot of these coins have a lot going on for them. I talked about them on my channel before. I do like nodes as a service type of coins. I like the idea.
I'm just gonna go in the circle right there. Nodes. How many of us have them? On the Stansberry research, I consider this more mainstreamy. I believe that this show used to be, or a segment of the show used to be, like, on TV. Straight up, I believe I've seen this one on TV a few times. In a day, cash is critical. Equities. But we're gonna see what they have to say about this. We're gonna stay in 2x speed, so even though it's a 20-minute video, if I weren't going to jump around it, it would only take 10 minutes. But we're probably gonna jump around a little bit. Let's see.
Unfair advantage that was identifying winning stocks with massive upside, like Riot Blockchain before it shot up 10,000%, Digital Turbine before it shot up 789%, Overstock before it shot up over 1,000%. This power gauge comes from the legendary Mark Chaikin, and right now you can get a free in-depth look at how his power gauge system works. A way to type in bio.com. Welcome back to StandsForInvestor.com with our Outlook 2022 series, The Tipping Point. More great guests coming your way. Please welcome back to the show, Peter Grandich, founder of Peter Grandich & Company. Peter, always good to see you.
Always a pleasure and an honor to speak to you, Danielle.
Thank you, Peter. A lot of good ground to cover with you today. And I thought, well, how could we not start with Nancy Pelosi? The House Speaker was recently asked about an insider report that 49 lawmakers and nearly 200 staffers.
Laugh out loud, bro. This was the funniest thing ever. Look, everybody in crypto that keeps up with news and stuff like that already knew about this because it happened. We found out about it, and we were like, "Whoa! All these government officials and stuff like that are actually insider trading. Do they even know that they're insider trading? This is ridiculous." And they're like, "Oh, we tell people, blah blah blah." It's like, no, you've made them. What are you talking about? You made the moves and then you pump your own bags. Get out of here. You sometimes you even have the bags already. You just pump them. Can't do that. And you had Charlie Lee step down from Litecoin basically due to stuff like that. Like, you come after people for stuff like that all the time for like not even. Otherwise, those people would still be doing that. Like, they'd be like, all right, cool. It's a loud thing. But here we had Nancy Pelosi ask the question about insider trading basically. And she's like, oh, it's free market. Of course they should be able to trade. It's like, not in the way that they trade. No. No. Not with that much. No.
Had violated the Stock Act's disclosure requirements since last year. Should lawmakers be banned from buying into that full cover with you today? And I thought, well, how can we not start with Nancy Pelosi? The House Speaker was recently asked about an insider report that 49 lawmakers and nearly 200 staffers had violated the Stock Act's disclosure requirements since last year. Should lawmakers be banned from buying and selling stocks? She was asked by a reporter. Her answer was no. We're a free market economy. They should be able to participate in that. AOC actually pushing back, saying, how can they participate in this if they're making the laws and then profiting from it? So should they? Where does Peter Grandich?
Boom, fact. That's it right there. That's it. And maybe it's the age difference where AOC actually got onto that, and then like Nancy Pelosi couldn't get it through her head. And it's like, bam, you can't make the damn rules. Have the rules include shit that's already in your pocket for some of the people in there. Well, it just happens to be some of the stuff that's in our pockets. We're not going to go green, and we'll just continue to promote these other things. And we're gonna push like bro, no, you can't. No, you just can't. You can't. It's just bullshit. It's just actually what you lock people up for. It's just what that is. It's just actually what you lock people up for, and you think it's called free market in that situation. It's not free market. That's you pumping your own bags. But of course she had that opinion because she just so happens to have more than doubled her own income and stuff like that. So, of course.
Were you surprised by Pelosi's comments?
No, not at all. I mean, she went into Congress pretty poor woman and came out worth, or hopefully coming out soon, $100 million. And I don't think that was on her salary. So, there's been a lot of questions. I think you have to start first. We found out, and I think only because we found out, we learned it, that Fed governors were buying and selling stocks, and now that's supposedly going to stop. And it really does make sense. I encourage you that AOC is one of the rare times
Also, before I let him go, we've had multiple Fed Reserve presidents. So people that run different branches of the Fed Reserve, these presidents are basically bank presidents because the presidents of the Fed Reserve are different bank presidents and stuff like that. So different billionaires around the country have stepped down from their position due to these acquisitions where they have statements like, I just didn't even want to deal with the stress of it. And so I was just like, step down. But Nancy Pelosi's like, yeah, of course they should be able to do that. It's like the stuff that people are retiring over. Okay.
I can say I agree with her, and that is, it really shouldn't be the case. And but it's been that way, and they've been exempt. In fact, they wouldn't even be able to be charged with insider trading at one point in time. So it's kind of foolish. And when they want to know where, if we put more than $600 in a bank deposit, but it's okay for them to use inside, at least, if not inside information. So yeah, I think most people would say they shouldn't be able to do it.
Absolutely foolish. One more talking point on politics here, Peter, before we get into all the good stuff. I want to get your thoughts on Joe Manchin blowing up Biden's Build Back Better proposal here. Any thoughts here?
Well, you have to commend the man. The man seems to be voting his conscience, not his party affiliation. And he says he's speaking for the people of West Virginia. And if he isn't, he's going to be voted out next time. But commend him that he's stuck to principles. And there's no certainty. That's why you're supposed to be able to cross party lines and sometimes vote against your party and all. And I think he's a man of integrity. I really do. I mean, it's easy for me to say because I'm glad that what they want to bring about isn't going to happen. But just the fact, the way he handled himself and carried himself throughout this, and I suspect that he won't switch to Republican. But I suspect that if they attack him, as they seem to now plan to, I can see him going independent, and that would change the balance for at least this administration.
Yeah, good point, Peter. All right, let's talk more important things here. Peter Grandich's outlook, because I've had a variety of guests thus far. Some calling saying that we've reached peak inflation, others saying we're going to have more runaway inflation, we're going to have a recession. What's in store for 2022 from your point of view? Now, when I spoke to you in 2021, which was multiple times, you were running back to cash. You were kind of preparing for the worst. As we're about to start 2022, where do you sit now?
That's correct, Danielle. Especially after Labor Day, it was my desire, which I let it be known to people that still choose to listen to me, that before the year would end, cash would be my largest single position, which it ended up being. However, as it didn't be as much because the gold and silver and mining share market became so utterly attractive that I found myself having to run back, or as I like to use in my work, I backed up the truck and came into the end of the year really aggressively again, owning gold and silver, particularly mining shares, starting with the majors. But even the junior resource market has been decimated to the point of where even the normal stalwarts, a few people that were always around for decades, even they went into hiding. So I just feel that cash is critical. I believe we've seen the highs in the general equity market. I find it preposterous from the days of being a financial advisor that you could talk to somebody and suggest to them they look at a 1.5% bond for 10 years when inflation is running at 6%. It doesn't make any sense.
Yo, does that not sound crazy? A 1.5% bond, and they're suggesting that somebody buy that shit and hold on to that for 6 years or something. Like, it's like, yeah, no, that shit, all that type of normal traditional banking shit sounds stupid right now. It just sounds dumb. When you know, like, when you knew previous inflation, like when you're like, oh, at an average, it goes up 2 point whatever % per year. Then it sounds stupid. It sounds dumb. It sounds really dumb. It sounds like you need a whole bunch of money to like not think about how dumb this sounds. And then especially with the current inflation issues, it's like, wow, well, that sounds really dumb. It sounds like I'm just going to lose a lot of money by having it locked up in your bond thing.
The loss that one will have unless you believe inflation is going back under 1.5%. But here we are, and that's all part of the fact that we are in, although it seems to be coming to an end, the biggest financial bubble of all time. There's no,
and it has not been underneath 1.5% for a long time. Not since I've been in the fucking workforce. Not since I have been in the workforce has inflation been underneath 1.5%. That should say something.
question. Even bullish people I know feel that it's been unbelievably pumped up, but they give different reasons why they think it can continue. I don't. I think there's a price to pay, and I think as we end this year, we're starting to see that. We did see
what a dude, is he?
While the top generals, so to speak, or the high demand type stocks did well,
how
many
is
stocks
Christmas?
below that are actually well off their lows and are actually in bear markets. So I think there's been at least a stealth correction, or if you want to call it a stealth bear market, or at least a two-tier market as we end this year. And I think it's going to be a lot tougher because politically and socially, this country's never been more divided, except maybe during the Civil War, and it appears that's only going to get worse in 2022.
Okay, lots of good stuff there. First, let's go to your point about the gold miners. Like you say, a lot of them are just plummeted. Basically, you came and scooped them up. Now you have the knowledge and the know-how of what to choose. For the folks at home who are looking at this sector, and as you know, there's so many projects to choose amongst. How do you do your homework? Is it just because you've been in it so long, you kind of go back to your tried and true? How do you decide where you want to place your money there?
Well, if I could turn this around, I would show you all the stock certificates that went to zero from some of the mining stocks like what. So I don't want to say that I know any surefire way. I do know this.
Been going good. Just been hanging out with Bay most of the time. Just laying around, chilling, talking, eating. That's been about it. And now there's like a snowstorm. I'm fine with that being it, to be honest.
Pendulums or chart that I have used, we're somewhere between despondency and despair when people look at mining stocks right now. There's no question about it. It's very hard to find, even among ardent bulls, people that for many years were bullish have stepped aside and really hope people don't even ask them about that. And then you look at the other spectrum until recently where, the Bitcoins and general equities and Kathy Wood or whatever she's doing, everybody's buying. And so there's one thing I can tell people is everything in life itself is a pendulum, let alone in the markets. And we swung 180 degrees one way. We really have priced the mining industry and even the juniors to not be existent maybe a year or two from now. And that's just not the case. Sure, there's a lot of stocks that won't work out, especially when you go down for pure exploration companies, because only 1 out of 10 ever really make it. But we're looking at major mining companies producing free cash flow at levels I never saw in almost my entire career. They just never did that. And so I just think that's one of the few safe places, maybe uranium, maybe copper. But outside of mining, it's very difficult still, even with this correction that we've seen now in the latter part of December, to find anything undervalued elsewhere.
How do you feel that the Fed's new direction will impact the gold market, Peter? Obviously, the largest asset buyback program winding down in 2022. Talk of interest rate hikes, as we know. How will that impact gold?
Well, people say, oh my God, interest rates are going to rise, going to kill the gold market. Well, interest rates rose in the 70s from single digit all the way up to 20%, and gold rallied from $100 to $800. So, although things are different now, you can make an argument for that. The real story in interest rate is real interest rates. What are interest rates minus inflation? And that's where the key is for gold. And right now, they're at unbelievable levels. We have interest rates still at 1.5%. We have inflation anywhere from 5-6%, maybe the high as 9 or 10%. And that's very, very bullish. So I'm not worried about that. And here's the other thing. I don't see how the Federal Reserve could ever stay on a path of higher interest rates, say to 5-6%.
Forgot how you feeling.
The cost of carrying the national debt at that point would be over half just in interest payments. So unless you tell me somehow the United States government's able to pay down its debt and not keep increasing it as it goes, I just don't see how the Federal Reserve can stay on a campaign that rises interest rates dramatically. Yeah, they might go back to 2 or 2.5 or 3. They're not going back to 6, 7, or 8% because we wouldn't be able to pay the interest on what we currently own, let alone what this current administration wants to add.
Do you think the Fed will be successful in their plans to fight inflation here, Peter?
No, I don't think they can stay long. I call it, and I'm probably not the first, but I use the terminology, they created monetary heroin. And just like any addiction, when you get addicted to something, it's almost impossible to get off it. And we become a financial world, a society and all that, become addicted with cheap money printed out as in air. And I just don't see how long they can stand. And plus, the political pressures now on them that will become enormous, particularly if interest rates, really start to get up to where it really sees that people are having trouble making payments and things of that nature. So I don't see the Federal Reserve having the ability, like it was 20 or 30 years ago, like Volcker, and just raise interest rates dramatically and not face any political headwinds. I think they would be hammered. In fact, quite frankly, I could see if things really get out of hand and the market doesn't recover, I can see him firing Powell and putting his own person, claiming that Powell is the reason that he would be the scapegoat of why things are where they are. So I don't see that coming anytime soon, but I can see that being done if things continue to get worse.
Interesting. So Peter Grandich, your fan favorite. Like I said, we're winding down 2021 here. As we're about to start 2022, how are you repositioning your portfolio? Do you plan to do anything different? Like you said, you've allocated a lot of the cash into the gold and silver miners. Anything else you're thinking about right now?
No, I think cash is no longer a dirty word. I've taken the attitude, if you can imagine, and I use it. I put a chicken in a foxhole and I put my face on it because that's me. I really think it's better to be a live chicken than a dead duck. I mean, even if I'm wrong and somehow things get better, the economy recovers, there's political harmony and all. So then I have a lot of cash to participate in a new bull market. I don't think that's coming. I think things are going to get a lot worse before they get better. And I rather err on the side of caution. And I'll make one other point. Never have I seen so much inexperience be so responsible for so much money. Almost 2/3 of licensed financial advisors in the United States have only been practicing since the last financial crisis. Everybody that's in there right now has only learned to drive on a one-way street. I don't know about you, Danielle. I remember the first time I came to a traffic circle. I got pretty messed up and nervous. We're going to hit some traffic circles in 2022, and I don't think we have the wherewithal among professional money management to withstand it. And I can see trouble ahead because of inexperience.
So best ways to protect yourselves when we hit those traffic circles.
Well, good to hear. Good to hear that you're feeling all right. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, stay healthy. Keep those around you healthy. Feel like you're like halfway through it.
Circles.
Again, gold, cash, if you're looking for capital appreciation, it's not how much you make, it's how much you don't lose, which really at the end of the day separates the winners from losers. I'm not worried if I bought gold or silver now or uranium, if I was able to buy it, and there are ways now, of losing a lot of my principal. It may not go up a lot, but it's not going to go down 25 or 50%. We can see those type of losses not only in stocks, but in the bond market.
Yeah, did you make your I have COVID during Christmas TikTok? Apparently there was just like a ton of those. I saw like one or two.
And there are a lot of people that can't afford that. So I rather err on the side of caution and less is more. Not only is it the way to handle your financial lifestyle right now, but it is when it comes to investing.
Less is more. And to that point, we know what always gets in the way, Peter. Greed, right? It's hard not to get greedy. And which leads me to a part of the reason I asked you to come on the Outlook, Peter, because for those of us that know you, you are, yes, a financial expert, but you're also very spiritual. And you always, at least in your talks and newsletters, you always kind of bring it back down to, at the end of the day, money is not everything, right? Money is not everything. So how do you keep that in mind in your day-to-day, Peter?
Well, having once turned the 10 Commandments into the 10 Suggestions for about half my career, and making and losing millions not once but twice, I found that one of many scriptures is correct. You can't serve both God and money. You have to make a decision what's going to be more important in life. A lot of times you have to go through something like I did. You have to almost be brought to your knees, which I was, and I concluded more money wasn't going to erase that. It was a change of attitude from what was important in life. Here, as we come here in a matter of days, Christians around the world are going to celebrate the single greatest birth there ever was. Someone said to me the other day, well, what if it's not true? What if it's just a fable story? Well, I always answer the same way. It's still a better way to live. And the interesting thing, the foundation to Christianity is the Bible is talks more about matters of money.
You actually do the
about
things.
Heaven or hell. So, I spent the last 15 years and certainly
Same thing can be said about other texts too.
Now, it closes more doors, Daniela, than it opens. It's not a way to prospect for new business if you're a financial advisor.
Creator
for me,
block.
people close to me, it's brought a peace and an understanding that I didn't have early on in my career.
No, and I respect that tremendously, Peter, that you've never lost sight of that or wavered from that. And like I said, I asked you to come on here on the eve before Christmas with a final message to the folks watching at home. I just wanted to give a gift for the audience, regardless of your spirituality or your beliefs. I think this is a time and a year where reflection serves us all. Right? So I'll leave you the last word for our viewers watching, Peter, who are looking for some guidance and faith and hope as we navigate these really troubled waters right now.
Well, I could always say this, Danielle, I hope you don't mind. There's really only three possibilities. It's what we believe is totally not true, or it's something we don't know. I'll just say that for me, and if you find it for you, or if you find what fate you maybe have, brings you a peace and an understanding that no matter...
Well, what they talking about in this one? So this guy, they're talking about just the wider, kind of like a macro economy type of view with inflation leading into 2022. Talked about basically Congress and their ideas toward, or just like this, the actual government, like the federal government, and their ideas about insider trading, and specifically Nancy Pelosi. I can't even say it's everybody, but she, that whole situation, Nancy Pelosi, and thinking insider trading is okay. But that just being like a whole wider thing where we have, it's a wider picture of things where it's like, the same way that we just saw that a lot of our government officials don't actually understand cryptocurrency or the current traditional financial system. They just don't. Some of them do, but the other ones just don't. But they're here making decisions about it. And so in that same regard, when asked things about insider trading happening at a government level, she feels like it's something else. She thought it was something else. Like her response did not indicate that she actually knows what she's talking about. And it looks really bad. So, yeah, they're covering those two things. Talking about how, bonds and other traditional finance sectors don't actually cover the real inflation right now. And they haven't in years. And so the idea of the government coming out and pitching something like bonds, usually how do you fix the economy or something like that? Well, buy up these bonds and this and that. And what am I going to make off the bonds? 1.5% in 6 years. Then I'm losing money. What are you talking about? I'm not making anything off of that. Not when we have month over month, actual inflation of a few percent. month over month. Like, forget all the bullshit numbers you guys want to push out. And then when you look at the bullshit numbers that you even push out, it's still like every few months, we're taking a few percent of inflation. Like, that's not 1 year then. Like, what are you talking about? So I'm going to buy these bonds for 6 years and just pray that everything reverses. Not only just slows down, but entirely does a reverse. It starts to head in the opposite direction by a lot for a long time. Like, that's a really, people want to talk about speculation. That's speculation. That's some strong speculation. Who do you have to be to have that level of speculation? How much somebody has to be paying you to do that? Pretty much.
The world is for Christians. There's a scripture.
Yeah, she did. She did. She exposed herself, and that was the other thing. Like, you just said it right there. She did expose herself. For anybody that didn't know before she made that statement, but previously we had covered this on stream and stuff. But we cover so much stuff. A few months ago, we had our little moment where we were really bashing all these Federal Reserve presidents. So these are basically different bankers around the United States and stuff like that. Federal Reserve presidents and politicians that have made all this money off of the virus situation, not like specifically off of the virus, but like off of basically trading around the virus. So they were putting large chunks of their money at the perfect times into specific virus stocks, specific bonds or stocks of any type. And all these politicians, not only were they making money, they were making so much money, because like trading is a difficult thing. You don't just only make profit in trading. But we had these politicians go from things like, if you had $4 million, this is somewhere around Pelosi situations, and you're now worth $30 million in the last 2 years. How what? You did what? But that's the level of like increases that these people have had in their living. Like, same thing for like people like Mitch McConnell. So it's on both sides of the aisle. Like, they're going to try to divide you by party. That's false, because it's been happening on both. It's just a situation where we have people that were the lawmakers make the laws and make these like rules about, because it's like pretty much a law at that point where we go, okay, a portion of United States spending from the Federal Reserve, whatever, a portion of our spending goes into buying up these bonds or these stocks. That's how it works. When they print out that money machine, that money that they print out goes into buying up these specific bonds and these specific stocks and stuff like that. Yes, a small portion will go out to the people, but that's where the vast majority is going. And that's why you see the stock market do what it do. Because if it's not going out to the rich hands in general, it's going out to those specific bonds and stocks from the government. They're specifically buying up those ones. And so the issue then becomes when you know that the money printer go burr and the money printer gonna go burr again in the next quarter. So it's going to be going burr for in this case, it's been going burr for 2 years. And we had these people that knew it was going to be going burr like that. And they were specifically buying up certain things that they knew it was going to do that with before it happened, because they made the laws to make it happen. So they're like, oh, well, I said we were going to do that. And so, normal people should know that, we should. And like, no, bro, you literally just shouldn't be able to fucking touch it then. You shouldn't even be worried about acquiring that level of wealth when you're supposed to be a public servant. Why do you need 10x more millions of dollars during you don't. You should be worried about the average person getting even a 1x more. But you like why, if I was that politician, I feel like I would have been on social media on my Instagram account. If I was that politician talking about, yo, we about to pump the shit out of the bond market. We are about to pump the shit out of the bond. We're about to pump the shit out of over here. This stock right here. This stock right here. You talking about that 40% increase in all United States dollar? This stock right here about to get 2% of it. Like, stuff like that would have helped people. Nobody did that. None of them did that. But they did it to their specific significant others at home. They did it to their family members. They did it in those circles. They did it to themselves. They pumped themselves up. And that's disgusting. That's actually called insider trading. When you watch movies like The Wolf of Wall Street or just Wall Street in general, when these people go down for stuff, it's because they did insider trading. That's exactly what Nancy Pelosi was quoted as saying all of a week ago. That's fine that they do that. We should be allowed to, because it's a free market. And it's like, no, you should not when you make the rules. When you make the game rules, you do not play the fucking game.
And what we hope in the darkest of days is that the hope that what we were taught as Christians and what the book teaches us, that there's an eternal life. Because, it pretty will be a bummer if it isn't. That's what I'll just tell you. But it's that faith and hope and really what gets you through the day. And as much as we find ourselves in December caring a little bit more, and then we make our resolutions, maybe the resolution we should only make this year.
I should say when you're not only when you make the game rules, but when you're in a position to consistently change the rules at any point in time, then you should not that's not when everybody else doesn't know that. when other people don't know that, hey, there's actually a god of this game that can just change the rules at any point in time and make themselves more beneficial. What are the chances that these people that feel like it's a free market to do something like that are ever going to make a choice that doesn't benefit their own pockets? You tell me.
Here is, hey, I'm going to stick to one resolution, and that is I'm going to try to be a better person to myself, to the people I love, and the people out there in the world.
Sounds like a pretty good resolution to me, Peter Grandich. Thank you for your words. Thank you for your thoughts. It's always a joy speaking with you. And
all right, but that was Stansberry Research. This is more of a mainstream thing. This used to be on TV. I forget what channel, for like one of the C channels, CBS, CNN, something like that. I don't know. Next thing we're going to go into is some gaming. Shiny, Go Shiny Hunter. I like this person. They research a lot of games and blockchain and stuff like that. And I'd more so do like ciphers like this. Yeah, exactly. When you make the rules, you will actually go out there and you're out there. And not only will you go out there and talk about taking down these corrupt millionaires and billionaires and stuff like that. That's what you actively do that. And the corruption that you're talking about taking them down for, you're doing. And you think it's okay if it's you and your group of people. That's the most biased, fucked up shit. And like, people are not outraged because most people don't even understand that they don't understand that conversation, and they don't even know what happened afterwards. So even if they knew what happened, they wouldn't understand what the fuck that meant until somebody wants to actually break it down to them. And guess who's not going to break it down to them? X and YZ friend who thinks they're so fucking woke about every single damn thing and hates NFTs and doesn't actually research anything about fucking finance. Because if you did, maybe you would fucking care more about these new technologies. So when's it gonna happen? And we just got too many people thinking they're fucking woke. They're like, yeah, I'm woke. Like, no. That would be like an enlightened person just telling somebody consistently that I'm enlightened. That doesn't sound very enlightened to me. It sounds like you're missing something or something. That's how you talking.
Hey guys, welcome to Running Upset. Today we're taking a look at NFT.
Woo, man, he over here speeding. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit for y'all. 1.5, huh?
Champions, a game which in my opinion is the closest thing to modern day Pokemon out there at the moment. We have a lot of
other than Revomon, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Let's see.
My DeFi pair,
oh shit, he said more than Revomon.
Tried to do the Pokemon thing, and they've come close. I mean, old school Pokemon, I think they get into it because the characters are pixelated. They then start to, we've seen some progression into getting better 2D artwork in these games, but none have come close to the standard at which this game has, which, you know, if we take a look at this trailer, we can see that the artwork on it is right on line with what we see in Pokemon games.
I mean, Pokemon doesn't have this level of artwork. What you talking about, man?
Look very unique. So on the user interface, we can see the order in which enemies will attack each other. We can see the health bar total on the top, who's versus who. We can also see the attacking system, so we can see that there are different movesets that you can choose from. So yeah, we're going to be getting to take a look at everything this game has to offer. We're going to take a look at.
They're like, yeah, no, I mean, people should not murder each other. But yeah, I murdered somebody last week because, you know, I was in the right, and so look at me, I could just go out there and do it. Like, that's exactly exactly the type of shit they're saying. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, bro, nah, man, you should step down. You should step down if that's how you feel. We need somebody in here who fucking understands people. Like, not somebody who's like, yeah, I'm gonna do these things. Like, I'm like, that's my other thing with it. If they really thought they were in the right by doing this, she really felt like she was in the right. You didn't want to share it with anybody outside of your fucking husband, like your immediate family type of shit. You just thought, I'm going to increase our pockets, our wealth. I'm not going to help any other Americans by letting them know. Meanwhile, I'm making these decisions. You didn't spread that anywhere. Nowhere. Go find it. She didn't. And she's not the only one. I'm like using her right now, but like not the only one. We want to look at the Republican side of the thing. A big Republican people love to love on. It's like Mitch McConnell for whatever reason. I'm like, why didn't Mitch help any of these Republicans out? You got tons of poor Republicans and stuff like that. Why didn't you help any of them, Mitch? Why didn't you tell them what you were buying up? Because Mitch wasn't all that rich. That rhymes. Mitch wasn't all that rich until the pandemic.
Token, taking the white paper, and seeing whether this is something worth investing in. Before we get into today's video, it is sponsored, so we are going to be doing Watch to Earn. So if you want to get involved in a chance to win one of 6 $50 USDT prizes, go to the comment section, post anything, go to Discord, which is in the description, and post in the competition wallet section your YouTube name and your wallet address. So post your MetaMask, anything that can handle BSC USDT.
So, NFT Champions, what is it? It's in the NFT universe, so it will be play to earn. It's a place where you can buy, train, and sell rare NFTs, so very Pokemon-like characters, win prize pools in online PvP matches and tournaments, earn passive rewards by holding the Champ token, land, and NFTs. You can complete raids to win rare NFT and item drops. The tokenomics are, there are no fees. Champ is required to earn passive rewards, so getting it now is going to be important whilst it's still at a very good value, very low market cap, 8 million. Champ is currently available on Gate.io and QuickSwap. So I'm going to be showing you how you can pick this token up. Key future events, early access will be released in Q1 2022. So Q1 also has the marketplace released. So they just released information on this, that the NFT marketplace will launch January the 1st at 4 AM UTC with Champ and Matic payments options available. The marketplace launcher will release on December the 27th at 6 PM UTC. So getting some money, some Champ ready for that is going to be good. I think if we take a look at this token quickly, it's been performing pretty well in terms of from where it first started. It's gone up from 0.01 to 30, so there was some huge growth in this early on, and as you can see, you're going to see this in the game with this quality.
All right, wonderful thing is he's on Polygon right now, so that's great.
The bear market here.
Cheap.
It's coming down to a fairly reasonable price of 30 cents. It's remained stable over the past 4 days, which in a market there's been a lot going down at the moment. World of NFT Champions will involve epic 3v3 battles where you can win cash prizes. You'll be able to collect and evolve the rare NFTs and buy and trade the strongest and rarest NFTs on the marketplace. There's going to be exciting community events, and these will, there'll be things going up to the game's release. So make sure to join Telegram, join their Twitter. Links are in the description. You can learn more about NFT Champions by reading the white paper, which we're going to look at, and there's also more articles on it. So what can you expect from NFT Champions in terms of game content? So there will be a story campaign where you'll be able to discover hidden side quests as your journey continues. The pool of available quests will increase to challenge you in unique ways. You can take your journey across different regions and embark on an epic adventure of a lifetime. You'll be trying to build the ultimate team, so strategically boosting the individual stats of your champions, deciding your team of champions, and developing their unique abilities to make up a large percentage of the skill in this game. So it is going to be a very skill-based game.
Holy, this dude is taking it. Gonna explain it slow.
Special attack, unique abilities, and limited MP. You can also get to decide the order of turns for your champions. And battles can be 1v1 or 3v3. You can collect these rare NFTs, so players can enter various online tournaments to win the NFTs or cash prizes. Players can also wager NFTs in 1v1 or 3v3 online matches. This is something that we have not seen, I don't think, and this is a really exciting.
But it doesn't say that the game comes out on the same, on the first. The game doesn't come out on the first. The NFT marketplace comes out on the first.
Need for Speed pink slip battles where you wager something, you say I'm going to beat you, if I don't you can take my car. In this case, if you lose, somebody can take your NFT.
And quite honestly, what they've showed so far, I've made advertisements for people that look like what they showed, almost more Pokemon looking. They did it very 3D. I did old school Pokemon look, but I made advertisements look like, if you didn't know any better, you'd be like, wow, this place came up with their own Pokemon game that you can play. Because if you know how to design things, you can just design that look anyways. So I'm like, it's all good and dandy. Sometimes, that is what they do so that they can get a little bit more funding in there and actually be able to do these things. I like transparency in either situation, but just making people aware of that.
And that'd be great, being able to play for other people's NFTs. Daily multiplayer events and expansion packs will offer new areas and NFT champions to trade. All NFT champions can be purchased. If they've not surpassed their limit, then stock NFTs will still be available in game by community traders. To start your journey, you'll be able to join forces with a friend at any time and work throughout your journey. It's up to you. So that is a great feature, being able to have co-op play. That you'll be able to go in with somebody else. You'll be able to explore the world with friends or fulfill your ambition as a lone adventure. Up to you. Whether you cautiously train your monsters or go against a raid boss for a cash prize, the choice is yours. The game will be massively multiplayer, so you'll be able to battle through PvP battles and join fierce tournaments for real money prizes, earning exclusive rewards and NFTs in special limited time events. And here we have the gameplay video, which, I think...
So yeah, I was pulling that up because we bought this NFT the other day. And it's this is another one of these funny situations where I was talking about earlier. Go ahead and right-click on this NFT and tell me how good it does you. Go ahead and right-click that rare space cube right there and tell me where you get with that in the game. How much space in the game it gives you for right-clicking that. Please do tell me. People sound so silly sometimes, bro. So you don't understand the technology, fam. Why are you making these? Go ahead and get over, because you can get over. But you're uneducating people. The miseducation of artists and woke folks.
I think it's just such a really good standard. You see the different attacking animations. I think there are games out there that are doing this, turn-based battling system. But I don't think I've seen anything to this quality in terms of design. It just adds more realism to it. Now the game comes from Sigma Studios, a project which is working on really building first-rate video games in the game.
I think it's also funny just because so many people who were so willing to be I'm woke, this and that woke, we woke. I'm bro, ain't nobody who actually considers themselves understanding. to be woke, you just understand fucking life and shit like that. You understand that other people go through the same like trials and tribulations as you do. The other races go through the same trials and tribulations that you do. Other people of like, you know, different levels of income go through the same trials and, and tribulations that you do. That's being woke. Fuck it. And so if you understand, you're probably not going around being like, yeah, I'm woke. And so all these people that did start doing that though are like just getting torn the fuck up financially and just on wokeness because they're gonna get their art's gonna get left behind, which is kind of funny. But I'm like, you probably shouldn't be, my personal opinion, you probably shouldn't be out there in front of people trying to educate people about why they should miss out on opportunities that you then later are going to take advantage of. It reminds me of the Pelosi situation. It's like, because you're going to take advantage of it, you will. So some of these same people that be like, oh, you shouldn't do this because. And then if they're just a straight up hater, they probably do some type of traditional art that maybe you don't even do because you don't have the same connections of them. You don't have the same large enough YouTube following where you can just make money off of the fact that people are going to click on your YouTube video today. Probably don't have that situation, right? And then the other ones, the other people that want to go a little bit farther than research will actually make one of these NFTs, actually profit a little bit, you know, actually utilize this stuff so that guess what? If they had to, when they go and check that, you know, oh, I don't want to do it. But if they went and checked OpenSea, they would be available for this new 5 to 6 figure airdrop, and they would be available for that. But they told you not to do any OpenSea NFTs all year and stuff like that. They just did it for their video to hate on it, right? But now they're eligible because they did do it. Are they going to take advantage of that 5-6 figures that they just got given for free? Fuck yeah, they are. Especially when it's on Polygon or something like. They're going to do it anyway. It's just free fucking money. They're going to take advantage of it. And you, like, whoever will listen to them who is so damn woke is not going to have that advantage. They're just going to get left behind. And that's been what's been happening in America and across the world for way too long. And it's just like, dude, nah. You know what really grinds my gears? People that are already well off trying to make it so that other people never have a chance. Maybe not even realize they do that. But, like, it's just like, yeah, they're, like, not necessarily educated on the topics that they're talking about while they're being that negative. Like, I would just never do something like that. Not intentionally, not so vocally. To be vocal for such a long time about it, it's like you just stuck with your opinion for multiple years without doing more research. That's wild.
One of my favorite games in that the combat system in that is brilliant. Final Fantasy, we all know, is insane, and Clash Royale, they just know the mechanics of how a game should really work to make it fun and enjoyable in the long term. So we've got another.
The last NFT weekly trophy. What do you mean? Someone popped in the chat before talking trash about it, then asked for him to slaying the hate, and he just left. Oh, is that like in Discord? I'm like, the last NFT weekly trophy was I gave the link to Morris. Morris has the link for it. I don't see nothing. Yeah, go in more, cause I don't know. Had no argument for it, but was just. You're talking trash. Oh, yeah, I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, the way the trophies currently work is if you have one of these gold trophies, you just get a bonus for reaching top 8 of our tournaments. You know, you unlock more prize money. It's our way of basically rewarding people that want to either collect these NFTs or they're a good player and they want to return to Money Match Gaming events. So if you're a good player and you're returning, let's say you've won, 2 of our events before, you come out one time and you only make it to top 6 or whatever, something like that. Well, since you have 2 NFT trophies, you actually just earned $10. Congratulations. Thank you for coming back to Money Match Gaming and making this event competitive, especially if somebody else beat you for the first time. Maybe they get their first gold NFT trophy that night. But it's a way of us increasing that stuff. I mean, that type of shit always be funny, bro. People just have opinions about shit they don't understand at all. Why would I do this or that? And it's like, woof. It makes me wonder how many other situations in these people's lives, because it's probably not just crypto, right? How many other situations do these people have in their lives where somebody is potentially in front of them trying to offer them money, trying to offer them a better life or better whatever the fuck, or just some type of access, like, oh, you look like you walk and let me give you a new car or whatever. And these people turn it down consistently. And then but then they have other things to complain about because things just don't go their way. Oh, but life. And And it's like, fam, do you realize how ignorant you are, though, and how you treat people to try to help you? You know what I'm saying? It's probably on you.
Other partnerships as well, TrustSwap, Polygon, CrowdCreate, Gate.io, TrustSwap there. So there's really good reputable partners there.
Oh, yeah,
so
yeah.
Let's look at how to pick this token up.
Yeah, the last weekly NFT go out. So far, we've just been doing the gold NFTs. We haven't been doing top 8s. So there's no bronze ones, and bronze and silver, and it's just going to be the top 3 that get the NFT. But there haven't been for our alpha events, there was more that went out, and eventually we'll activate those ones. I think for the alpha and beta NFTs, we're probably gonna have a time period come where those ones are just active across all tournaments, but the other NFTs will basically be like seasonal ones. So they might have season 1, the actual season of it, you get $5 per one, but like maybe after that season, you only get $1 or something. For having that older gold NFT. And that way we can continue to like distribute those NFTs, but it doesn't make it so that, you know, because eventually for us, if there's like 500 gold NFTs out there, you know, and these people actually come to the tournament and place top 8 or something, like, you know, like if you have somebody with 10 of them, it just becomes super stupid expensive. And it's like, okay, we can't pay out $25,000 this event, obviously, you know, but we can pay out, you know, whatever 100 or something like that. And so that's the point of that like, no, the event can get to a few $100 event any day of the week, from just returning good players and stuff, or collectors participating, or teams allocating their trophies to the right person or something. I don't want to see that, man. I'm like curious, bro. Where to go? Where is that? Where is that? Where the hate? Where the hate? No. Maybe it's deleted. I don't know. Oh, here we go. Bro, okay, NFT and crypto smash tourney. Literally why? Because we can. Bro, why are you supporting this since NFTs are... Oh, I should so do this. NFTs are soon gonna be a thing of the past, and this shit ain't gonna last very... Wow. But, you know, this is how people be. This is how people be. We shouldn't even be surprised. How many other servers we got? Oh, they enlightened. You know, it's an enlightened one. I'll never understand. Oh, if this isn't the funniest portion of this little argument thing, you guys can't see it, but I have it up here on my screen. So they said, Zeno SSBU, bro, why are you supporting this shit? NFTs are soon gonna be a thing of the past. This shit ain't gonna last very long. It's already lasted multiple years. Like, look, the mass media has been aware of NFTs for the last 2 years. You think that's as long as NFTs have been around? You're wrong. You're wrong. Money Match Gaming has had NFTs since 2018. We have had NFTs since 2018. Mass media just learned about them 2 years ago. So they've already lasted for 4 fucking years, but they're not going to be around very long. I'll never understand. And then this is the statement that really puts them on, like, you lost then. I'll never understand cryptocurrency and NFTs. So then why are you making this opinion? Why do you have a negative opinion? And you just spread, but like, you don't even understand what the fuck you're talking about. And it's like, what is the audacity? I wonder what it is. Like, I would be really curious, because there's some type of something is influencing everybody, these people's minds, right? These people that have this type of opinion. There's something specifically. I don't know what else in the world exists where people, racism and stuff like that. I don't understand that race over there, but I hate them. Like, is that not silly though? Like, that's what it reminds me of. It's like, bro, you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, but you hate it. Well, maybe you don't want to try to understand it better? No? You just hate on it. Okay. Okay, so Izzy, even if it dies tomorrow, how could it hurt us? I'll never understand how someone could hate another's bag. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'll never understand how someone could hate another's bag, and then this gets a like from, I don't know, Clovis. I don't know who Clovis is, but they like that. Bruh, and they don't understand that statement either. Bruh, what? You're hating on somebody else's success. Like, that's all that is. Like, somebody else is having success somewhere. They're not doing anything negative to you, and you hating on it. Like, why are you hating on it? And you're also saying that you don't understand it. What is that? How does that make sense? Like, why such disdain for it? Crypto and NFTs is bad for the economy. Bruh. Woo! Oh my god. For the economy now. Do they even know what they're talking about? I feel like and now the second time they said it's bad for the environment. I'm like, dude, it really just sounds like stuff that you heard and you don't understand. Sorry, it was AFK for a sec, but it's bad for the environment because it uses so much energy. Our NFTs are on wax. Wax doesn't use up that energy. Like other cryptos, at number one, erase their carbon footprint by doing certain things. But it doesn't even use up that level of energy this person's talking about. And then on top of that, they do erase that carbon footprint of the small bits of energy they do use, and you get to see all of it because that's how wax is created, for you to actually have that transparency the entire time, if you want to. Do you know what a single crypto transaction does? I'm out, just sharing my opinion. Goodbye. Wow. Yeah, Izzy with the smart comeback. From my understanding, the NFTs are distributed on the Wax blockchain, which is considered an eco-friendly, carbon-neutral NFT platform that uses proof of stake, not proof of work. Like, hey, welcome to my world. Say what? This person right here. Your profile picture and NFT. What about it? Would you be able to sell it for anything? This is the other thing people on right click. You can right click it, but anybody, where are you gonna sell it? You're gonna sell it on Etsy? You're gonna sell an NFT on Etsy? You can't. That sounds stupid. It's for a different type of world, bro. It's for blockchain technology. You can't oh my god, it's so funny though.
And then we'll go look at the white paper. So you go.
Yeah, I figured. I was like, that sounds like me. That sounds like me. That sounds something I wrote.
So if I take my USD, trade that, and then go to spot USDC, because that's what you're gonna need to go.
It do be amusing, bro. It's just wild.
1,000.
So many people be like that.
Confirm. That'll go through, and then you'll be in USDC. If you haven't already got a Polygon wallet set up, then you're gonna need to go to your MetaMask and this address.
And it's like, this is the other thing with those people. It's like, you don't want to get educated on any of this either. Obviously, they don't want to get educated on it, because if they did, they would stick around for the conversation and find out the second. Like, I mean, you just wrote the answer to them. Like, okay, well, here you go. Here's part of the answer. If you want to keep, like, it can keep being, like, they can say something else and you can be like, here's that being worked on, quite honestly, because it's like thinking, you know, it would be like thinking that, like, there are no electric cars in the world and then there's only one company working on electric cars. If you really think Tesla is the only company in the world working on electric vehicles, you don't understand how the world works. Flat out, you've missed the ball. You missed it. You don't understand the fucking world, and you need to, like, back the fuck out. Stop looking at your own life so much and realize that it's more than just you and what you know. But so many people miss that. They just miss that ball so much. Like,
and here you've got
swing and miss.
The settings where you can select custom RPG, enter the following settings, and set up the Matic mainnet using those details. Then you're going to need some Matic tokens. So the best thing to do is probably to go to a DEX like KuCoin, buy some Matic, trade some Matic, and then withdraw it out to your wallet address.
Like, I don't even have to look it up to know that. You don't have to look up certain things. Like, you can have a thought and be like, damn, that was the most creative thought. Chances are somebody else in the world has had this same thought. And it's just going to come down to who executes and who executes better. That's what it's going to come down to.
Now, once you've got some Matic in your wallet, you'll then need to trade your USDC, bridge it across over to the Polygon network. So you can do that. Just scroll down on this. There's the instructions on how to do it.
What bridge? Wait, hold on. What bridge did you choose? You just use bridge between Binance and... Oh, hold up. Oh, this is the Rubik.
Wallet set up. Then you're going to need to go to your MetaMask and this address. I'll put this in the description. And here you've got...
I've seen this set a few times.
All the settings where you can select custom RPG.
But right now he's just talking about how to bridge your tokens over from one blockchain to the next. There's a ton of different ways to do that. I actually just wrote a Hive blog on that specific topic as far as saving people gas fees, because previous to all these different bridges that exist right now, people would do something like, you know, send your tokens to Ethereum in your Ethereum wallet and then sell it for another Ethereum-based token. So this is app.rubik.exchange. But they'd sell it for another Ethereum token, and then after they have that Ethereum token, and all of this, like, I know Izzy last night, you just got into DRIP, I believe. But all those, every time you do something on the blockchain for the first time, you have to approve. You have to approve that thing, and then whenever you actually swap a token, you have to, pay a fee for that. But when you move in those things, so like approving multiple contracts, 1, 2, 3, 4, and like on the low, let's say it's $50 per transaction. That's $200. You better be moving at least $200. Let's say it's even lower than that. Sometimes I've seen ETH fees on the low, if you're only moving like a small amount of money, $5 or something like that, maybe $15, $20 per transaction. But like, how does that work out for you? It doesn't work out for you. It doesn't work out for you. So options like this, learning about things like app.rubik.exchange, learning about bridges in cryptocurrency is a very wise thing to do.
To this page where you can launch the app. Once you've launched the app, you will have the bridge available. Make sure you're clicking on bridge. Select the token. Make sure you select the Binance Smart Chain. Then we can put in USDC.
You got 246 THG.
Token where it's going. So we're going to Polygon Network, USDC.
All right. I'm gonna go toward the end of this. Because at this point, I don't think he's not going to stake it or anything.
Exotic drops, buying and holding land or NFT to get passive rewards, trading and evolving NFTs to increase their resale value.
They're going to have land.
Rare NFTs. The NFT trading marketplace will try and streamline trading by ensuring that the trading fees are low. They will also make it available on web and mobile devices. And the in-game tokens will be required to partake in the marketplace trading process. So every NFT sale goes towards holding rewards.
Yeah, it's my new hive post. I just mentioned some of them. I share some images too. But I don't go into like super detail about how to use them, but I do show them off, tell you how to use them pretty much, like the benefits of using them, etc. A few different ones. So how to get over from Tron, using Tron Pad, and how to move if you have tokens on Binance Smart Chain. I like to use Elk, app.elk, and I can show that. Here, let me actually pop up app. App dot, my computer's like waiting. App dot what? App.elk. So Elk, when you go over to this little section right here, so I'm on the Binance Smart Chain right now, but beautiful thing about Elk is if you buy up some Elk token, I mentioned this in the blog post, you can switch it to any of these blockchains, and it's not going to cost you the amount that it would move to Ethereum or something like that, or these, it's going to cost you like a fraction of an Elk token or something like that. But you can move to Avalanche. You hear people talking about Avalanche. You can move to a Chronos. I don't know what Elastos is. But you can move to Phantom, Fuse, Harmony. I don't know what Who is. I know Hobi. I don't know how to say it. But it's a big exchange, kind of like the Chronos one. IOTA, Moon River. There's another exchange one. OKX, Polygon, aka Matic. I don't know what DAI one is, or the Telos one, honestly. But yeah, from this website you can move to. I use like the blockchains that I use: Avalanche, Chronos, Phantom. I need to get over on Harmony, Moon River, Polygon, and Tron and BTT. But yeah, swap Elk, and then also you can check this little box because you need once you get over on that new blockchain, you'll need a small amount of Avalanche, or you'll need a small amount of Chronos or Phantom, whatever, right? And Avalanche is the more expensive one of all these blockchains. But you need that little bit. So you can also put this little checkbox, and what that'll do is when you send the Elk to the new blockchain, it'll also automatically convert some of that Elk for you into that token that is used for the transaction fees, which is super nice. Because then, yeah. They do say there's a maximum of Elk that you can transfer, so they don't want you transferring too much Elk. But yeah, you just do it in multiple batches. I think this is why I mentioned in there. I think it's a wonderful one. I might go back to that Hive post itself. Probably what I'm going to do throughout the next week. And make videos off of the individual things that I covered, individual segments that I covered there, and I'll make those three speak videos, really short ones. That's another way of making content. But the content that I've been making on Hive, I kind of want it to be like example content of like content that you guys can make and stuff like that. Because it's just like something that I learned about in crypto, and you learned about it, so just like you can just talk about it. It doesn't have to be perfect, you can always make a better version.
Champion has a max mint limit that will automatically cause the NFT to become dead stock. After the champion with a game of at least in Q1.
Like I imagine my videos are going to do better than my blog.
Content expansions will begin then in Q2 2022.
Q2.
In the next
All right, so that's all we need. That's all we needed from that. So this game is going to start in Q2. The game is NFT Champions. It's kind of like Pokemon, but NFT phase. All we've seen from this so far, while I'm saying it's kind of like Pokemon, all we've seen from this that is similar to Pokemon would be the battle system. The battle system is similar to Pokemon. Not the entire game looking like so far. So we don't know that it actually has that whole explore the world and this and that, but they are talking about land and stuff, so I can't say that they don't. It does look good, but I'm just saying we haven't seen that portion of things. And this is not the first time that I've seen this thing about NFT champions or anything like that, but shout out, go shiny hunter, and doing a great job. The next video, this is Kevin O'Leary. I don't know what he swings toward, but he's a businessman more so than a politician. Doesn't mean that he doesn't swing toward a party. He's probably more Republican, honestly. I feel like most rich people are more Republican. But is the Democratic Party responsible for the current health of the economy? I'm like, you probably, I think everybody. But if you're the ruling party, that's somewhat responsible for the health and maintained health. But you get that from somebody, in my opinion. It's passed on to you. Presidents, it's passed on to them. And more so than any party, it's on the Federal Reserve, because that's actually their job. The Federal Reserve is not the Democratic or the Republican Party. My opinion. Well, like the Federal Reserve stuff is actually not my opinion. That's just fact.
Always good to see you, Mr. Wonderful. We're hearing mixed messages about the health of the economy.
Hold up. Before we let this video go, why is the sound so awful? My guy, how you got this horrible sound from a TV clip with yourself? What is that? What's that about? You can't fix that? I mean, maybe he needs that negative comment in the chat. I don't know. Like, yo, what's up with the sound though, bro? I know you can fix that. I know your editor's not getting away with that.
What is your
Maybe
take
it's
on what's going
intentional.
on?
I don't know.
Well, I have a unique view of it because I have investments in over 34
Yeah, see,
companies
I think it
in
might have
many
been.
sectors in almost every geography in the U.S. Everything from gym equipment manufacturing, commercial kitchens, wireless charging, you name it. And so I can tell you with certainty that we have an incredible economy.
This is
I've never seen-
hilarious.
It's the best quarter we've ever had across the portfolio. It's unbelievable. Demand is insatiable. We're doing very, very well. But, the
Sitting
narrative
there
on
in some
inflation just
shorts.
5 weeks ago was about temporary inflation due to supply chain interruption. But I can tell you with certainty now that's not the case. We have real inflation. And the problem with real inflation is it's very visceral. When you go to the gas station in San Diego right now and you're paying $5.02 a gallon and you buy bread that's up 13% from last month or beef that's up 24%,
I
or
kind of
chicken that's
missed the
up
beginning of Kevin's thing while I was talking about him.
But, the narrative on inflation just 5 weeks ago was about temporary inflation due to supply chain interruption. But I can tell you with certainty now that's not the case. We have real inflation. And the problem with real inflation is it's very visceral. When you go to the gas station in San Diego right now and you're paying $5.02 a gallon and you buy bread that's up 13% from last month or beef that's up 24% or chicken that's up 19%, you're not happy. And I don't care, forget about partisanship or politics. Whoever's in power when inflation hits always has a really bad time in the midterms. And I predict it's going to be a really bad outcome for this president whose mandate was to solve for the pandemic and did a great job there. But right now, people are not happy, Katie. Really, really unhappy. You got an indication of that in what happened in Vermont, and certainly the indications in New Jersey. This is going to be an ugly midterm, and we're going to go into something that's very good for stocks. We're going to be total gridlock after this midterm, which I'm very happy for. We got to put the brakes on all the stimulus because we've got real inflation now.
So both the New York Times and The Hill have recent articles saying that Americans are more worried about the economy than they should be. I mean, why do you think that we're seeing such a disconnect between how bad things actually are, how bad people think things are? I mean, is there a way for those things to be reconciled?
No, unfortunately, it will change policy. What happened was we overstimulated the economy over the last 18 months. We poured an unprecedented amount of free money out of helicopters to everybody that wanted it. And look, maybe that was the right thing to do, but it does have consequences. We've shot up past, we've not had inflation like this in 30 years. There's a whole generation of Americans that have never dealt with inflation. And all of a sudden, we're at over 6%. You know what that means, Katie? When you have cash in the bank account, you're being taxed at 6%. You're losing 6% of the value of your cash if you're saving it right now. And people get really unhappy when that happens. And what they do is when they get a chance to vote, regardless of who's in power, it doesn't matter who the incumbent is, it's nonpartisan in that respect, you get decimated in Congress. And that's, look, don't shoot the messenger. It's going to get really ugly in the midterm. So this package, build better, back, whatever you want to call it, I just don't think it's going to happen. The inflationary outcome of that would be horrific. And I think it'll be delayed till after the midterms. And after that, it's dead. And so look, so as a policy, an investor should look at this and say, okay, we're in a really difficult place for the president. The economy's on fire, but he's getting all the blame for inflation. Really bad outcome for him.
So, you're pessimistically predicting some stuff going on. I mean, I know you're the ultimate salesman too, right? So how could the Biden administration improve their messaging about the economic recovery they've spearheaded? How can they actually improve messaging so that Americans can understand that things are better under Biden's watch, even though the inflation numbers may not seem to?
Yeah, let me pause right there. That is also the funny thing. I showed that to somebody on Twitter because this lady messaged me hating and stuff like that about what the fuck was the economy or something. I said something about the economy, and I was like, yeah, but it's not really on these presidents stuff like that. I encourage everybody to learn about the Fed or something like that. So like encouraging people to understand the Federal Reserve and like, we need to start pointing blame at the right people if we're going to point blame. And, oh shit, did I just break this? Oh, 1 second. I don't know how it's going to close. There it is. Cool. Yeah, point blame at the right people. We're going to point blame, right? It helps to know who you want to actually blame, who's making those decisions and stuff like that. And I was also, and she's like, oh, now it's like, she turned away from, what I was saying. She's like, no, it's the Democrats, it's Biden, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay. And it was like over like one of these sticker posting like things. Like somebody was like posting like extra, stickers. Like, oh, look how much this jumped. Fuck Biden. And like, that's not really, I feel you, but like, not on the fuck Biden thing. Like that's like, you don't know who to be mad at. And like, the media's probably telling you to be mad at Biden all the time. But yeah, who you should be mad at is the Federal Reserve and like more, trying to understand some of this stuff. Because if you were just talking about the United States economy itself versus the world, the United States economy is doing fine. Our economy is actually doing well. If you own stocks right now, you're doing fine. You love your stocks. That's our economy. Like these businesses and stuff like that are selling these grocery stores, stuff like that. They're doing fine. Anybody that's still been open is doing fine. They are doing wonderful, actually, especially if they have a stock. It's going fucking fantastic. In fact, it has not been this good in a long time. So it hasn't like, we're actually doing well. And on the crypto side of thing, we're like, oh, it's almost like, Bitcoin almost got stagnant or something like that after Biden took office. Honestly, that's because the economy's been fucking turning around. It actually just started to turn around. And you look at the charts and I'm like, I know people want to hate on it and stuff like that, but they're like actually making some good decisions. And within a year, we started to taper. We're starting to taper and stuff like that. There was no talk of tapering during any of the quantitative easing from 2000 and like, what was it, like 2016 or earlier or something like that to now. Nobody cared. Nobody cared about tapering that shit. And now we're just starting to taper it. But I'm like, and when you look at the chart goes like it was going up and then somebody takes office and it's negative toward cryptocurrency and like which was currently, I'd say that currently it's like American innovation and stuff like that. Things went down. And we started to do quantitative easing, which started to propel the American economy back up. And so the quantitative easing, us printing out more money all of a sudden, starts to push the American dollar back up. And you can look at this super easily. Here, I'm going to do this. So I'm not just saying it. Because you can see this actually happen on a chart. And I was trying to explain to this person, I'm like, you can actually see the effects of this stuff on the long-term chart of our economy. You can see the effects of like over presidencies and stuff like that. It's not hard to like even see. But if you don't want to see it, if you want to be like, no, charts don't make sense or something like that, or that's not true, that's just a chart that actually details the history of that, then you're going to feel a certain way about it. 2008. So obviously this looks like a financial meltdown, right? The market just went down to a low. And this 2008, that low that everybody's talking about, wow, the market is at its worst. So it started back here in 2005 and it's at its worst in 2008. And then it turns around from 2008. And when did it turn around in 2008? January of 2008 is where we have like our bottom start to set in. And then the bottom is in by February. Or, nope, this is later actually. First quarter. After the first quarter, the bottom is in. And then we see a mass turnaround throughout 2008. Double tops. This is known as a double top in terms of trading markets, and then we go back down and retest for a new bottom. Market can't be this strong, is what you usually say in a token. We got to go back down and retest. So it goes back down. It does not go back down to the previous low within a year. So this is all within a year that we had this big ass turnaround. But then it does not go back down to that previous low. It stays strong somewhat. You can call it strong if you want. And starts to make its way back up. It goes up. And we have the same type of thing, goes down, tries to play around with this level. It won't break beneath that level. And then, after it's tested this twice, this is what we like to call, testing it twice. And then triple bottom, 1, 2, 3. After it's tested that, it starts to trend upward. And so the next multiple years, I think it's 4 years after that, and this is like the case of the presidency. This is like exactly what I'm going to run back through what Kevin O'Leary is talking about right now. Because when Kevin O'Leary is talking about, it doesn't matter what, this is the Obama administration, but let's say this is Biden. Right now, we have a similar situation with Biden. This is the Biden part, and like it's just going straight up. And this is the Obama's part. It's just going straight up. The economy is actually doing better. But then we have a retrace within 1 year. And this is the midterm portion of things. And so you get bad voting and stuff like that because you're going to get blamed for the economy. And we blame Trump for the economy and stuff like that too. We need to be blaming the Federal Reserve for things like this more so. These are the people that actually set that type of monetary policy. Blame Trump for his other things like his theatrics and shit like that. But it goes back up. And then it starts to go back down. And so then we go back down and we try to bottom out. And so at this portion of the thing, we do our second vote. So came into office here. And then in 2012, we do our second vote right now. And then the vote's through. We know what happens. And after that happened, after that vote went through, so he's elected for a second term, the market does nothing but go up for the next 4 years. Goes up, goes up, goes up. And this was the crazy thing, right? Look at this increase in the market going up during these last 4 years. The last years were fucking phenomenal. The last few years of the last administration were phenomenal in terms of the market going up and stuff like that. But within that, we have already started quantitative easing back around here. This is when we actually started quantitative easing. And so it's going up, but it's going up because of quantitative easing and the United States jumping on party with that stuff. And so, and this is where we really fuck up. And you can look back up articles on when the United States, look up quantitative easing and stuff like that, the United States starting it, and it'll match up with what I'm talking about right now. So 2016 hits, we get a switch in presidency, and Trump takes office. So Trump's whole time in office, he's talking about the United States has the best economy, this and that, blah, 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 blah. But this is Trump taking office right here in the 12. And like, now we got to be similar to things. And this is just to say, like, when people, you just got to understand, like, more. Because, like, neither of these presidents should be blamed for this thing. But if we were to, like, compare this to the Obama administration, during this time, we should see a dip then for this next portion of the year. So maybe things go upward. We should see maybe the market starts to climb up and then retest this bottom. Instead, we don't climb upward at the beginning. Instead, we just start to head downward, and we start to head downward again. I blame that more so on like the person's theatrics and stuff like that, because of the theatrics and shit like that we had throughout this presidency, breaking deals and this and that, and it just causes turmoil. So we start to head downward in a time where we probably should have been continued an upward trend. We had done nothing but an upward trend for 4 years, and then for the first time, we're heading downward instead of upward at the start of a new presidency, in the first time in like 12 years. Like, why is that happening? And so we're heading downward. Next year comes, and we decide to increase our quantitative easing at the end of 2017. And so we decide we're going to increase our quantitative easing because that's going to help us out. So we change our monetary policy. That's what that is. And part of that is, like, yes, the ruling body, but that's the Federal Reserve's job. That's not the president. And so the market starts going back up, and we start this trend upward. It's not a super strong trend because, that means there must be a lot of turmoil in there, in my opinion, like some stress back and forth. But the market does start to head back up and this is like when I started, like when I learned, because I learned about the quantitative easing right around 2018 when I was like, wow, the market did a big turnaround. Like, I was noticing it was going down and stuff like that. I'm like, damn, this person took office, and for the first time when somebody takes office, it went downward first instead of up and then testing the bottom. Well, we're going down. That's not good. It's probably because of these decisions that we're making, other than the monetary policy. But then it starts to turn around. I'm like, oh, they doubled down on quantitative easing. So we made our quantitative easing that much stronger, printing out more and more money to pay off these debts and stuff like that, and pump into our stock market, and the market starts to do better. And I started to talk about it around this time on Money Match Gaming streams and to my partner and stuff. And I'm like, yo, the only thing that would be bad during quantitative easing is if something, unprecedented happens. If some type of world calamity happens, or some type of big country calamity happens, some type of, like if we had like a countrywide Hurricane Katrina or something like that, was what I was thinking, or whatever. Or, there was a stock market meltdown for whatever reason. So we needed something like that to happen. And guess what happened? Coronavirus happened right during the middle of our nice soft trend upward. And we went we had almost 2 years of the upward trend. There's 1 year of this upward trend plus a month. This entire time, Trump is, oh, we're doing great, we're doing great, we're doing great, we're doing great. We have the best economy in the world, this and that. And I'm like, sure, whatever. And that was my problem with it. Is like, you're not really being honest with people, because he was saying that back here too. And I feel like we could have been diversifying our assets, and people would have been that much more bullish on crypto. So I didn't like that. And I did not like that he was negative on crypto. And then the theatrics. And then we hit 2020, and coronavirus happens. So we go downward. And then what do we start to do? This is the portion where people are like, oh, blah, 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 blah. But then what do? What do? Then we start printing more money. We actually start printing more money. So we divvied out a bunch of money, and it started back over here, actually. This is like back somewhere over here. We're like, okay, we're going to print out more money because we have to do it for the stimulus stuff like that. But we passed all the bills and shit, and we know we're going to be printing more money, and it's part of our normal setup now that we're going to be printing more money to pay off these bills and stuff like that. And then what happens to the United States economy at that point? And it was decided back in, and we had the switch in presidency. It happens January. So here's the first, and then what do we see happen? What do we see happen? Immediately on the shift of a presidency, the market starts to go up a little bit. I was like, this is the only time that you can look at this fucking chart of presidents, and it didn't start to go upward on a president. It was weird, and I think it was because of the fucking decisions they were making, like socially and stuff. But then it does a little double bottom situation, so down, up, down, and then we just start to take off upward, and all of this, we're getting inflation with this, and so back here we're getting inflation. We're getting hit with inflation right now. People did talk about gas prices and stuff like that, but we're getting hit with inflation. And then it stabilized out. And then we're getting hit with inflation, but nobody's talking about it right now. Partly because everybody was wrapped up in all sorts of other hellish things. Mass shootings, just tons of racism and stuff like that. United States being made the bully and asshole of the world and stuff like that. All this horrible shit that we all just wanted to look past. As well as China becoming a stronger economy, which is why we wanted to, bash China so much during this time period. And then we had 2020. And now we're back on this upward trend. And so, again, this upward trend means, in the rate that it's going up, the economy's doing good then. So you're printing, the mass printing that you're doing, because, as bad as it is, and as bad as it, right here, when they decide to do that, that helps the economy. And what did it do here? It helps the economy. So our economy, our country, economy is the country, and the country is power, other than, war power. And that's part of the war power, too. But it's going back up. It's strengthening. But the media would tell you that otherwise. And it's like, what do we really need to be worried about then? I think we really need to do what the Nancy Pelosi's and stuff like that are doing. And that's kind of like them. I'm not going to go on too much longer, but my rag about them earlier, which is if you made that many more millions of dollars in 2 years, you made that many more millions, more than you've seen in your entire career. You spent your entire career, and she's 70 something. You spent your entire career and you've made $4 million or something like that. And then over the last 2 years, you saw that multiple X of what it took your entire career to make, along with your husband. And you didn't tell any of the, you didn't tell anybody else. It wasn't worth spreading to the American people. It wasn't worth us making some campaigns about buy bonds or buy these specific stocks. It wasn't worth educating the American people on that topic. No, Nancy, that is insider trading to its fullest. That is what that is. It's disgusting. But, economy is going back upward. And now most people are starting to get wind that the economy is going back upward. And then we're going to have, looks like, stocks are going to get pumped. It's looking like stocks are going to get pumped. That's what we're doing. Stocks are just getting pumped right now. Maybe we'll have a retest bottom for that triple bottom situation. And then stocks are definitely going to get pumped. Then the U.S. economy definitely goes on a run, But yeah, I'm would I get rid of my stocks and shit like that? If I was a stock person, fuck no. They're getting pumped. They're going to continue getting pumped. I don't think it's going down. We've made it's almost made sure that they don't go down.
To be the case.
The problem with more stimulus in that messaging and saying we're going to ram this bill through before Christmas is that it hurts the people it's trying to help. When chicken costs you 24% more than it did 6 months ago, who's that helping? When you print money, unlimited amounts of it, you get inflation. That's what's happening here. It's not temporary inflation, it's real inflation. He's in a tough place. He really is. He did a fantastic job getting this whole pandemic under control. The hospitalization rates are dropping, even though there's a new, version of this pandemic.
See, yeah, and that was my recent criticism about him. So America pays our debts on time. I'm like, fam, you don't need to pay that debt on time. You're gonna hurt your people. I guess everybody else is hurting too. But if your idea of paying that debt on time and not hurting people is by devaluing all the currency in the world because everybody uses our currency as the reserve currency, then that's not a good idea. What I'm saying? And I know it's not necessarily your decision, but presenting it as oh, this is the positive, China's telling their people to stock up on fucking foods and stuff like that and prepare for some economic downturn. It'd be nice if we did that once in a while.
We all get that, but there's all kinds of solutions, including therapeutics. Pfizer announced this morning. I'd be focusing back on if I were him, I'd focus on the great job I had done getting this country out of that pandemic mess and stop talking about taking care of everybody for free money everywhere, because that inflation is every voter everywhere is feeling the pain of inflation. And when they get to the midterm elections, they're going to watch what happens. And I'm just doing it from the investment point of view. It's going to be ugly. You're going to see a massive, massive change in the House and everywhere else. I know. I think the problem with the Democratic Party is you can't kowtow to everybody. You can't make everybody happy. You got to go middle of the road. And Biden's a fantastic guy for middle of the road, but he's not middle of the road. He keeps jamming down more. Let's spend more. Let's spend more. Let's spend more. That's a bad message right now, even within his own party.
But Kevin,
and I think,
I mean, you did mention supply chain issues, labor shortages. I mean, you're making it sound like it's a Biden administration thing. But I mean, isn't the pandemic really at fault? Can't we look at the pandemic and say that that's the reason why we had a lot of these problems?
you know, chickens are grown in America. They're an egg here in America. They grow up and then people eat them. There's no supply chain problem with chickens, and they cost 24% more than they did 6 months ago. Same with bread, same with food, same with gasoline. That's the problem. You got to nip that in the bud. Inflation kills presidencies. It doesn't matter what party you're in. We haven't had inflation in 32 years. Now we got it. So it's unfortunate for him. And look, maybe it was just too much stimulus. Whatever it is. But this issue will change policy. It really will. The Fed will have to tighten. That's not good for stocks. I think we can survive. It doesn't have to go rampant in Q1 and Q2. But look, my narrative on this has changed in the last month. I thought it was temporary. I don't believe that anymore. I have policy. It really will. The Fed will have to tighten. That's not good for stocks. I think we can survive. It doesn't have to go rampant in Q1 and Q2.
So if the Fed has to tighten, aka if the Federal Reserve, the money printing machine, we could call it, the people that make the monetary policy, the president will influence this. And then we can make bills and stuff like that. And how are we going to spend this money? You know, do we just spend this money and hand it out to this and that and projects and force more money to be spent because now we're in debt?
But look, my narrative on this has changed in the last month. I thought it was temporary. I don't believe that anymore. I have tens of thousands of employees in my supply chain across 34 companies, from the supply and the output and the companies themselves. They're not happy, Katie. I'm just telling you the truth. Don't shoot the messenger. If you like that video, wait till you see my next one. Don't forget to click right over here.
Easier. Makes sense, no? I mean, just the more you know. We just trying to learn some shit today.
Why are we all suffering from inflation today?
Well, there's only one reason that anybody suffers from inflation, and that's because of the government. Government is created by inflation. It's a creature of government. In fact, it's simply a stealth way that the government taxes us. Because inflation, by definition, is the expansion of the money supply. I mean, to inflate literally means to expand. People normally think about prices, but you can't expand the price. It's the money supply that expands. But when you increase the supply of money, you diminish the value of that money, and now more money is required to buy goods and services, and so the price of those goods and services rises to reflect the additional money. So it's the increase in price is merely a result of the inflation that is created by government, specifically the Federal Reserve, because the Federal Reserve is expanding the money supply, but the government...
All right, so the Federal Reserve, remember that,
is ultimately spending that money supply into circulation when it sends out checks without collecting tax revenue. Right? You have these big budget deficits. Where does the government get a lot of money to spend if it's not collecting it in taxes and it's getting it from the government that is simply creating it out of thin air?
Now, what you just said is so logical and so obvious and so inassailable. Why doesn't the government recognize what it's doing? Or is it doing this intentionally?
Well, certainly the government doesn't want the public to know that inflation is created by government, because then they might oppose it, obviously, because it's a tax. They want to blame inflation on the public, on greedy corporations, gouging their customers, on OPEC for raising the price of oil, speculators for trading in commodities, sometimes even maybe greedy unions demanding higher wages. The government wants to point the finger at everybody but itself. And part of the problem is inflation sometimes, instead of causing prices to go up, it prevents them from falling. And so we don't actually see the harmful effects of inflation because you don't realize how much lower your cost of living would otherwise have been absent government-created inflation. Because the beauty of capitalism, what little we have left in this country, is that capitalism is a force that leads to abundance, that leads to efficiencies and economies of scale. And so normally in a capitalist economy, the cost of goods and services is going...
Right, though. Consider that shit. It should only cost us so much for, like, a cost of living right now. It should cost us, like, quite honestly. Like, everybody's all happy because, oh, we're being paid more and this and that and blah, 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 blah. This all happened over the course of, like, I'm seeing this major increase and stuff like that 4 or 5 years. It can't be that much more longer than that. But it should be around, some of these apartments and stuff like that right now should cost like $800, $1,000, something like that. Shit is like way more than that. It's like 2-3 times that most places. That's fucking ridiculous. I remember I was looking at moving out to the West Coast and stuff when I was, 24, something like that, when I was looking at the prices. And it'd be like a place in San Francisco, still pretty expensive, right? But like a multi-bedroom or something like that in San Francisco. So I'm gonna pay for a rent in one of these bedroom places because that seems like the move. Was like a few $100s though, and now it's like, yo, that's like $1,000. You got $1,000 to move in with us? Because it's $4,000 for the fucking apartment. And it's like, dude, I don't know. I'm gonna let them continue. Some of this shit's just fucking ridiculous. Sure, Peter's gonna talk about the history of the government actually just taking money from folks, but let's go for it.
down, and that means our standard of living is going up because we can afford to buy more stuff. But when the government creates inflation, oftentimes it prevents those benevolent price declines.
Yeah, standard of living can't go up because everything else just keep going up in cost.
So you know, if prices go up by 2%, but they should have gone down by 5%, the government says, oh, we have 2% inflation, but we don't. We have 7% inflation. Prices are 7% higher because the government inflated the money supply than what they would have been had the government not created the inflation in the first place.
So how does the government tax people by its inflationary behavior?
Well, the government needs money to spend, and it has two ways of getting that money. One is the honest way. It can take it from us through taxation, right, where the government literally takes money out of our paychecks so we have less money to spend. Or they can persuade us to loan them the money, which, again, we take money that we could have spent and we loan it to the government, and the government spends it instead. Now, of course, that represents a claim on future taxpayers, which are ultimately going to have to pay taxes to the government, so the government can pay me back the money it borrowed. But in either of those two ways, taxation or legitimate borrowing, money is sent from the private sector to the government, and then the government puts it back into the private sector. So there is no net increase in the money supply, but there is a net reduction in my personal money supply, because money that I send to the government cannot be spent by me. But I have less to spend, so I get less stuff. The other way the government can pay for spending is just by printing money, and then it gives that newly printed money to somebody else to spend it. But when that happens, even though the government didn't take my money, the government took my purchasing power, because now the people who got that newly printed money, they go out into the marketplace and spend it. They compete with me to buy goods and services, and that drives up the price of those goods and services, and that additional price basically is the equivalent of tax. So let's say the government takes 10% of my money in taxes, and now I have to reduce my spending by 10% because I only have 90% of my money, so I buy less stuff. But if the government leaves me with all my money, but just prints up the equivalent of 10% of my money and gives it to another person, and now that person goes and buys goods and services, and the price of those goods and services go up by 10%, I now have to reduce my spending.
This is me, basically, because I'm like, oh, yeah, that's great that you printed out all that money and shit like that, but I didn't get any of that money that you printed. You know what I'm saying? You make one mistake or something, you just don't get the money. And so you just decreased my purchasing power, like a lot, a bunch. And we're just supposed to sit there with that? Like, what kind of stupid shit is that? That is stupid. Like, no. Oh, well, you should be able to get this free fucking money from us, and if you can't get the free fucking money, then you should just suffer. No.
By that same 10%, because I don't have an unlimited amount of money, things now cost more. So I end up in the same place, regardless of whether the government takes my money or my purchasing power. The difference is, when the government takes my money, I know who to blame, right? You raise my taxes. But when they steal my money through inflation, I'm confused, especially when the government is lying to the public about why prices are going up, or in fact, they're pretending they're not going up by using the CPI, which doesn't even capture the real extent that prices are going up. So I don't even know they're going up if I believe the government, but what I do know is my standard of living is going down, because, you know, I'm not able to afford as much stuff with my income, but I'm not blaming government, and I'm not taking my frustration out at the polls. That's what the politicians don't want. They don't like to raise taxes because the voters don't like paying higher taxes, but if they steal their purchasing power through inflation, the voters don't know they're getting robbed, and they may still continue to re-elect the people who are robbing them.
When I was a senior at Princeton, there was a young kid who lived across the hall from me, and his name was Jay Powell.
Again, I think the funny thing here is that this whole conversation that is now like a national conversation and everybody knows about inflation, stuff like that. Bro, if you've been around Money Match Gaming, I've been complaining about this shit for the last few years. But now it's a conversation. Now it's something we should pay attention to. Mm-hmm.
Today, that young kid, he was a nice guy when he was 17 and 18 years old. Today, he's running the economy as the chairman of the Federal Reserve. How can he say with a straight face that inflation is transitory when the government is trying to borrow trillions?
Yeah, well, apparently he stopped using the word transitory, so I don't know what he's using now, but he still expects inflation to come down. I mean, if you look at the Fed's projection of interest rates 2 years from now, by the end of 2023, the Fed still expects rates to be below 2%. Now, how could that be? How could rates be that low if the Fed is actually committed to fighting inflation? Because even if you believe the government's methodology for tracking prices, prices are rising 7% right now. Well, how are you going to do anything about 7% inflation when your interest rates are lower than 2%? You've got negative real interest rates greater than 5%. You're not going to make any headway fighting inflation unless you have a positive real interest rate, which means if inflation is 7%, you need interest rates of maybe 8%, 9%. I mean, ask Paul Volcker. I mean, he's not alive anymore, but they didn't take rates up to 20%, for the fun of it. Rates went up there because inflation was 13%, and people thought it was going to get even worse, and so the Fed had to get in front of the inflation curve. Well, Powell is still way behind the inflation curve. That curve is accelerating now, and it's clearly going to accelerate more as the size of the deficits get bigger and bigger, and the Fed is then required to print even more money to monetize it. Now, it's not legally required to do it. In fact, it should refuse to do it. That's what the Fed is supposed to do. But unfortunately, the Fed does Congress's bidding, and whatever deficits Congress runs, the Fed is happy to monetize them. In fact, the Fed is encouraging the government to run bigger deficits specifically so it can monetize them.
All right, so that was that video. I don't want to just let it run through without you guys realizing that video ended. Yeah, that was Peter Schiff. Peter Schiff is one of the 1% of America, so American billionaire. He's probably one of the most talkative ones. And people like Mark Cuban and Chet, and I guess Jay-Z is pretty, but not nowhere near as talkative as Peter Schiff. I don't think anybody else is as talkative about their opinion with business and stuff like that. It'd be nice if the Jay-Z's and stuff like that were more talkative about that type of stuff, but not. And I feel like that's honestly it's part of like the culture of people coming at you. Like yeah, no, but if you get too successful, before they know it, or you're telling them the whole time, they're gonna come after you. I feel like that's what Jay is about. I feel like I'm giving too much ground to stand on. That's what I'm thinking. But yeah, video switch up. Peter Show. Stupid rich. Gold bug. Gold bug. So it just means he prefers gold over any other asset. He doesn't like Bitcoin either. And so I listen to him and stuff like that because he understands the market, but he doesn't like Bitcoin or crypto or anything. He's just, and like Peter's of the age of person that doesn't like it. And like when you learn about how they make their money and stuff like that, I'm like, oh, of course you wouldn't. Like, I mean, you're completely tied up in traditional finance and stuff like that, and you're one of the 1%. You are one of the 1%. And so, like, you know, like, you don't really need to do much to make a whole bunch of money. Why would you want some of that stuff to change? Why would you want people to switch over to something else? It's going to cost you a fraction of your, you know, that small fraction is like, you know, I don't know how many grandchildren, quite honestly, or whatever the fuck, just to have part of that monetary policy change. Like, how does that truly benefit you if you're Peter Schiff, you know? And you're like, I don't know if that benefits me enough. Whether he wants to admit that or not. I'm like, no, that's what makes you less receptive. The fact that you see it, but your understanding of numbers and how you benefit and how other people might benefit is way off because you have so much. It makes you biased. And not to say that I'm not biased in some ways, but like, no, that's definitely going to make you biased, bro. You've been one of the 1%, and all these other people are starting to catch up with you and stuff like that, to the point that you are having conversations with people with you that you wouldn't have before. That's definitely going to make you biased. Like, you are the best athlete in the world. All of a sudden, some new thing comes out, and everybody else is able to catch up with you. Starting to see more and more people catch up to the best athlete in the world. This person with a work ethic that they have not had to change. Like, oh, there's some things in it that, like, you know, not to say that they don't like, oh, you know, part of my work ethic isn't to change this or that, but, you know, they really have to change their strategy now. If they were to compete at the same rate as these other people that are catching up to them. And they don't, though. Because they're like, oh, well, this has always worked. This will work. You know, sometimes you have to hold on longer for it to really work. And so I'm going to stay with that. And that's Peter Schiff. This guy's channel is actually just called My Life is Awesome. He's a Hex maximalist. So he likes Hex. I believe he's probably like a millionaire from Hex or something like that, or pretty wealthy from Hex. And he's just talking about, some Hex stuff. Hex pulse chain. Again, I think this is a big thing for cryptocurrency in the new year, in the early new year. This should be launched within the first week or two of January. Pulse chain should be launched. And Pulse Chain itself could just create millionaires. And so it could be a really wild first quarter. You know, Bitcoin could go to shit, zero, whatever the heck. Or Ethereum could go to zero. And there's so many of these Pulse Chain people and stuff like that exist. I mean, yeah, it's going to be an interesting first. It would be really hard to see like people that are bearish on 2022. I'm like, I don't know what you're seeing. I'm seeing all the big blockchain games starting in 2022. I'm seeing new blockchain starting in 2022, new code implementations, and it looks bullish as stocks look bullish as. I don't know, fam. And that's what you feel. That's what you feel, but that's not what I see.
So I think a 14,000x is a reasonable estimate for what could be possible for Pulse.
Like I said, a 14,000x could be possible for Hex. What he feels like is reasonable. Cut that in half. That's 7,000x. 7,000x. Let's do some math real quick. I like to do some math. Let me pull up a calculator real quick. So like I have a hard time with that sometimes. Let's say that was $100 times 7,000. Oh, it's not even percent. It's just 7,000. Yeah. That would be $700,000 for every $100,000 or $100. Did you invest it in this thing at its start? Obviously, you're not going to catch at the very bottom, probably, right? Probably not going to catch at the very bottom of it. But like, knock some numbers off of that. Like, how late do you have to be to not make any profit off of that? If it is anywhere near what he thinks.
What's up, y'all? It's your boy Lit, the Mastermind. Welcome back to an episode of My Life is Awesome.
Wow, let's slow him down a little bit.
Now, today what I'm going to talk to you guys about is the 100th monkey. All right, y'all? Your boy right here has been a power coach for almost 20 years. In June of next year, it's going to be 2 decades that I've been helping people improve themselves on every level and rebuild their consciousness and their understanding of who they are, what this reality is, and how to navigate themselves through all the trials and tribulations that come up to find their power. Now, in my 20-year career, helping people from the bottom of my heart, trying to have a better life, I've learned a lot about this world. And I've learned many studies. Many of them are obscure. Many of them are mainstream. I've learned a whole host of all kinds of stuff. One of the things that I learned in this process was about the 100th monkey. If you guys have never heard of this study, it's out of Japan in the late 1950s, around 1952 to 1958. They did all these studies on these monkeys. And what they found is these monkeys were finding sweet potatoes, and they were eating them, and they had all kinds of sand and grit inside of them. So when they're chewing on them, it was this horrible, gritty experience. However, they liked the taste of the sweet potatoes. So these scientists started cataloging and documenting what was happening. Lo and behold, this little monkey dude grabs one and figures out, if I walk this over to the river and wash it, all the grit is gone. So this little monkey dude started eating raw sweet potato that tasted delicious and had no grit in it. He came back to the tribe, showed his mama. His mama started washing it just like Lil Tyke did. And what happened? This little Tyke monkey dude taught his mama how to clean the sweet potato. Pretty soon, little dude told the other little dudes, now all these little monkey dudes are washing their potatoes, okay? Pretty soon, the scientists started realizing some of these monkeys are grabbing the potatoes, taking them to the river and washing it, then eating it with no grit in it. But some of the old dudes, they're not with it. They're not getting it. They don't want to learn from these little dudes. They're over it. However, what they found is the 100th monkey. Around the 100th monkey, and this is speculation, it wasn't exactly the number 100, but the point is to understand the concept underlying the story. And the underlying concept is that at a certain point in this little small community of monkeys, the 99th monkey did it, and the old dudes are still not listening, then the 100th monkey did it, and all of a sudden, boom, just like an explosion, through the consciousness of each monkey, it hit them. You wash the sweet potato in the river, and all the grit goes away, and it's more delicious, and you don't have all this funky grit in your teeth. So, the importance of this study is that it didn't just explode in awareness through this little island. It wasn't isolated. Okay, what scientists and researchers found is across the ocean from Japan, in entire other countries, entire continents away, all of the monkeys suddenly learned how to wash the sweet potato and get the grit out. It was as if a critical mass had been reached, and every single one of those monkeys suddenly got it.
Okay, what I think is funny here is I kind of said something in lieu of this concept that he's mentioning right now with this 100 monkey thing, where I was like, you don't understand the world if you don't understand basically this 100 monkey principle, that's happening throughout the world, whether you recognize it or not, in different areas of the world. So I think it's kind of funny that like somebody else that we hadn't played, like I've never seen this. I don't know what he's gonna talk about. I don't know what he meant by the 100th monkey. I just like that. Those are just facts, though. That's just like part of like the whole like the only constant is change type of shit. And like people that don't get that, you don't get it. You're not getting some of the principles of like existence.
Now, these studies have been further done. I read another study about monkeys that had the exact same results. And what this one was 100 monkeys separated in a big facility with a bunch of rooms, okay? None of the monkeys could talk to themselves. None of the monkeys could hear what's going on. None of the monkeys could see what's going on in any of the other rooms. They're just kicking it in their own room. And there's another monkey in its own room, completely isolated, far away. They can't see, hear, taste, touch, smell anything that's happening in the other rooms. And what did these scientists do? They took a lighter, and they walked in the door, and they lit it. And these monkeys are sitting there looking at some human in a white lab coat, lighting a light. They look over. They didn't think anything of it. They didn't care. They didn't care. They had no care. It wasn't even a thing for these monkeys. They didn't care. The guy's sitting there, light a lighter, and they went to all these rooms, and they opened the door, and they lit the lighter. They're 10 feet away. The monkey just sits there looking at him, and looks around, gets bored. He didn't care. However, they started getting closer and closer to these monkeys with the flame. An increasing amount of fear started to well up, where they were kind of like, what are you doing all close to me with that? What is that? Then all of a sudden, boom, a scientist comes in and burns the heck out of one of these monkeys. Awful study. I hate this stuff, you guys. But this is what scientists do, all right? They test a bunch of stuff on animals and then try to create hypotheses for humans. It's just what it is, y'all. A lot of industries use animals for testing. Now, the point is not animal testing. The point is what happened to these monkeys, okay? What do you think happened once they burned one of them? They're all isolated. They can't see it. They can't hear it. They can't have any awareness of what's going on in all the other rooms. However, in this study, once they burned one of the monkeys all bad and hurt the little dude, guess what happened in every single other room the moment the scientist walked in and lit the lighter 10 feet away? He didn't even get close to the other monkeys. He just lit it 10 feet away. Guess what happened, y'all? This kind of makes my hair stand up on end when I tell you. Every monkey started freaking out, okay? The monkeys lost it. They scrambled into the corner. They started screaming at the top of their lungs out of fear and anxiety. And they start freaking out. Get away from me with that lighter. What the fuck is wrong with you? You understand? It's called the 100th monkey. And what that is it's a form of consciousness being penetrated in the whole of a community, meaning there's a tipping point that gets reached. And it doesn't happen in the beginning. It doesn't happen when more. It happens when there's an awareness strong enough and deep enough and plentiful enough to register a whole community-wide response. And that community-wide response is why I want to talk to you guys about the 100th monkey in this pulse chain tech game. Why? Because I firmly believe these are the best projects in the whole cryptosphere. When you're looking at these Richard Hart projects, I truly believe these are going to be the best projects in the whole of the crypto sphere. We have 13,000 rotten egg rug pull projects to bob and weave our way through, and we have to find the winners. And I have been doing this research, and I firmly believe you're going to win if you invest in Richard Hart projects, okay? Now, in this community, there's a lot of dynamics. There's a lot of ping-ponging back and forth of all kinds of things in this community. However, one of the things that I'm seeing is this onboarding is having roadblocks. We're having roadblocks to onboarding. And I want to start knocking through these roadblocks. All right, y'all? I'm literally here to help you get this money. I want you to get this never work again money, but you have to understand the community has not reached this critical mass where all of us individuals suddenly get that this pulse chain is an incredible life-changing investment. I want to help bring us there. That's why I want to talk to you guys about this 100th monkey, because I truly believe if we are able to continue spreading this knowledge that the pulse chain is real, they're hard forking ETH, they're going to have the biggest airdrop in history. Billionaires have funded this and given us duplicates. So when we have a snapshot and a hard fork over, you're going to have everything you had on Ethereum on Pulse. This is out of control. It's never been done. This is truly amazing. This is an incredible opportunity for you to have an insane gaining moon runner from the beginning on launch day. And PulseSwap hasn't even launched. So you're going to be able to get in on the sacrifice phase for PulseSwap and ride that thing to the moon, okay? That's why I want to get this out into the community. And if you're new here, bless your heart for finding these projects. Go onboard your friends. Get them into these projects before it goes launch day. You want to get in before launch day. If you can get in on a Richard Hart sacrifice, boom, you're going to win. Trust, y'all. Ask any OG in this game who got into a Richard Hart sacrifice set early. They're going to tell you the same thing. You don't want to miss a Richard Hart sacrifice. I believe in it so much. I pinned it on my Twitter. Check it out, y'all. You never want to miss a Richard Hart sacrifice set. And if you understand this, like the 100th monkey, if you understand before that consciousness hits across the ocean and everyone starts buying in, you're going to benefit from being here early. If you can buy before the masses buy, you're going to have insane gaining moonrunner that much harder. If you wait till the 100th monkey kicks in and then everyone knows about Pulse Chain and everyone realizes it's the best opportunity in crypto right now, then you won't have the same type of gains as the early adopters, okay? So I'm trying to speak to y'all and I'm trying to shape your mind up and really help you understand the opportunity in front of you, all right? Your boy right here is lit because these projects are the fire. Straight up, y'all. That's it. I just wanted you guys to understand the 100th monkey and understand...
Oh my goodness, that was the whole thing. Well, that was an interesting video. I agree with them. To some extent. I mean, I don't really do so much things. I had a different way of presenting it. There's nothing I can't really agree with there. I do think Pulse Chain is going to be big. I don't know if it's going to be the biggest thing, but I do think it's going to be big. I did sacrifice some, what did I sacrifice, ETH or something like that? I don't know. It was like a few $100s or something that I was like, oh, I don't have the money to do this. But again, the man's track record, when you see a dev that has a good track record, and Richard's not a dev, but he makes businesses. When you see somebody's track record that's successful, you treat it the same. I treat crypto the same way that I do the traditional world of finance and businesses and stuff like that. If you had an entrepreneur that makes successful business after successful business after successful business, and people are just eating off of those, and they come to you and they say, I'm about to start this new venture, super cheap, it's going to interact with all these other ones and stuff like that. You want to get in on the ground floor. Start with whatever you want. You either walk away from them or you take attention and start, pay some attention to the guy. But that's my experience with that. Next video is going to be from the moon. This is Carl from the moon. Bitcoin, I can't believe my eyes. And then he's talking about Costa. This guy is a co-founder or whatever the heck of this Costa network thing. I think Costa, I feel like it's a proof of work blockchain or something. Maybe I'm thinking a different one. But I feel like it is. I don't know. But yeah, he's going to talk about that some just because he's bullish on that. And then we got MM Crypto saying the last 24 hours with some exclamation marks. I think that it might have to do with some of the lockdown proposed, like all this that goes into place today, like people having enough time to get back from their family vacations and stuff like that. And they're supposed to be like separating and shit like that in a lot of these countries. And since it's the weekend and it's a holiday weekend, a lot of that is not being reported on right now across the world, especially in the United States. Not being reported on right now, but it will be reported on pretty heavily coming Monday morning. And so how will that shake up the markets? Ooh, no. Let's look at where did things end in the week. Oh man, I might have to refresh this or something. Come on, give me a 5-day. Come on, man. Okay, this is where we ended the week. A drop off. Boom, 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 boom. And this is the United States dollar. It's like power, buying power, basically. But it's been dropping off, and that was what I was saying. This one was like, "Oh, this and that," and I was like, "Actually, United States dollar has been increasing buying power," and like I've been talking, I've been showing the DXY for like over a year on stream and stuff like that, and it has been its strongest throughout the last year. So I'm like, oh wow, it's actually flipped, and I stopped showing it as much because I'm like, okay, it's doing its thing most times. But we've all seen Bitcoin very stagnant because of that, where Bitcoin did have a peak in early 2021 and then crashed, and then started to make its way back up toward the end of 2021. And if I were thinking about cycles and stuff like that, I feel like that sounds really similar to like 2017 cycle or somewhere like that, where things are supposed to get extended. But oh no, 2000 is it 16? No, 17. I'm thinking it sounds like that. Maybe it's the 16, 17 year when we look at those cycles. But anyways, the DXY right here is it's just been trending downward, and we got this little peak up here right here. But I don't know, we're gonna have one of these where people like to say a descending triangle, and then it just starts to break upward, which is what we saw right there, or will it fall off the cliff at this part of its movement? Yeah. What do we usually get? I don't know. We'll find out though. But things could get bearish, and we saw a high here, and then we went back low, and we haven't broken that high in the last 1, 2, 3 attempts. And so maybe it does turn back bearish, and if it turns bearish, that's going to be good for stocks and crypto. Maybe not immediately, but in the long run for a few months, I think. Into this next video.
Hello guys, and welcome to the moon. My name is Carl, and I'm going to bring you this crazy video. And let me dive straight into the Bitcoin price here. I'm sitting here, and I was just looking at the chart, and what we see is a small correction here in the immediate short term. And if we bring out the daily...
That small correction there. Again, the United States dollar and Bitcoin are like inverse. So if the USD has a small correction, where would that small correction have been on this chart? Blink. That's straight upward. Wow, look at that small correction. USD shot up, Bitcoin shot down. But that's a small correction in an overall long-term trend that's looking more and more bearish.
EMAs, we can see that
for the United States dollar, not for Bitcoin.
Right now testing the 200 EMA on the daily time frame, and also the 20 EMA here on the daily time frame. Big things coming up here. I want to talk about that, but before I go into the chart and talk about that, I want to show you something absolutely insane. Look at this. Casta is once again the #1 trending search for I don't know how many weeks in a row now. It's absolutely insane. DeFi Trends, they reported this. Crypto Rank has reported the same thing. Casta is going completely viral still. And one mind-blowing fact here is that we don't have the token live yet, and we don't have the app live yet. But still, the hype is going way out of control currently.
Okay.
I think Fox Business has a little bit of doing an exchange offering. And if you want to take part in this IEO before everyone else, then you need a Bybit account. Link down below. If you sign this clip, when I was talking about Casta Fox Business, this morning broke 800,000 views, and right now it's already 850,000.
Bruh.
Definitely right now testing a big level. If we do break down below that key support, then honestly, I think I might have to close some of my longs because I need to hedge my risk a bit. We don't want to...
That was his whole Bitcoin video. We saw it.
Today for the
There's
Bitcoin
a slight
price.
change up and down. If it falls beneath that level, around this $48,000 mark or so, if it were to fall underneath $48,000 mark, I feel like a lot of investors would sell the bag. Definitely by 46,000 because they want to be able to pick it back up. Should they go down to 42, 41 and rebound, or definitely down to the 30 range where they would see a big backing up of the truck, as people like to say.
And yes, guys, believe it or not, I am here actually right now next to the Atlantis in Dubai. I will show you a chart, an historical chart, a textbook chart, which I was talking about 5 days ago. Actually, you know what? Let me show you. It was this chart here, almost 5 days ago. In Phase D, I was predicting something. This prediction, people were laughing at me. I saw almost in slow motion the spit coming out of the people while they were laughing at me. No, the MM Crypto family is laughing, and we are perfectly in the trajectory of fulfilling this historical pattern. And what if I told you that the implications of this pattern are going to blow your mind? Look at this here. In Phase D, we were way below the green line, which was actually my projected target here. If I were to go over into the prediction, you can see it right here, my projected target for Phase E. If we are fast forwarding right now into the chart, you can see this is exactly what happened in Phase E. And now the most important question, of course, is now that we reached my price target of $52,000 US, what is the next price target for Bitcoin? More importantly, what can we expect for the next week here, for the end of the year 2021? This is an answer I want to address today. This is actually an answer I want to give you today. I will talk about my for the roadmap and what's going to come here to the chart. And what you can see here is on the 4-hourly candles for Bitcoin, something magical unfolding. As you remember, this textbook pattern, this Wyckoff accumulation pattern, big credits to Anoop, Crypto Anoop actually, Anoop from MM Crypto, who was making me aware of that. Because what you can see is not only this beautiful descending triangle, falling wedge, which I covered already way before everyone else, which broke out, perfectly hit my price target. Well, as predicted, as I have to say. No, we are in a bigger pattern. We are in a bigger historical pattern, this Wyckoff pattern here, where we are actually consolidating. And this is the traditional one where all the longs get liquidated and all the shorts get liquidated, and again, all the longs get liquidated. And eventually we are going higher to the upside for good. This is what I was covering at this breakout already. In fact, if I am going over here to my coverage, you can see it. This is my chart. I was already at 49,000 talking about the $52,000 US price target. And Phase E, this is important to understand. Phase E is actually characterized here, you can see it, with a zigzag accumulation within Phase E among the resistance. And if I am going over into the chart, this is exactly what is happening here right now. Just a second. right there, you can see it. This is, oh wow, this is a big Picasso painting. Let me quickly eliminate this. This is exactly what is happening here. The Bitcoin price was breaking higher and is zigzag accumulating. So now the question is, what can we expect here right now from the Bitcoin price as we are consolidating exactly as predicted and exactly as expected? So very, very soon, rather sooner than later, for the sake of not invalidating this pattern, we need to break the $52,000 level to the upside for good. As if we are going here into this pattern, the confirmation only comes when we are breaking the previous high. So what we need here right now is from the zigzag accumulation, Bitcoin to break the previous high rather sooner than later. If we are breaking the previous high rather sooner than later, which is located at $52,000, we are looking at the following price target. Let me quickly show you. I'm zooming out and I'm showing you my very favorite price prediction tool here in accordance to Fibonacci. Let me show you from the bottom all the way to the high. Well, I'm in a very touristy area, so obviously sometimes people talking a little bit. I hope you are forgiving them. What you can see here after the 38.2, the $52,000 level, which I actually predicted earlier, the next one is the most famous one. And this, dear ladies and gentlemen, would be the price target the moment we are breaking the 52. The moment we are breaking it, I am looking out for it. Now, take a close listen to the $58,800 to $59,700 price target for Bitcoin. And yes, guys, before you're asking, I already want to tell you. Let me quickly go back here. Before you're asking, I already want to tell you. Yes, this is where I'm going to take my next profits. The last profit-taking area was actually at the $52,000 level. So on my $2 million trade I am having open right now on Phoenix, I am going to take the next profits actually at $59,000. But guys, very important, this is why we are taking profits the higher we go. This can only happen if we are breaking with a good volume confirmation the $52,000 price level by tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. If it scrums around like for more than 2 days, I would step away from this price prediction. I would step away from this target. But as you remember, just a few days ago, the people were still laughing at us and we actually went higher all the way to 52,000. And now I want to share a very important thing with you. Actually, if I'm going over here to my beautiful VPAT chart, you can see it if I'm going over to, of course, we have very, very good and specific use cases behind VPAT. If you are buying it on Phoenix, supply of VPAT is already staked. Think about this, guys. 40% of the people we gave the tokens for free to are staking their tokens. They are staking it. They are not intending even to sell it. When you stake it and unstake it, of course, there is a penalty fee to it. Of course, you can only stake it for 2 weeks or so, of course, and it goes all the way up to a few years. However, 40%, guys, think about that. So make sure you make your own research, but this is obviously the reason why VPAT is going crazy, why it is going viral, and why the people are staking it, because they do not want to get do not want to miss out on these free ID allocations and premium ID allocations which are coming in the future. Right now we are running CoinWeb, the premium ID allocation on vlaunch.com. So make sure you do your own research, but I want to know right now from you because obviously, man, I'm fully invested in Bitcoin. I want to know your opinion. What do you think about this beautiful, beautiful, amazing, historical price higher pattern?
Another DeFi DJ. What up, Mango Lane? How's it going? And this is a Crypto Talk. I like Crypto Talk. His name is also Thomas G. Crypto Talk is Thomas G. Yeah, dog. Yeah, gonna be talking about Pulse again. I feel like all these Pulse videos, I'm seeing all these, like a lot of these content creators don't normally make Pulse videos. They know about Pulse, but they don't always make Pulse videos. I feel like they're making these videos because we're probably all of, a week or two, 1 or 2 weeks away from Pulse Chain launching. And yeah, when that happens, things might get wild in the crypto sphere. There's gonna be a lot of money going around. It's gonna be like a big airdrop.
Talk with Thomas G. Yeah, dog. Bringing heat, mining sprees, and we're farming all around, including heat. Yeah, dog. Bringing heat, mining sprees, and we're farming all around, including.
Yeah, dog. Thomas G here once again with another cryptocurrency video for you guys. Welcome to the channel. Don't forget to smash the like button, drop a comment. Always remember this is not financial advice, not professional. Always do your own research. But let's jump into it today. I'm getting a lot of questions on what my Pulse X, aka Pulse Swap strategy is for the sacrifice phase. So just like Pulse Chain, if we go here to pulsechain.com, Pulse Chain had a sacrifice phase that's now over. People are still sacrificing at a crazy rate. But the sacrifice phase was us sending our tokens that we wanted to sacrifice over in order to get Pulse Chain. And when Pulse Chain goes live, we'll get that airdrop. Now, in addition to that, Hex. If you're holding Hex tokens up until the snapshot, which we don't know when that snapshot is, or it might have happened, I don't know, but you would get a mirror copy on Pulse Chain. Let's say you hold, we're going to do a prime example here with the calculator and CoinMarketCap. Let's say you have 1 million, right, that doesn't, 1 million Hex. That's worth $291,000. If you held Hex up into the snapshot, when Pulse Chain comes out, you'd get another 1 million Hex on Pulse Chain, which would be Pulse Chain Hex. It's Pulse Hex, but they're going to call it the real deal Hex on that side. So, with that being said, when it goes on the Pulse Swap, and you get that mirror copy, along with all your other ERC20 tokens or NFTs that you're holding, it would have price discovery there. So, obviously, your $291,000, if the price on Pulse Chain for Hex went to 29 cents, then you'd get the same value over there, and you've doubled your money. But what I think is likely to happen here is after the Pulse Swap, after the snapshot happens for Hex to earn those Pulse Swap tokens, I would anticipate a dip. If word comes out that, let's say, this Sunday, the snapshot happens, just an example, the price will go up because everyone will be purchasing Hex to get as much as a mirrored copy as they possibly can. Then I think once that happens, people will dump and the price will go down.
Yeah, Hex
so my
is
strategy
really
for Hex is not to sacrifice my Hex or to hold it till after the snapshot. And here's my reason for that. Let's say in a perfect universe, you meet the snapshot, it doesn't dip, it stays at 29 cents. Let's say it goes up a little bit, but let's keep it at 29 cents. And then you get your mirrored copy when Pulse Chain goes live on the other end, and it's 29 cents over there. Well, you would double your money, right? And Hex already has over 10,000 X so far, all-time high 56 cents. I've sold some at 56 cents. I sold some a lot last night at 31 cents to get ready for the Pulse Swap, Pulse X sacrifice. And I think the best sacrifice for me is to avoid the dump after the snapshot
and go for maximum earnings, maximum gains. Hex has already done 10,000x. For it to do another 10,000x, it's gonna have to push a lot of weight as far as overall market cap and liquidity and all that good stuff. Not saying it can't get to $1, $2. Over time, I believe it could get there. But the quickest way I think I'm gonna get my next 10,000x would just be selling Hex at the highest price I can prior to the snapshot to try to avoid the after snapshot dump, which I'm doing now, converting it into USDC. Avoiding the volatility of the market by being in a stable coin. And when the Pulse Chain sacrifice happened, USDC was the selection of currency to sacrifice to get into that Pulse Chain sacrifice phase, right? Which I did day 1. Now, for Pulse X, I just got the word going on Twitter that it's probably a few weeks to a month away. I thought it was going to be before the new year. But I'm going to be taking my Hex and trying to sell it at all-time highs, try to sell it at the peak before snapshot. I'm not going to make it to the snapshot. The idea is to sell before the snapshot happens so you get the hype of the token going up because people are going to buy into it. Traditionally, after snapshots, tokens dump. That way I get the most USDC value, sold out of Hex into USDC. It's not going to go up, it's not going to go down. I'm going to maximize the amount that I'm going to sacrifice with USDC for Pulse X, aka Pulse Swap, okay? So that's my strategy right now. And I'm going to use that via Hex to get the amount that I want. And then I'm going to be using my other passive income streams that I show you guys all the time on my channel. I'm earning 180 drip per day. Drip $70 a token. Do the math. I'm going to be taking 2 days out of the week to convert that to USDC on the Ethereum network and start to pile it up to save for as much as I possibly can. Same thing with the Mana Farm Garden. All links to the description. My videos are here. I'm still making like $4,500 plus a day on the garden. Certain days I'll withdraw, send that over to the Ethereum network, keep it in USDC for the sacrifice phase for Pulse Swap. That way, I'll be in a position to get as much as I possibly can, because another 10,000x on Hex from this point would be very hard versus taking that money now, trying to sell it at every all-time high I can with Hex, right? And putting it in.
This right here, the Drip Garden. Yeah, Drip is wild, fam. The Drip Garden, right? The Drip Liberation Garden. It's another. I feel like it's important to stack up your drip for a while, compound it and stuff. But this one should last longer than other type of ROI dApps and stuff. This thing is paying, bro. I put $100 in here as a tester, and every 3 days, that $100 has made $30. It's been about 10 days. So I've claimed that like 3 times. So it's already ROI'd. And of course, like when you put it, it's similar to drip though. When you deposit something in this type of contract, it's kind of in there and then it'll pay you out, but it'll pay you out indefinitely. And so this one will pay you out indefinitely, unlike drip, which is for 365 days or yeah, the faucet, which is 300, I should call it what it is, the drip faucet, which is 365 days of payment. This one will pay you out indefinitely, and that'll increase or decrease depending on how often you compound it versus just claim it. And so at my rate, it's like every 3 days. For some of these bigger YouTubers, they're going to be able to claim like every few hours or something like that or whatever. It's because it's going to depend on how many plants you have growing. Like I have like 10 plants growing on my account. This guy has 6,252 plants grown on his account. And so if my 10,000 is making me $30 a day, this is probably making him, $10,000 plus a day. Like what's this number he's got on the screen right now? I don't know. 1,000. He's got 1,300. Yeah, well, he's got 1,300 showing on the screen right now. So he's making at least 1,300 a day. 56 plants.
Into Pulse X, Pulse Swap for the sacrifice, and going from round 0 to try to get a 10,000x out of Pulse X. So I think it's more likely to get another 10,000x, from.
Oh yeah. You can just buy drip off the market. So they actually have it on CoinGecko right now, or on the drip website. They also have the contract on the bottom of the page. You can click the link to the contract. I don't know which page it would be on. I don't know. I'm just gonna use this, but right here. Click that, and yeah, then you can just paste that. So, oops, I don't have a chat open right now on this one. Did I answer that? But yeah, you can just buy drip off the marketplace. So if I wanted to, I could just go to exchange.pancakeswap right now. And yes, you can buy drip from the website itself, or you can just buy it off of PancakeSwap. So I'll paste that address in there. It'll make the token pop up for you, and then I could just buy some drip. I could just same way that I buy any other token. Let's say 0.05. Want to get 0.05 BNB worth of drip, and it's saying, oh shiz, super cheap right now too. Yeah, all the liquidity, man. Yeah, it's got it right there. You lagging? Oh, I'm lagging, man. My bad. Yeah, the answer is just yes. You could buy drip off of PancakeSwap to expedite that process. Here I've entered the PancakeSwap exchange on Binance Smart Chain. I have a little BNB up top, and there's some drip on the bottom, so 0.05 BNB, and it will give me this much drip. And let me see if I was to sell it too. Dang, less than 1%. So this is probably the place to sell your drip now too, Dan. Damn, since usually if you were to sell it on the platform, they take a 10% cut. But if you just sell it on a market right now, if we got this much liquidity, geez, you're not taking any hit. It's pretty sexy. So yeah. But yeah, you can expedite that process by just getting straight up drip. You obviously need to get some money over to Binance first, but then after it's there, you can just get drip. And again, I would put it in the faucet. Even like, you know, the price appreciation is nice, but the idea of the faucet is just creating an income stream. Like, I mean, I started at $2 a day. Money Match Gaming started at $5 a day recently, and Money Match we're already up to like $30 a day. Now, a decent chunk of MMG's growth is due to that price appreciation, where it helped increase things 5x. But even when we took down that 5x sum, you know, we'd still be earning $5 a day. And the point of it was to make that steady income stream of if we wanted to do a $5 event any day of the week. So we've hit that, and then some, or to the point that, you know, if we want to have a $50 event each week, we could do that. But yeah, it becomes strategy. Can you repeat that? Yeah. So hopefully you got that. Yeah, you can just buy it off PancakeSwap. You just need to go to you can either go to the Drip website, and on the website at the bottom of the page, they will have, or at the top, if you go to the swap page, one of these ones has the contract for it. Maybe it's the home page. I'm like not finding it. You're lying. No, I promise it's there. Probably also in that tutorial section. I'm like, it really wasn't in the trade section? I feel like it's on the website in one of these little small sections. Where you like go to the bottom and then it's like, here's the contract. I'm not seeing it though. Other super easy way, I think I've explained to most people, is just go to bscscan.com, Binance Smart Chain. And then you can just type in drip, and it's the actual drip token symbol looking one. There's only 1 million drip and 23,000 addresses now. It's a big increase. It was like 5,000 like a few months ago. And then you can just paste it in the copy this over here. It's the same thing that's up top in the URL. You paste that in the Pancake, which is what I already did, and then you can just buy some drip. But yeah, let me go on with this Thomas G explanation of his. He's just showing off the Manor Farm right now. Again, we're in the Manor Farm. I claimed $30-something from the Manor Farm earlier today, and we have $1.14 right now. Again, I only invested about $100 in this thing anyways, but it's already at $1 over the last like 2 hours or something like that. So it's every 2 hours. So I'm probably making like $12 a day. Drop the link for the Binance Smart. Yeah. Bum. Da-da-da. Just give you all the info on the page, and again, the back portion of it, this back section is just the token ID. So this is, you can just drop this in the PancakeSwap itself. Make sure that's correct. Yeah, the EO3333. And then you can also you could get it from places like CoinGecko. I'm just going to drop a few useful links in the chat. CoinGecko is just a nice place to see tokens.
From profits going into PulseX, then holding the hex for the long term. What would happen quicker? I'm not saying that hex can't go another 10,000x. That'd be great. Never know. But which one would happen sooner? I think the hype is completely there with PulseX, aka PulseSwap, to get more bang for my buck, more X's, more gains for my value, other than holding hex, especially after snapshot. So I'm pulling out of hex to sacrifice and keep it in stablecoin so that when I get to 100,000, the 100,000 remains 100,000 instead of keeping it in hex and sacrificing hex. When it's 15 cents versus cashing out at 29.31 cents. Therefore, I'm gonna get way more PulseX by doing this. So I'm not saying anything bad about hex. Like I said, it's done 10,000x. But the next big 10,000x move, I believe, are going to be in Pulse Chain, which is over with, but then Pulse X, aka Pulse Swap. So that's why I'm going to be selling Hex for USDC to sacrifice big, avoiding volatility, avoiding going up or down, being able to maximize how much I can go into Pulse X, Pulse Swap, and get my 10,000x gain there over time. That's just how I'm going to do it. Don't want to rant on and confuse you guys.
No
Strategy's
problem.
Everyone's got different strategies. Some people are going to just flat out send their Hex and sacrifice it.
He never even, that's so funny. He went over to the mana farm. He like never even talked about it. He just showed it on screen.
Hex goes to 35 cents. I'll sell a little bit more Hex. Got a tiny bag, you know, because I sold a lot last night at 31 cents. Converted it.
Oh, what's up with Bomb That Money? He's about to
start
come
using
in.
those payouts to, you know, total value loss going up as well. Everything's going up. Big things coming. Based that right there. And, you know, we're going to look into 2022, get into this mega play here of Pulse X, and I can't wait. So don't forget to pound the like button. The next time, we'll do it again. Yeah, dog.
Crypto talk with Thomas G. Yeah, dog. Bringing heat. Mining sprees. And we're farming all around, including it. Yeah, dog. Bringing heat. Mining sprees. And we're farming all around, including coming on niggas and talking some joke. Farming go crazy, you know how it goes. Zombie offensive, I gotta be known. Sticking my racks, you know I'm gon' hold. Getting the cost from the dog pound. Buy my dog from the next round. Now I'm coming up with the compound. I might drip off the rebound. Getting the cost from the dog pound. Buy my dog from the next round. Now I'm coming up with the compound. Got my drip off the rebound. Crypto talk with Thomas G. Yeah, dog. Bringing heat. Mining sprees. And we're farming all around, including it. Yeah, dog. Bringing heat. Mining sprees. And we're farming all around, including it. Yeah, dog. Bringing heat. Mining sprees. And we're farming all around, including it.
There it goes.
So what's going on, guys? In our last episode, we traveled through the snowy Alps of Avalanche. We explored the haunted mansions of the Fansub network. And now, join me as we explore the craters of the Terra Luna network in our grand episode of Searching for the Cities of Gold.
Sure, it's not effective, but then we can't see the bomb price.
Another adventure awaits us on another blockchain. Searching for the Cities of Gold.
I'm about to get back over to what Ray is talking about right now. Oh my god, this dude be playing the most wild shit.
Where man has not gone before. So shout out to the squad out there. Of course, guys, this is part of our Searching for the Cities of Gold series, where we explore different blockchains.
To see if they paused it or something like that over here.
Chains. So this is a video that I've been meaning to do for a while, and we missed a lot of gains in regard to Terra Luna.
Bomb that farm. Oh, all they did is copy the beefy vaults. I thought these were beefy vaults over here.
Not to say for you to buy a top right now because it just hit.
They didn't get added to beefy.
But at least we can jump into different protocols within Terra Luna and be part of the mix, right? So I want my barter town.
Okay, but it's overpegged.
Ready to go. Remember, I'm an Avalanche maxi, but Terra Luna is that TVL, that market cap. You know, they're becoming the heavy hitter.
Right? I mean, this is only $20 right here.
We definitely got to earn something. Right? So first and foremost, guys, if you're new to the channel, make sure you like and subscribe. This is the Barter Town Conglomerate. Surviving the digital age. We gathered together as a collective. The world is on fire, and we came together and formed the Barter Town Conglomerate. So if you want to be a part of the Barter Town,
all right, I like Barter Town Conglomerate. We're talking over each other right now. He's explaining how to bridge over to the Terra, or is it Terra? Yeah, Terra Luna blockchain.
You know, normal protocol. And here's my advice: make sure that when you're writing your seed phrase, put it in a safe place, of course, but also make sure that the wording is clear. The letters are clear. And when you purchase it, when you're buying it. Check this out. That there's a lot of impact. Right? There's not a lot of liquidity on the Binance Smart Chain side. So if you want to send a little bit, you know, just send a little something. You could do that if you want. You know what I'm saying, for some low price impact, and then you can send it. You know, once you'll be able to have that available here after you press the refresh button, and then you want to put the press the max button after that. Then you press the destination address. Is going to be this address up here. So you're going to paste that there, and you're going to send it over to Terra Luna. And also, I recommend, you know, you're going to send a little bit of Luna. That's fine, but send a majority of USC. This is their stablecoin that Terra Luna is there. Like I got for this example. So guys, this is the Terra Station. This is station.terra.money. I'm gonna have the link in the description. This is their like let's say headquarters, right? Where you'll be able to connect to your own wallet here and check things out, see everything is good. You have your dashboard. You have which is pretty dope. They got the charts here, etc. And there's some more info here. You guys can dig in deeper and do your own research. So pretty bullish right here as well. So also, guys, we got of course you guys know about DeFi Llama. So when you go to DeFiLlama.com, you'll be able to check Terra Luna, right? And this is just a good
Terra Luna's just been going off, bro.
Utilizing this
I don't if it's
you can check even Terra Luna staking. You can check everything that Terra Luna got going on. That's Premier.
This thing is, if you don't know about this token, what it's done over the last, and it just don't go down. The entire market will be going down, and Terra Luna will not go down. It will be having the most bullish day ever on market. It's like, fam, how are you doing that? How it do? Where did it go? Eat, play.
Whatever you need, you can find it and see their liquidity and how much they change. As you can see, Terra Luna's on the up and up, guys. So we just got to make sure that we have a position over here. And keep in mind, Terra Swap. I think I got it here somewhere. I feel like I put it here. Terra Swap seems to be like the premier DEX. So this is the premier DEX at the moment. But I'm going to show you something in a bit. But make sure that you guys, while you're checking different platforms, you go through this and see what's over here. All right. So also, Auto Farm is aggregator, right? So what we like to do, I always tell people, go to the aggregators, right? And then reverse engineer them, and that's how you're gonna find the play. Like what's Pylon? Pylon, you can check over here. Boom, Pylon is over here. They're up a little bit. They got 249 million TVL. So by going to it, you can check it, reverse engineer it, and see what else is going on within that particular farm or platform. So you can see what else.
Yeah, buddy. Hold up. Let's pull this back. Let me see what that Netflix and Google shit do. Because this is how I'm interested in buying stocks. Amazon with a 39% APY.
You can check it, reverse engineer it.
Google with a 29% APY.
Within that particular farm.
Oh, this is an aggregator though from Mirror. Netflix 34%. Tesla 41%.
Platform, so you can see what else is going on. So you can go through this and get some info as well, right? So, you know, shout out to Terra.Specs.Finance and their vaults. This particular platform I saw as well looks interesting. It's leveraging any asset, so I thought that this is cool to check out and have on the radar. I thought this looked pretty bullish. So,
all right.
We got 48 airdrops that we're gonna do.
All right, the rest of the race stream, he's just gonna talk about drip and shit. So I'm gonna play past this.
Hey, this is James Pelton, bringing you another video today, and
I never heard of this guy before. He's talking about making $3,000 a month playing a game. I don't know what game he's gonna talk about, but you know, like you can either be skeptical of everybody when they say shit, or you can like listen and like learn something, maybe like make a decision for yourself and not just be skeptical from the very start. Like, yeah, be skeptical, but don't not listen. Like, learn, you know, yeah, make your opinion based off of what you learn. Can I link my Coinbase to my MetaMask? I don't believe so. Like, you can send stuff from Coinbase to MetaMask, not directly, like in most cases, unless it's like an ERC20. If it's an Ethereum-based token and you want to send it to your Ethereum chain, you can. But I wouldn't suggest doing that because that makes it very expensive. Like, once you want to move off of Ethereum, it's probably going to cost you like $20. If you only sent $20, so you just shot yourself in the foot. But you know.
Super excited. This might be my video today. This might be the most my favorite thing that I've discovered in this whole crypto space. Literally, out of everything, you know, all the things, all the projects that I've looked into and been involved in, I think this might be my favorite. Okay? It's not necessarily the most profitable, but it is pretty profitable. That's what's crazy about it. But this is, I see all these videos about these play to earn type games, and most of them that I've tried, most of these play to earn games, I haven't really gotten into because they require a lot of playing the game. I kind of thought, oh, maybe I can make some money by you know, some passive income, but really these play to earn games are not passive income because you have to actually play the game and enjoy the game and be good at the game to make some money. But I found something different.
That is play to earn, but it's play to earn and it's esports, really, truly, yeah. It's not just play to earn and you can be ass at the game. This guy's like, I can't just play this game and be butt and make a bunch of money. Like, yeah, why would they allow? Why would there be a game that you could? What game? Where does that exist in the world, bro? Like, you CYO mind set it up.
With this game called Townstar. So Gala Games is one of the biggest names in crypto gaming, and in fact, this Miranda's game, I might maybe do about it some other time, but it's not set to be released for a while. But they have a lot of cool ideas.
Miranda is an alpha. You can play right now.
Townstar. Okay, and I don't know if you ever remember the game Farmville that everyone was obsessed with. That you would just get constant notifications in your Facebook saying, "Hey, please come give me some corn for my farm" and things like that. Well, this is basically a clone of that game. Okay, it's a very similar idea to that. So the game is somewhat fun. I'm going to show you a little bit of the gameplay, but the reason I'm really interested in it is because there is a way to make good money from this game, okay? And the way is how they have it set up is you can buy NFTs in the game, and then you get a reward for using that NFT in the game. Okay, it's very, very weird. First
There's another game.
You get. So if you
this
use
farming stuff. I'm going to do like the top
and
farming
you
games.
complete one of the challenges in the game. I'll show you how to do this. It doesn't take, once you get your farm set up, I can't believe this is where we come to. Once you get your farm set up, you get enough chickens producing eggs, then you get rewarded with this Townstar coin, okay? And the returns are not bad. The Townstar coin right now is at 54 cents, and the rewards are not bad, even at 54 cents. But back a month ago, the Townstar was worth like $2 or $3, $2.30. And if the price of this coin makes its way back up there, which it may, we don't know the price, it could keep going down, but my guess is it's going to hang out in this like 50, 60 cents, maybe get up to $1, then the rewards on these NFTs could be really big, okay? So let me just show you. This was very confusing to me when I heard it, so I'm just going to kind of try to show you. So here is my farm, okay? It's beautiful, isn't it? And here's my NFT over here, this rare sugarcane storage, and they have challenges each day where if you can get 1,000 stars, which you can, I'll explain all this, it's really not that difficult. It's really not that hard if somebody just explains it to you. But as long as I get my 1,000 stars in a day, you can see I got 14 town coin just for having this NFT, this rare sugarcane storage in my farm. Okay, this is just so bizarre. I just love this. Everything about this makes me really happy, frankly. So here's how it works. So I made a spreadsheet. So I grabbed a spreadsheet of how much the different NFTs get you in the farm, and then I went on to OpenSea, which OpenSea is basically like the eBay of NFTs. So you can buy your NFTs from Gala Games directly, but they're a lot more expensive. $7 a day. OpenSea is kind of like the eBay of NFTs. Okay, and if you don't know what an NFT is, it's basically just something that says you own something. Okay, so there's a limited. If I go back to my farm here, there's a limited number of these rare sugarcane storage bins, if you will, and I purchased one of them, and it cost me a little over $2,000. Okay, you might think, oh, that's crazy. It is crazy. I felt crazy during this whole process, but let me just show you. So if you go to OpenSea.io and find the Townstar collection, and you want to make sure it's got this blue check mark. Okay, these are all scammers trying to trick you into buying things. If it doesn't have the blue check mark, that means means it's a verified collection. It has around 414 items. So these are the different NFTs that you can use in the game, okay? And then I have this spreadsheet that I'll put a link to this in the description below, and someone, I'll try to, if I can find to it where I got this, I can't remember where, but they had made a list of all the NFTs that give you rewards and how many rewards it gives you, okay? And then what I did is I went through OpenSea right now,
hey,
and
what
I
up,
found all these
Cam?
items. It took a little bit of time, and then I put how much these items all cost on OpenSea.
Just kicking it, learning about some games.
It is right now, 54 cents. The price of gift, last I checked,
Let me stop right here just to explain what this guy's doing. This guy's talking about different games. I think he's just talking about one game single to make money. He's saying make $3,000 a month playing a game. And he was looking for something super passive because he wanted a situation where he could be butt at the game and still make a bunch of money. And so how much does he invest in this will, be its own question, but we'll see.
91, and then I put how much you can expect to make per month with one of these NFTs, and how much it costs, and so then basically the monthly return that you can expect on these. Okay, so you can see like for this Alfie Fountain OK, it costs $918, and you get $4.32 a day, which is $130 a month for 14%. So if you went and bought this Alfie Fountain OK, which I'll go here, it should still probably be here, Alfie Fountain OK. The names are kind of funny, and don't search up here. Remember, we're searching in this collection right now, so it's not there anymore. Let me just see what Alfie Fountains. Okay, so those must have gotten sold. So you might have to do a little bit of digging to find which of these are still available. So maybe I could go in here and strike that. I keep your eye. Again, it's like eBay, so these get snatched up. Let's go to the next one. Brine storage. Brine storage. I mean, who wouldn't want to store their brine? Brine storage. Okay, there's brine storage, and there's rare brine storage, and epic brine storage, and legendary brine storage. And some of these are on here. Some of them, if you want to add to this spreadsheet, that'd be great. Okay, so I've never bought. They don't have a list of this anywhere. I've never bought a rare brine storage to know how much reward it gives. Rare brine storage gives 14 town coin. Okay, regular brine storage gives 11 town coin. Okay, and then the price of it right now is you can get the brine storage for 0.3095, these are all in Ethereum, or 0.481 for this one. So basically you can run the math, and I have a list here that is maybe a good starting place, but these numbers change all the time, so I can't keep it up to date. But then basically, you buy one of these NFTs, so what you're gonna need to do to buy the NFT is you need MetaMask, you're gonna need to make sure that you have enough Ethereum in your MetaMask, so you're gonna make sure you're on the Ethereum network, and so if
I thought it was funny that he wanted to be butt at the game
$1,242,
and still make money.
and you're gonna make sure you have a little bit for the gas fee, so you're gonna probably need, if you want to buy this one, this brine storage.
So he's about to talk about making $3,000 a month, right? But let's see how much he's going to spend on it. Dude, he's spending a lot right now.
$1,300. Is that what it says on my list? See, it's actually cheaper than it was yesterday. So actually, this is going to be about $1,300. Okay, so you'll make a bigger return. So
price could go up.
NFT,
You could sell these things for more later.
Ethereum in my wallet, so I won't actually do this. But you connect your wallet, your MetaMask wallet, and if you have enough Ethereum, you just click buy this brine storage for $1,300. What is this world that we're living in? This is crazy. Confirm your checkout, give it a couple minutes, and then all of a sudden, your brine storage NFT will now be in your MetaMask. Okay, and then what you want to do after you get that brine storage, you want to go to your inventory in Gala Games, and then you want to go.
It's like, what type of world are we living in? When you said that question, but at the same time, people were paying like $20 for fucking what are those little Farmville and stuff like that, like points and shit like that. They'll pay $20, $50, $100 for those points or whatever, and those points don't get them anything. They don't make anything back from that stuff. In this situation, somebody spends 10 times as much, yes, but they're gonna make, like, if they wanted to use that money to just buy Farmville stuff for the rest of their life, well, they're gonna be able to do that multiple times a month now. Like, and that's a much better deal, in my opinion.
To your Ethereum account here, your Gala Ethereum, get Gala Ethereum, and it'll give you an address. And then in MetaMask, and actually you can do this all in OpenSea, you don't even need to go in MetaMask, but if you just go to probably, let's see, collect it, yeah, so it'll show up in here, your NFTs will show up in here, and you just click on it, so that brine storage, if that's what you got, and then you're going to want to transfer it to your address that you copy from Gala Games, okay? So you get your address, your ETH address from Gala Games, go to your OpenSea account, and go to your profile, and then go to your back on OpenSea, and it's going to be worth more 1,000 stars in order to get your 14 town coin. Okay, so I've already done this for one day. I bought my NFT for $2,260. I played the game enough.
$2,000. Is that what you just said?
To get 1,000 to get your 14 town coin. Okay, so I've already done this for one day. I bought my NFT for $2,260. I played the game enough to get 1,000 stars, and then I got my rewards, 14 town star, and then those town stars, those town coins show up in my treasure chest here, and then I can sell them. I can send them back to KuCoin and sell them. They're worth about 55 cents right now. Okay. First off, decide which NFT you want to buy. Okay, which of these NFTs do you want to own and get the rewards for? Okay, then go make sure that NFT exists still in OpenSea. And there might be new ones. Okay, because again, this is like eBay, so something gets bought up. There's brine storage is here for at least another 30 minutes, but it might not be there after that. Actually, there's other brine storages that you can go look at for about the same price. So to go decide which NFT you're gonna get. Transfer ETH into MetaMask,
to make like $7
buy it on OpenSea, transfer it to Gala Games, and then you're gonna have to start playing the game. There's one more thing you have to do before is you need to get to level 1 in your Gala power. Okay, this took me a while to figure out, but your Gala power is basically how many NFTs you can have in your game benefiting from. So when you start at level 0, which means you can't use any of your NFTs. But then when you get to level 1, which is I'm at, you can use one NFT. So if you're only gonna do one, maybe you should go for an expensive one. I just wasn't totally sure how all this works, so I wanted to start with something cheaper. But eventually I'll go up. In order to get higher Gala power, maybe I'll put this in the description so we don't need to get into it. But you basically need to buy Gala tokens, and to get a Gala power of 1, you just need at least 1 Gala token. Okay, that's all you need is 1 Gala token. So to get Gala token, you can go to KuCoin, where we get all of our things. Right, they have all the coins there. And then you'll make sure you have some money in your account or whatever. You only need 1 Gala token in order to get to level 1. And the coin is called, on KuCoin, it's called Galax, G-A-L-A-X. Okay, so you can trade USDT for Galax. So you probably need to buy, I think Galax is trading at like, maybe like $1. And that's when you can, okay, now you can use.
I'm gonna shut him off, I think, honestly.
The day, I'm working. I'm bringing home the bacon right now. So I'm going to pause it while we wait.
No.
And it's really hard to know how to answer them. So now I can say with full honesty that I am a farmer. That's what I do for a living. I'm a farmer. I grow chickens, right? So you don't grow chickens, right? You raise chickens. In fact, I looked around to see if I
This is the thing, though.
because
I'm a little, like, I know my comments a little pessimistic. I'm right there, right? But at the same time, what this guy's point is, and it's similar to the drip network type of mentality, is that if you spend a certain amount of money in one of these games or one of these DeFi protocols, this game is basically doing DeFi stuff like that. It's utilizing the NFT marketplace and the coin economy and presenting you with a certain amount of stuff to play the game and actually make, you know, a living income. And to get started in that, yes, he spent a few $1,000s because he spent just over $1,000 doing that. I want to see where he says, let's see if he says how much he spent specifically. But he's going to spend a few $1,000s, but then he's looking at this as a situation where he spent that, but if you were to divide that by the month, what's 3,000 divided by 30, you know, like it's like 100 or something like that a day. 100 times 50, so $50 a day. And, but you're working 7 days a week without actually, you know, in this case, I guess in his case, he still has to play the game a little bit like that. So I would consider it somewhat of an income. I mean, or you just become a farmer. Fuck it. You just do that thing. But it just replaces some income for him, and it actually becomes a job for a lot of these people and stuff like that. It becomes another source of income. And yes, he did have to spend probably like $5,000 or something like that dollars to do this. But he's looking at this like, you know, $5,000 and he's making $3,000 a month, you know. It means in month 2, he's going to pay it all off anyways, and he's just going to be in profit, and he'll just keep running. And that's very similar to drip and stuff like that. We're seeing that more and more in these more sustainable projects, where it's a certain amount of time that you have to do that. You'll reinvest a certain amount of your earnings back into the project, basically, or just buy that NFT. NFT structures are different because people just spend the money on the NFT up front, maybe letting somebody else out or whatever. But, you know.
Like that, or you can be a rancher, and you do, you know, chickens and sheep and cows. Okay, and so I love this. So this is what I have to do now to get my rewards for the day. Is play this game. So now this is great actually for an investor, because one of the hardest things to answer is when people ask, hey, what do you do for a living? And it's really hard to know how to answer them. So now I can say with full honesty that I am a farmer. That's what I do for a living. I'm a farmer. I grow chickens, right? So you don't grow chickens, right? You raise chickens. In fact, I looked around to see if I could find a pitchfork or something. This was the only, it looks like a weapon, but I think that's a farm tool. I'm gonna keep it in my office now because I am a farmer. This is now what I do for a living. My wife came in the other day and I had this game up on the screen. She's like, hey, what you doing there in the middle of the day? I'm like, I'm working. I'm bringing home the bacon right now. So I'm gonna pause it while we wait for this 2 minutes. It's kind of fun.
Facto.
Now I get 10 stars, which let me bring that up here real quick. So there's multiple servers. So this weekly competition server is not as crowded. The bummer about it is that it goes away because what you want to do is you want to get your farm to the point where it's really easy to get 1,000 stars, where you can just do it in one click and then you're done for the day. Okay. When you're first starting out, your stars are based on like how much the goods you ship are worth. So when you're first starting out and you just ship wheat, it gives you 10. So you have to do that 100 times in order to get your 1,000 stars for the day. But if you just, it took me maybe an hour, and again I'll do a video for this. But if you get your farm to the point where you're actually like I built it up a little bit, like I see I got some chickens here, and I actually have a gas factory over here and all this. If I can ship something, which I'm gonna wait till I have 34 eggs. Good heavens, that's a lot. So watch, so I'm at 4,160 stars. If I sell 10 eggs. Remember the wheat got me $3,000 for shipping, right? These eggs get me.
Okay, I want to show something. I want to try to add it into this list. Let me see what I was watching over here. I was probably watching over here. But I want to try to add this in here. It was called, I think it's called Farming Tales. It's one of these wax games. So, and just because this guy was just talking about Townstar and farming and stuff like that, I think this is a really cool game that I want to maybe get from Money Match Gaming in general as a company. That type of investment, I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. Don't sleep on Farming Tales like I almost did, says this person 2 months ago. Let's see what their journey's like right now. Play Swamp Soldiers with Airson. And then, ooh, this is just another nice little gaming channel. I dig that. You need to expand who you follow in this type of world. There's just so many things going on at once. Like, is this the one? I'm gonna go with this guy. One of these farm games, the one that I'm looking for, why I'm like taking my time, is like not just like it looks pretty good. It might be Farmer's World that I'm thinking of though. So I'm not sure which one of them is. It's either this one. It's either this one, which I think is a little bit more 3D, or it's Farmer's World. But one of them actually has to do with real world assets. So like if you were to buy like a bee nest or something like that, or whatever, like one of those bee boxes for farming, whatever you want to call it. They would take the percentage that you bought with those NFTs off the market, because they're just minting NFTs on the market for you to use to play in game, and they would take a percentage of those profits and buy that real thing in the world. And they actually take all the items and stuff like that while people are like farming and doing their stuff in the game and buying up new shit. And they take the profits from that and they buy up real world items and they go and sell those at markets and reinvest it back. And it's a little circle.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. So
Lord.
today I want to talk about farming tales, and I have been receiving a lot of questions and I'm going to try to answer them all on this video. Now I'm going to show you two ways
Real
to play
products
games.
from
The
real
game
farms.
is able on the mobile, so you're able to play anywhere you are. However, there is the taco app as well that makes everything a lot easier. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you in the game. I'm going to talk a little bit about the features, and here I have some of my vegetable gardens here, some of my cows and stuff here on the top, and we're going to see all this from the top through here. So once you
Okay, so this is the one that I was thinking of, though.
there is this new circle here that you can find.
I'm only going to be live for so much longer here.
Of your farm.
But I want to go to one that's a little bit more recent. Let me see if there's anything in the last week. I like to see like more recent things, because like what I wanted to show there was just that Wonka Auto. Wonka is another type of farm one, but I wanted to see Wonka Farm Auto Buy. Yeah, there's all these videos. I wouldn't trust these videos that just say that. I felt like somebody went around and tried to get a lot of people to download these bots from Wonka, and those bots might be malicious. Anything that says bot like that, I would be cautious of. With a link on YouTube. Dow Farmer NFT game review. This guy, I think I follow him. Do I follow him? Yeah. I'm like, find play to earn. Like, you want to find like some true play to earn dudes that are like searching all those projects. Find one from another country that's not America, in like a country where they're like a little bit more impoverished. And do their research, because it just becomes it's his job. It's his job, bro, and he gets decent views. So YouTube is his job in this country. I say Lars, and he's doing good research and usually finding games that actually make you money. But I want to see if there's any reviews recently. It's not the best sign. It's not the best sign. I'd have to go in there. What else could I look at? Kind of just want to see how it's doing. I'm going to go to playtooearn.net is a wonderful website to just find different play-to-earn games. Crab Master on Binance Smart Chain. Okay. Age of Cryptology. I feel like I keep seeing that put in front of our face. That symbol. So I'm going to ignore it like I usually do until I see it one more time. The morning. I like a 3-time. Oh, damn. I remember seeing that. Dayton Arena making an upbound. They got a little FUD from the community, which caused it to go down along with the market doing a little bit of a retraction. I think the community FUD was stronger than that for them. Cardano's for speed. Oh. Yeah, I'm like, that game can't be out yet because nothing's out yet on Cardano. Soul Chicks is an alpha, huh? That's gonna be. I think that's gonna be probably one of the best Solana games. You can check this better. You can actually go up to the top of this list and you can select a certain blockchain if you wanted a certain blockchain, or a certain status for that game. So we're gonna change the status to live at least, or maybe we'll do beta. We'll do beta and then live. Townstar, because like look, Townstar is in beta. And if you want to do alpha, but alpha sometimes is gated. Citus, I was just saying something about that. City of Empty Heroes, but yeah, these ones are often gated. Cat.io. Krabata. I mean, Krabata's like, yeah, like that's a good one to see on the gated list. Though. Age of Tanks. First military strategic metaverse. How's it going to be that? And then isn't it like no? It's like no for NFTs? Oh, NFT required is no. What does that mean? So, but play to earn NFTs and crypto, but NFT is not required. Okay, that's kind of dope. Yeah, I'm also gonna start doing this in the new year too. Going down this type of list, finding these games. I really want to start. Would be one of these blockchain gaming YouTubers that just like does a list of these. My neighbor Alice. This is one. I do want to do a more recent dive on it and make sure that we're kept up on things, because the game should be coming out within like the month or so. Like within 1 or 2 months, that game should be out. Age of Rust. I don't think that's out yet though. Corgi NFT game. Okay. And Farm Me. So much more than a farming game. Oi. Let's see what's on the second page. Chain Monsters. Oh, that's falling a lot, huh? On Flow. We're just running through some of these games. Oh, it's good. Yeah, I never throw in a bunch on projects. The most that I'll throw on a project that I don't like, even if I don't know, I'm very skeptical about a project and stuff. So I usually just throw like a little $100 at it. I'm like, okay, two video games worth is what I see it as. I'm like, this is 2 video games, and I can sell those video games. That's the other thing. Like when you used to buy video games though, and you go back to like, you know, the game store, GameStop or something like that. You try to sell it, they're like, yeah, now that's worth $7. We experienced this before, but now you try to sell your gaming items that you might have paid, you know, that much money for, and you can often either sell them for like pretty much the exact same price or more, and that's dope. Okay, Rev Racing, play to earn prizes, and they have an ad going right now, so Rev might be one of the choices that we need to look at, because I have heard a lot about Rev, seen a lot about Rev. What the fuck is up with this misprice jump? What is that about? Why is Miss going boom boom? Miss should be starting soon, actually. I used to have a whole bunch of Miss tokens, and I sold a lot. $12 or 12 cents. It's not bad. I initially picked up Mist at like 2 cents, 3 cents, and then I sold when it reached like, it was like 20, 30 cents or something like that. So it's making its way back up. I gotta start paying attention to Myst again. This is going to be one of the better blockchain games in 2022, in my opinion. I don't see it on this list yet. I don't know where it's at as far as development. It's probably kind of beta or something like that, or maybe not even live, or I don't know. But it's going to be a good one, and I would not pay attention to Myst. I think it's going to be one of the best. Bomb Crypto also seems to be dope. But yeah, this is why we really got to jump into the blockchain games and stuff the next year. Spider Tanks. Oh, is it in beta now? Can you actually play it? Since when? Hopefully they don't make like something like, what if you can actually earn with it too right now? NFT, play to earn NFT and Spider Tanks. Pegaxi. Boy's telling me about that. Mech horse racing game built on Polygon. He said he got some Pegaxis. Like, you know, it might be the way to go, because I was going to get some... oh, my God, Terra Virtua. Whoa. Oh, whoa. Look at that uptrend. I was told to buy that a long time ago. And I went with Omi instead. But I do like the connections that Omi has made. It just seemed like it was what I, you know what I'm saying? It was harder for me to get to that Terra Virtua. I can get to it easier now, though. I know more. That's what it comes down to. It comes down to the more that you know. Vulcanverse, another really dope one. MMG in the Vulcanverse would be pretty dope. You can see Gods Unchained right there. You can see it's a beta. Is this the game that I'm thinking it's talking about? Jump right into the battle. Let me see on their Twitter. This is like a MOBA type of game, I think, where it looks pretty dope. If this is actually in a playable beta, that'd be interesting. Yeah, I'm already following them. Like, you can't say that I don't look dope. Waiting for players. Boxing Day video for you also. They're Australian. Works very similar to the Thetan Arena. So if you're bullish on this, there's no way you're not bullish on Thetan Arena. Do they have anything to say? Check out a little bit more game frame from my initial beta release. The competition is really starting to heat up. Let's see what's in his comments. Exactly, open beta though. We need that open beta. Okay, but yeah, that's still doing its thing. Looks good. People like Gods Unchained being in beta and it's open beta and stuff like that is like wow. I'm like, at some point, people, they might start making you have to pay to get any cards, and that would, you know, I feel like people are not gonna like that. Wonka is actually looking bullish in the chart right now. Chart going straight up and over to the right. Wonka Farms. It's the one that we saw a little bit ago. There's a whole bunch of bot talk about it. People trying to make bots for Wonka Farms to farm it and stuff like that. You can also look at this token. It's a pretty popular token. Oops. Whoa. Oh, yeah, I'm like, isn't it? It's like Wana. There we go. 38 cents per Wonka token. We got a high of $6. Ooh, it's 93% off of its all-time high. So it looked like in the 90-day. Ooh, it's steeply dropping. They might have some type of economy issue when it looks like this, honestly. The token economy. Is there a max? There's a total supply. Interesting. This is a Binance Smart Chain based game, it looks like, or at least a token. Well, let's see what they said on their Twitter. Christmas at Wonka Farm, date from the 20th to 25th, 12, okay. Business kind of celebrates farm in your own ways. Capture and upload in Twitter. Short introduction about Wonka Farm. Tag 3 people and hashtag. Okay, for money. I'm like, look, Wonka does look good, so I'm gonna show you guys just because it does look good. I don't know if I want that music. Can you see that? Looks kind of small. So like, yeah, if you're like an Animal Crossing fan, you probably like this type of game. Not as much to do with the houses and stuff like that I can tell yet, but you do the fishing, you do the farming, you do make houses. I don't know how much you can truly decorate. And you're starting to make your own little world here. Yeah, that's Wonka. Soon enough, you won't miss one single feeding. I don't know what the fuck that means. Top farming simulation blockchain games. We got Wonka, Happy Land, Farmer's World, Crop Bites, and Town Star. This might not be a bad account to follow. Together we farm. LOL. This is like a team CEO and co-founder of Wonka. Okay, cool. I'm like, bro, no that many people are doing it right now. This is how our dev playing Wonka Farm in VR. All right, so that looks decent. Looks decent. I'm gonna leave it at that. Prospectors still kicking. Okay. That game might only be getting stronger and stronger, honestly. I forget what their token and stuff was. Yeah, play to earn crypto. I think you're like earning gold on wax. It was an interesting one, man. It's an interesting like little point and click and send people on missions game. It's pretty decent, especially compared with a lot of other ones out there. I don't know if it's getting its due justice. Celebrity Smackdown. Bum, bum. Where's my DeFi pet? I totally lost faith in my DeFi pet. That's why I don't cover them anymore. Like, fucked up too much. But that's all these ones. Oh, Zombie World Z might be fun. Forest Cowboy. P2E game for sci-fi inspired characters. That and Zombie World Z is probably, you know, that sounds like bullish. See what they got on their Twitter. I like to check out people's Twitter page first. See what they're talking about on their social media. Plus, I'd rather go to their social before I went to their actual website. Are you ready to be part of the revolution event Zombie World Z? Don't care. She sale on January 5th. Each hero will have to choose for themselves, pets as well as advanced weapons to destroy the zombies. Okay. Show me something other than just the weapons, though. Show me some zombie destroying or something then. Zombie World. Okay, so this is the graphic look. It's like, show me. Here are the pets. You know, say I gotta get Panda on my team. You gotta get Panda. Characters. Alright, I think that's all they're gonna give us on that. It doesn't look like it's quite active yet, but they're saying early the first week of January should see more. Let's go to live ones. Oh, I was like, why does it smell like fucking fish or something? There's tuna eggs. Legends. Let's get these ones back from the top and see what's got an upward trend. Gaming NFT metaverse where magic comes true, and this is supposed to be live. Okay, one second, guys. I can't focus because I gotta piss. But I'll be right back. Back. Wizardium. Let's again go to their Twitter. Wow. What's best social signal? Well, they're saying top gaming. So is this game actually out? Oh shit! Look at Rune, dude. Rune.farm, man. I can't let Rune get away from me. I do need to buy back up my Rune tokens before it gets too late. Is it just me, or is this game created by fuzzies or furries? Like, there's one wizard, and then everybody else is a furry character. Like, everybody. Bye, Wizzy. Bam. Like, nah, I'm not doing nothing right now. Like, it says live, but I'm not seeing any gameplay shit. And you having your NFTs live is not live to me. Baby swap. Oh, it was already him first. So you just had the IDO. I feel like it's not actually started yet. It just says that. Look at him. Oh, is that thing at the top? There's no game. Why do you say live? Rise City. No, I do believe this one is pretty much the exact same thing as like a Sim City. Crypture world. Adventure with your crypto creatures. Adventure, breeding, and building. Okay, I'm totally lost because it says no NFT, and then it says free to play, and it says no. Or no, it says NFT required. But NFT slot has no NFT support, but then it says NFT required. The fuck does that mean? You open it. Is an NFT game developed by Experience? Binding is hosting the life blockchain. Probably. Okay, let's see something about it though. But all these fake fucking comments. They just piss me off. I'm getting out of here. I'm like, yeah, I don't see anything about your actual game. You're not really showing a lot. We've seen some ads and stuff for it. When you're paying for fake comments versus working on getting actual engagement. And your social chart, social stuff without the scale because of that. Okay. Let's see. Dayton's actually a good one on this list. I did hear about this one rewarding in a few holders in BNB. Decentraland is on a pretty nice upward slope. I mean, that sounds dope to me, but... And it says it's live. Upcoming trading card game, so... A lot of these are starting to say live, and they're not live. Yeah. I don't know, man. That's why I'm like, I should just go through these and make like individual videos and stuff like that. I would give an opinion that it's not like the typical. A lot of you can be like, I don't know, bro. This one's supposed to be good. Whack your undead neighbor. That sounds pretty dope. Along with the gods. It's supposed to be live. It says Android. I'll click this one first though. Yeah, it's supposed to be simple. It's just like a Bomberman game. So if you've ever played old school Bomberman or anything other than Bomberman 64, because that was the only one where they like really changed it up. I personally prefer Bomberman 64. Beta 3 base. Like, are any of the other ones like share the moment? Okay.
Merry Christmas.
May this Christmas season,
Bro.
we wish you lots of success.
Okay. Wow. You gotta have some type of marketing, right? And I don't know why you wouldn't just sell some of your gameplay for Christmas. That would be like way more bullish. Like, do people just not get that? This is what it's supposed to look like. the game's already out and they just forget they should show it more. Yeah, I'm just like if it's playable, you should show more of it being playable. Not weird Christmas commercial things that don't show anything about the damn game. This right here looks like a dope ass game. I will say, I need to make like a whole thing about this, a whole Hive blog post or something about World Wide Web. If you don't know about World Wide Web, click on their Twitter first, just because I've been going to everybody's Twitter. But then we're gonna go to the web page and see if we can actually just start the game, just for like the heck of it. So this is the World Wide Web as a game. This is a true, very metaverse-y type of game. Tell us which game elements you would like to see in the World Wide Web in the future. It's supposed to be an easy to connect to game where you just click on, I guess, this web dot. Oh, is this by Pink? The Pink people? That Pink/party, I wonder. That would be the same people that do like Wax and stuff. Wax wallets and Atomic Hub and shit. I'm pretty sure that's me. You're gonna log me in. Oh no. New quest, connect your wallet. Oh. You can also use a gamepad or a controller. AWS? Yeah. So you start off as one of these naked dudes. But it just drops you right in there. And then you like want to connect your wallet and stuff. Oh my god, it's like a fucking anime. Matamaska. You need to connect your MetaMask wallet, noob. I gotta save this for tomorrow. Because I want to do this whole thing as like a reaction video or something like that. I think it's pretty cool. This other person is just popping in for the first time too. It's probably like, whoa, yeah, bam. This is... I didn't see a connect button. My inventory. This is why I think you should probably play this game sooner than later. Is this inventory right here, where it says I have 100 web coin. Eventually, like maybe that one's just going to remain free or something like that. But they might have, you know, games like this that are successful have airdrops. So okay, that's what I need to click over here. This little, I couldn't tell what it was, but this first block allows me to connect to my MetaMask. You can change your avatars. So your avatars connects to any of your, if you were to have any NFTs. It's another thing where people that right-click NFTs are getting lost in the sauce. Because you can connect that. It's funny, because like when games like this come out, all that right-clicking isn't going to allow you to use that NFT avatar in a game like this. And it's connected to, you know, it's connected to all your shit. Your wallet, your avatars, your pets, if you have crypto pets. You know, you can teleport to your home after you get a home. Other items and stuff like that. I guess I can mute that. Visit OpenSea. Change your servers. But yeah, pretty dope. And that you can just drop into this game like that. But yeah, this game is called World Wide Web. It's like when they're like, Web 3, baby. You're like, yeah, World Wide Web. So this game is meant to like kind of teach people that there's a difference and things like that. But yeah, once you log into your person, you'll get your wallet above your head. And yeah, then your wallet's above your head and stuff like that. Make sure you have an ID ready. Low. No ID, no entry, says Gatekeeper. Oh my goodness, bro. I gotta get out of here. I gotta get off of this game. It's actually making me laugh, bro. Okay, because I really wanted that to be like a first impression thing. Like, no ID, no entry. You don't got an ID, baby? Like, yo, stop. What are they doing? Oh, that was pretty dope. Oh my god, they were about to like try to sell me one of those fucking IDs. And the way that they like approached it was the funniest fucking way that I've seen online in a while. Imagine getting ads like that walking around like the metaverse or a game or something like that, and you get ads from NPCs walking up to you. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Okay, Roller Coin. I do believe I've heard of this one. I'm pretty sure it's like a decent way to just make some money. This one, this is the cheapest way to make money, supposedly, on the Wax blockchain, if it's still active and stuff. And then DeFi Kingdoms, I want to get a bunch of the Money Match Gaming content creators hip to DeFi Kingdoms. I myself will be getting hip to it, because I know about it, know how to do certain stuff as far as liquidity farming and stuff, but I don't play it myself. I mean, I should have been. I should have been since the jump, but I think I was just choosing, like, I had just bridged to, like, a different blockchain when it came out, and then I lost money, like, on Avalanche. With this one NFT project, I'm like, okay, maybe I had that Avalanche money. And then, yeah, after the Avalanche situation, I bridged over to Moon River. And it's like when you spread to that many blockchains, and you're like, okay, now another one, DeFi Kingdoms, the very next day. And yeah, I should have just jumped into it anyways, because it like 500x'd since it's way up. Yeah, it hurts. Use similar colored bubbles to clear the way. Don't know about that. Crusaders of Crypto. Well, it's supposed to be a pretty dope one. It's like a little dungeon runner type of game. It's actually pretty dope. But where is the rev? How do we not see that? Yeah, where are you on this list? What's up with that? It says live. Okay. Not free to play. You need an NFT. Okay. Yeah, but check out World Wide Web if you're interested in checking out that game. Free to play, obviously. It's more of a social-based game, but they will be having mini games and stuff like that built into it. It's just supposed to be this blockchain-based game where anybody can jump in and start playing and communicating with each other, experiencing it. And then obviously, if you have NFTs, etc., then that'll be the home that you get to teleport to, or the avatars. Like, some people can float around. Like, I've seen some cool videos of that game where people have like skateboards and stuff like that, or floating cars and shit, and that's because they own those NFTs and they transported them into the game. But that'll be the whole thing within, the metaverse. Like, oh, you enter one game with that NFT, and it looks this way. Another game, and they render it this way. But it all comes from having that code, that that ID that people want to try to clown. Catch us if you can. Less than a week left to enter our NFT giveaway with Rev Racing. Is this the Rev? Bruh. Okay, we gotta go to like the videos or something like that. They got some videos, right? That's what we should have been doing with these other ones. Clicking their media. And you just go down the media. Watch YouTube video produced by Melinda to earn your Rev Racing. What? We must have. Yeah, can't find it. Not really finding a whole bunch on this. You can go to the site. I trust the sites from that website. I have links from there. Animoca. Did I say they were like? Hold up. Did I just see Animoca? Yep. I wouldn't sleep on a project like this. Play with the Amasa card. Oh, that's right. They said Polygon. Connected. Did they switch me to Polygon? Nope. But here we go. Here, this is what we gotta do, because I'm curious. I feel like this is like an auto clicker type of racing game though. Oh, I don't want to mess with that list. YouTubers will show us their gameplay. Is there anything in the last month, in the last week? Like, is the person actually racing themselves? Because chances are they would let me maybe move one of these NFTs into World Wide Web. And I think you're just going for time. The other people aren't on the thing, but you're like doing time races. I think that is what it is. We gotta confirm that now. I don't know. Yeah, I was hoping they had like some lines like that or something. Official Massa Cup on Rev Racing, vroom vroom. Yep, looks like that you are racing it yourself. I wonder how they like measure that out. Is it just like whoever does the best and they like track all the scores? 60 peeps, what up, Kentucky-o? How you doing? How you doing? Rev Racing. I wonder how much these cars cost. Say how to improve lap time, but then they don't find anything. It's interesting. I'm like, there's like no Americans covering it, and so you get like all these other quality type of videos. This guy, here we go. I hope he's not American.
Hey guys, Matt Solomon here from MMG Brands. I'm Exponent 3 and GT3 racer and the brand lead of Rev Motorsport. I'd like to welcome you all to the alpha launch of Rev Racing, the first of its kind blockchain racing game. Rev Racing is the newest title in the Rev Motorsport ecosystem by MMG Brands. It's a blockchain game powered by NFTs that looks and plays just like a traditional car racing game. To celebrate the alpha launch of Rev Racing, we're holding a tournament with a prize pool of $150,000 in Rev tokens for the top 1,000 racers. Sound interesting? Here's what you need to get started. First and foremost, you're going to need a MetaMask wallet. This is where you'll store your car NFTs and the tokens that you need to play the game. This may look complex, but I assure you it's actually quite simple. Just follow these steps. Step 1, installation. Head to the link on screen on your Google's Chrome browser. Click download, then install MetaMask to Chrome. Click add to Chrome. Click Add Extension to complete the installation. The Fox icon should now be visible in the upper right corner of your browser. Step 2, setting up your MetaMask. Click Create a Wallet. Great. Step 3, config sync.com. You should see a prompt to switch to Polygon Network. Click on Switch and a MetaMask pop-up will appear, allowing you to add and approve the Polygon Network. Another pop-up will appear after that, prompting you to switch to the Polygon mainnet. Click Switch Network. Done. Your wallet is now set up to play Rev Racing. Now it's time to get a car. You'll need a Rev Racing Ambition NFT car. This is the only model available at launch, but it does come in many different liveries. Go to revracing.com to see if you can participate in any car earning events, or simply go to OpenSea.io to browse cars being sold by other players. Got your car? Good. Now let's go back to revracing.com and get out on track. In the top right corner of the homepage, you'll see a red button to connect your MetaMask wallet. Press the button. If you're not already on Polygon mainnet, there'll be a prompt and a button for you to switch networks. Then click play now and you'll be taken to the events page. You start with a number of free tries, which allow you to race. Click race now to head into the garage, where you can see all your cars for this event. Select a car, press race now, and you'll see a MetaMask pop-up asking you to pay for transaction fees known as gas. This gas is paid in Matic tokens. If you don't have any, we'll deposit some into your wallet. Press confirm and wait until the transaction is complete. This will use up one of your tries. Now you can either enter race or share to a driver. To begin your race,
So note, it's using MetaMask, but Polygon, Matic is also another one of these layer solutions to Ethereum where gas fees are that much cheaper, and it's using proof of stake, not proof of work consensus. So just for that information. Oh, my. My music. Oh no.
Click enter race, sign the MetaMask pop-up confirmation, and start driving.
Thanks,
if, however, you want someone else to drive the car for you,
you know,
click share to a driver.
going through these
Enter someone else's
blockchain
race
games.
Sign the MetaMask pop-up confirmation, and you'll be given a link to send to a driver.
Chilling.
The link is only valid for one single race, so choose your driver wisely. In Rev Racing, you have complete control of your car and will need to accelerate.
Hold up, what did he say?
To begin your race, click enter race, sign the MetaMask pop-up confirmation, and start driving. If, however, you want someone else to drive the car for you, click share to a driver. Enter someone else's racer name, sign the MetaMask pop-up confirmation, and you'll be given a link to send to a driver. The link is only valid for one single race, so choose your driver wisely. In Rev Racing, you have complete control of your car and will need to accelerate, brake, and steer. The game can be played with a keyboard or a game controller. Driving wheel support is coming soon. The controls are shown on screen now. Gameplay is similar to most traditional racing games, where the aim is to be the fastest across the finish line. In this case, each session will consist of a 3-lap run where your total time is taken, not just your fastest lap. So it pays to not only be fast, but to be consistent as well. Your overall time then gets put up on the leaderboard. At the end of the tournament, the fastest drivers take home the prize. You'll be given a number of free tries to begin with, but once you run out of those tries, you'll have to purchase some Rev tokens to get yourself some more tries. There you go. You're now ready for the Alpha Inaugural Tournament.
Oh, that's pretty dope.
The tournament has $150,000 in prizes for the top 1,000 racers. If you finish first, you will walk away with $12,000 in Rev tokens. So what are you waiting for? Get yourself a Rev Racing car, and I'll see you on track soon. Till then, Rev on.
Hey. So I don't know about you. I think that's kind of dope. I think that'll eventually take off more. The fact that they separated the two is probably more for graphics and stuff like that. You don't have to load a bunch of players into the same game and worry about all that stuff versus taking their individual scores. So pretty smart in that sense to be able to do that. It's very similar to what Money Match Gaming is doing, kind of, where you need like an NFT for some of these type of things, and then we utilize your scores from esports events. What? Yeah. So I think they're smart. Sound like they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They know. They know. No. Just slightly distracted. One second. It won't be forever. This won't last forever. Oh, we just looked at World Wide Web. That was pretty. It's probably the most exciting one that we looked at today. I think that's like one of the bigger blockchain games that most people don't know about yet. I'm like, this game is fucking dope, man. Concept behind it is dope. I think. Yeah. Give you my Mark Simpson. Homie. Crypto guards, trying to swap ETH or BNB on MetaMask, but I'm slow. Wait, trying to swap ETH. You saying ETH for BNB? Or wait. Where'd you get the? Where you like? Let me know where you're sending the ETH from. Like, don't send anything yet. You sending the ETH from like Coinbase or something like that, or what do you mean? You trying to get it into BNB? Trying to swap ETH for BNB on them. Yeah, I'm like, oh, slow. It's just first times, Yeah, let me know. Though. Sorry, I'm like a few minutes behind on that response to that specific question. Pull that down some. Somebody. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait. See if Izzy hear me. Yeah, like Smurf, you was already distracted. What the fuck you talking about? Now it's in MetaMask. Yeah, I sent it from Coinbase. Now it's in MetaMask. Trying to use the swap feature. Gotcha. So when you sent your Ethereum to MetaMask, this is going to be the painstaking question that I have to ask then. That's also why I made that Peak D one. But when you sent it from Coinbase, I think, to MetaMask, trying to use it, yeah. Did you send it to the Ethereum blockchain? Do you see it? You see your money over here? That's what it sounds like. I'm like, oh, you didn't want to do that necessarily. It's just gonna cost a little bit more money versus here. Let me go to that thing. Peak D. All right, this type of option right here. Number 2, change now or simple swap. What I would do if I was sending an Ethereum to Binance Smart Chain, I would change this from Bitcoin to ETH. So I'll say I'm going to send ETH, and what I want to receive BNB on the Binance Smart Chain, and so I put that. And maybe I'm sending 0.005 Ethereum. I don't know how much that's worth. They're like, you send 0.007 at the min, so I'm going to say 0.78, which is, usually this is about $12, $15. Let's see how much this is today. And the other platform that I said, Simple Swap, will be very similar and have a slightly different pricing structure for how much you need to send. They just don't want you to send like $2. So this says I have to send at least $31. But I could send 0.078 Ethereum, and yeah, they'll take it over there. And Simple Swap might be even cheaper. But I would do that, and I would send it this way. I push exchange and push it for you guys. And then all it's going to do is it's going to give me an address here. If I push next, or no, actually here it is. I would need to enter a wallet address right here. Enter your BNB address, like so. I would need to enter where I want that BNB to land. So I'm going to send it Ethereum. It's going to turn it into BNB for me, and I want it to be sent to this address. I want it to go to this address. So I put that address in there, and then I push next. And when you push the next button, it's going to send me an address. Then the program, this smart contract here, will send me an address, and it'll be like, send it to this. And I'll send my money there and wait like 5 minutes, and it'll do all the transacting. The problem with just sending it like directly from Coinbase to the Ethereum blockchain is you still need to do something like this. You still need to bridge it somehow to BNB then. And you can't just go from Ethereum on MetaMask to BNB. So you still want to, like, if you had that much money, if I had this 0.01 Ethereum, I would just want to send that 0.01. I'd use something like this and send that 0.01 to there. But you could have just done that directly from Coinbase. Sometimes Coinbase is weird about shit like that, but you could have just done that. And that would have saved that first transaction fee of like $4 or $5 or however much it costs to send from Coinbase to MetaMask. But yeah, you can still do it however much you have. I would just do the stuff that I just did. Enter your wallet, so it's going to be your MetaMask wallet. And you just put your MetaMask wallet ID right there, and then you'll push next. I'll push next for you. I understand. Let's start. I'm going to push yeah, because I still haven't done anything yet. Okay. At this point, they're going to ask me to unlock my MetaMask wallet and actually send that Ethereum over and stuff like that. So I could, I'm going to play the game for a second. Like, I'm going to do it. But I'm not going to go through it all. But yeah, it would connect to my MetaMask. It would ask me to deposit that ETH. At some point, I have to actually sign the transaction. Yeah, like right here. It's like, you don't have sufficient funds because it costs, that much more to pay for the transaction fee. And that's why I was like, if you'd have just done it from Coinbase, you'd save that $4.50 or something like that extra that you need. So you can send less. So yeah, that's that trouble. No, you don't make a Simple Swap or a Change Now account. You don't make any accounts. Like, if I was using Simple Swap, I'd do the exact same thing. They work the exact same way. So you don't make an account. You just utilize your MetaMask wallet. So if I was going to use Simple Swap and I want to send Ethereum from Coinbase or from my MetaMask wallet, wherever I had it, I would say I want to send Ethereum. So put Ethereum up top. And then I would say I want to get BNB. And then here's the BNB that I want, Binance Smart Coin or Binance Coin BSC, Binance Smart Chain BEP tuning. So I want this one. And yeah, it's telling me how much that would be worth, but we'd have maybe like 0.0. Oh, see, they said like this one costs even more on Simple Swap. The other one allowed me to do 0.01. Oh, and Change Now, they let me do 0.011. And over here, they're saying at least 0.02. So it's more expensive on Simple Swap than on Change Now. But same method. You send that Ethereum over. Just make sure you have enough. Then just push the exchange button. Notice I'm not logged in. Maybe you can't see that, but I'm not logged in to anything. And then, yeah, it'll give me a page like this. From here, I would, push create an exchange. But yeah. Only BSC address supported. Withdrawing addresses, not BSC address, blah blah blah. Oh, they need to be to enter my address there. So just like what I did on Change Now. On Change Now, at the previous step, I entered my address. And so I would do the same thing here. I would be like, oh, here's my address. It's gonna be like, okay, cool. Now you can create an exchange. And it's letting me push all this stuff because I haven't sent in any money yet. It's just like, oh, are you saying that you have everything? You need to be able to do this much stuff. But at this point, I've done nothing but give them my address to send the tokens to. And then they send me an address. They say, hey, deposit your tokens to this address. So I need to send my Ethereum here. And it'll take care of the rest. But yeah, I like to use Change Now. I think this is a better option. It's obviously cheaper than Simple Swap. Sometimes the other one will have tokens that one will have tokens that the other does not, which is why I like them both. But yeah, and sometimes a certain liquidity pair or a certain pair will be cheaper. Like trading between ETH and Bitcoin might be cheaper than trading between ETH and BNB or something like that. Okay, QQ, yeah. But yeah, I would suggest going from I like to use either Cash App or Coinbase, and just, if it was Cash App, obviously you're using BTC, then it would be like BTC to BNB. But I like using those two options, and just send your Bitcoin directly into Change Now and transfer it into BNB on your MetaMask, and boof. Yeah, BEP20 or BEP20. Yeah. Boom. Well, not these specifically. Oh. Bruh. But this is to do with actual gambling. You get NFT avatars, but then it's actual stuff. Yeah, I wonder how much these cost. How much these tokens cost? Practice new. Yeah, let's see. Let's check out OpenSea. What are they going for? It should be here. Look, I'll go back to that page with you. So I got my my Change Now up. I have ETH up top. I got BNB on the bottom, and so yeah, BEP20 is the same as Binance Smart Chain. Those two are BEP20. So BEP2 just represents normal Binance. It's just the older token, and then it'll either say BEP20 or Binance Smart Chain, but they're synonymous. It's just that the BEP20 token interacts with Binance Smart Chain. So you just have to know that information. They're just not displaying it as BEP20, but that's what this one means. Binance Smart Chain, BEP20. They're trying to make it simpler for people to understand. But yeah, just you don't want BEP2. You want BSC, Binance Smart Chain, or it said it on Simple Swap. That's why, like, on Simple Swap, they don't say Binance Smart Chain, they say BEP20. But on Change Now, they say, you know, yeah. But yeah, those two are synonymous. So here they have the whole thing: Binance Smart Chain or Binance Coin BSC BEP20. So they say everything on this one. On Simple Swap, they tell you the whole name. On Change Now, they try to make it simplistic and just say parentheses BSC, because that's what they figure most people want. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Oh shoot, OpenSea. We want to see how much these damn NFTs cost. 0.0017 ETH. That's not too expensive for these, I don't think. How much money is that? In like money. Click on it. It'll show us a dollar amount, I believe. It's $6, bro. That's $6. That's not bad. Yeah, we might cop one of these tomorrow or something. I don't think the price is just going to swing on us super wild or something. Maybe we get the gold boy. Get on these gold boys. Rev Aspire. That's right. They were like, yeah, it's only Aspires and then that new type of car right now. But other cars will be coming out. How many of these are there? Items. There's a lot of these Aspires. Holy shit. Banana. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Which address do I use? Does it matter whether it's on ETH network? Oh, okay, yeah. So that doesn't necessarily matter. Like when you like are in your Ethereum wallet, if you're talking about like this, when you click that, it's the same across all of your addresses. So usually that does not matter. I'll say usually that does not matter unless you did something weird inside of your wallet. For safety measures, stuff like that, so I don't get confused, I usually just switch it anyways. Just be like, oh, I'll do that at the beginning. I know it doesn't, like, you know, after a while whether or not it matters, because like I have other wallets underneath the same thing. If I were to switch that to account 2, my wallet address changes. This has F9A3 now at the backside, but usually you have to push this circular orb, which is currently off the screen a little bit, for that to happen. Damn, I'm just realizing that anytime I go to my my wallet and stuff like that, it's not showing on screen. Hold on. That's what I was doing. But yeah, I was saying, if I were to click my MetaMask wallet, it's whatever is here is the same as, usually the same. Ethereum wallet is the same as your Binance Smart Chain wallet, is the same as all. It's going to take that same address and copy it across different blockchains. That's what it does. In some cases, you might have created another wallet, or another address, associated with that wallet. So I've created multiple addresses associated with this wallet. I have 1, 2, 3 addresses under this one wallet. Because I do stuff. But most of the time on my main address, I just copy that, and it doesn't matter if I'm on Binance or Ethereum. Like, if I know that's where I'm sending it, just copy it, paste it in there, and it's fine. Yeah, as long as if you say you're sending it as long as you know where it's going, and you know the address. So the address is the exact same on Binance or Ethereum. The address is the same. What matters is where you're sending it, and so long as you're sending it to the right place. I mean, you wouldn't want to send to accidentally like the Ethereum network or something, you know, like, I paid money to send an Ethereum token right back to Ethereum. Yay. Which might actually save you on some gas fees, but, you know, yay. Yeah, just realized this was not showing everything at first. Lo siento. Price floor 0.002. Volume traded 281 Ethereum. Rev racing. Yeah! No, looks pretty dope. Nice to know those don't cost too much. Not getting one right now. I think if I were to get anything right now, it would be this new Crown Chakra song that I want to pick up on OpenSea. Just support the crypto homes, the crypto Legends of Veneria. It was it's straight up ETH though. Bruh, I can't. It's too expensive, bruh. Like, I am not about moving that shit unless they might give you some other way to play the game. And it does look dope. Is this like a Fozzie person or something? Like, why is this up here? Naxi, farm to you guys. New Year playing. Okay, but I don't think, is it actually out? Look at these rares. Let's. Maybe it's actually out. Love Potion Scholars. Oh. I mean, look, it's got to be out to a degree. You got to be able to do some shit with it. Play, fight, feed. Yep. So it looks like you come across certain ones. You have to make a choice. Yeah, my only thing is it says ETH base, but maybe it just says ETH base and it's actually on other blockchains. Alpha Pass, Gilded Pass coming 12/23. So this is pretty new. Let's see what we get when we click on the web page. Enter Sorians. I am on I don't know. Actually, like, what network am I on right now? Fuck, I don't know. I'm not happy that it just accepted me on ETH. Ain't gonna do it right now. Ain't gonna do it right now. This looks good. Oh, you got laid out. Friendship. What up, though? They said friendship. What up, though? Come looking at me like that. Yeah. So we got Pokemon whales out here, fam. I'm gonna start playing Revo Mod on stream and stuff like that, too. As soon as I can handle it. I need to get this laptop so I can do that. Okay. We're supposed to look at Roller Coin. That's gonna be the last one. Roller coin, roller coin. I believe you're supposed to be able to earn Doge with roller coin. I think I'm Doge Dash. Actually, maybe this is not the last one. Almost 2 million player base. Play games, buy crypto. Yo, let's go check this out. It's supposed to be super simple. Start mining. Online Bitcoin mining simulator. Distributed in 8 minutes. Next block size, that much Satoshis. 30,000 Satoshis being distributed in the next 8 minutes. Last 24-hour rewards. That's a lot of zeros. 1, 2, 3. Is this a million? Yeah. 8 million Satoshis. Total mine, they have mined 25 BTT. Roller coin in a nutshell. You can learn about it all right here. Online virtual Bitcoin mining game where you compete against your friends to mine Bitcoins. It takes the concept of Bitcoin mining, but instead of the sophisticated blockchain and processing algorithms, Roller Coin lets you test your skills, complete missions, undertake skills, and play games to build your mining empire. I need to push my glasses up. I'm like looking through like both sides of my glasses. Basically, we have cut out the hard stuff to keep the amusement. Build and develop your own mining data center, make upgrades, tweaks, boost your blah 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 blah. So yeah, okay. No revert setup, no hassle. Just sign up, log in, customize your characters, and you're ready to go. You're in complete control. Start mining. And they're like, sign up. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. Nope. Even though it's one of the bigger games out there, I'm not gonna do it today. But it seems interesting. Congratulations, you found a new item. Oh. And a lot of these like simpler, these are just gonna start like producing items and stuff like that you get in like other games like the World Wide Web and other metaverses and stuff like that. It's just what they're gonna be. I paid for 3 of the cheapest miners, but since September haven't even earned enough to get. Why is this on their page? Did they like retweet this? What the fuck? I paid for 3 of the cheapest miners, and they still haven't got enough 1 roller coin in all this time. Like, that doesn't sound profitable, right? Okay, I see it. That's funny though. Looks dope. Glow. So the funny thing is, what I will say about this is that it's totally making it into a game for people, and people are upset. Partially it's like I'm not like, oh, that's just one thread, but they're like, yeah, I'm not really earning a whole bunch and stuff like that. But it's it's a free fucking game. Quick announcement: for some BUSD deposits are still not reflected on the accounts. Yeah, I think that's interesting with free games. If you're paying something, obviously you should maybe produce more, but that's your own speculation for doing that. So that doobie with that doobie. Doobie. Okay, what was the last game that I saw on One Club? Doge Dash Doge. See if we can find it. Okay, Doge Dash supposed to be up and coming. It says Binance Smart Coin. Doge Dash is a Mario Run inspired game where anyone can earn coins through skilled gameplay and contributions to the ecosystem. The aim of the game is simple: dash as fast as you can through all of the 10 levels whilst collecting coins along the way. Successful players will compete. All levels will be rewarded with the collected coins direct to their wallets. Simple. Simple. Let's go to their social. Play to earn desktop game, Doge Dash. Why is Snoop? Okay, I'm just saying, bro. Snoop is over here mentioning Doge Dash. Yeah, one and only Snoop Dogg. Just good advice. Oh, because he's the dog. That's so funny, the dog father. Big fan of this personality. The man has got some real swag, and I think he doesn't age 100%. They look comfortable. Like, why are they all like they all look like they're in fucking pajamas? But yeah, Doge Dash. Let me click on it so you can get a little bit of it. It says development, honestly, right there. Play to earn. I like games where you only have to use your wallet to get in there, This says Binance. Hopefully they make me switch networks. Yeah, let me know how that's working out with you with the change now. Shit is a... yeah, I might have to switch this network. I got 0 Dash. It's done. I collected 0. Is this just straight up Doge? Straight up Doge, I'm pretty sure. Minimum 100 Doge Dash required to play. Damn, dog. I gotta have at least 100 Doge Dash to play. Oh, 100 Doge Dash ain't shit. It's 8 cents. Aight, let's do it. Let's gonna do extra. What? Yeah, this ain't nothing. 0.0. Look how many we got from that. Sam? 13,000? And then both 0.001. We got 653 them boys for that. Oh. Yeah, this is what I like to do when they do stuff like that. You can mess with the slippage, or you can just set it to zeros. You can zero it out. Sometimes you still have to adjust the slippage after that, but you can zero it out and make it an even number, round it. And as long as you have enough money on both sides of the trading pair, you don't have to worry about slippage. Fun fact. Alright, suckers. I'm gonna have to reload this. Yeah, get my 620 in there. You see my dash? Buy dashes. Okay, so that you have, then you buy dashes. 100 Doge Dash per dash. Ah, you have to buy an attempt. Oh wow, that's 300. Oh wow, I see it. I see it. Okay, that's clever. I'm gonna keep that as is right now. I'm gonna do my dashes tomorrow or something. Let me do a few dashes, get through all the levels, see how much we earn. They're NFTs. These are kind of pricey, honestly. Yeah, 0.05 Ethereum. A little pricey. That ain't a dog, fam. All right, that was the last one we were checking up on today, though. Izzy, if you have any other questions with the Binance coin stuff like that, let me know. Let me know. Yeah, let me know, and I'll help out. You can always DM me on the Discords. I try to be there. Sharing their screen. I wonder what he's doing. I'm gonna go over there and creep. But yeah, that's it for me. Check out some of these games. Check out Mist. Actually, let's look at one last one. Promise. I want to see what they said on their social about Mist lately. We're gonna look at Mist social. We're gonna look at My Neighbor Alice social. Those are the last two things. Last two things we need to look at. For real. Disrupting blockchain game. Oh, Sons of Smurfs. They didn't want us to see it on stream. Why'd they do that? No, we're gonna get this. Fuck, I forgot that happened. Alright. That was like the fourth message they sent out on Twitter too. I don't know why. Okay, it says November 4th. Yeah, disrupting stuff is what they claim. Full play to AR experience. Mist limited edition in-game and NFT Santa hat items are now claimable. Ooh, only 900 will be minted for only one Mist each, virtually free. Merry Christmas and have Bro, look at these fucking lions. preparing for the demo release, we are focusing a lot on real ownership of the environment, land itself, and the land where players walk on to the rewards distributed from completion of objectives. I want to stay up on the Gold Fever and Aurora. In the next week or two, we will share updated combat gameplay, sandbox, and other footages. Tons of work has been put into unfavorable experience of players, attributed to her gaming inspiration. However, missing MT, with much more than RPG. Okay. More and more talk. Cool. Still not there yet. Just gonna type in Alice. Let's see if it pops open. There he goes. Now, Alice has been releasing quite a bit of footage lately. Let's see how they're doing now. My neighbors, thank you. I mean, over memories. Wish you a happy, healthier, and wealthier life. Happy holidays. And sell them on the market. And there are many ways to monetize the time you spend in game. Here's one of them: catch fish and sell them on the market. Yeah. Reel in. Still nothing too specific on the launch date. And that's what I really what I wanted. I'm looking over here, but here's a little bit more gameplay with my neighbor Alice for you guys. Like, I don't know what the fuck they're doing with that lawnmower and why nobody's actually just picking it up. Maybe it's like it's not owned by them, they're just trying to move it. You can see them talking about some stuff in the bottom right corner or left corner. Alright, that's all the games we're checking out today. Thank you for joining us. Dago. Decentralized finance with sustainability. I'm gonna follow it anyways. Alright, hope it's been educational, informational. We'll see you in the next one. I'm gonna follow SafePal too. In the next one. I didn't know SFP was SafePal. I've seen that token around for so long now. But deuce.